Ladies and gentlemen, it's your boys, like Dan Kramer, back here for week 4 of NECC. We're going to be covering some Valorant today on this wonderful Monday evening for Kramer and I. We're over in the UK, but for most of you over in the US, it's going to be a nice sunny afternoon.
Yeah, we've got an incredible match ahead. We've got the Fanshawe Falcons versus the Bryant Bulldogs. Of course, these are going to be teams that are really quite at the top of challenges at the moment. We've got the Fanshawe Falcons sort of hovering around that 1-2 win-loss ratio. The Bryant Bulldogs going 3-0. Of course, all of these games that they've played have been 2-0. So they've either won fairly convincingly, or in the Falcons' case, they've lost fairly convincingly. This is going to be, I imagine, quite a close game, and I'd hope to see all 3 maps, though. But from the sounds of it, Harry, so there's no fanning RC about today. We're going straight into the veto. I'm really looking forward to seeing what map and kind of where this battle will be pitched.
We're going to be seeing, of course, our teams pick the maps. You know what, Kramer? We're in a very exciting time for competitive Valorant. At the moment, We've got 3 separate regions of LCQ going on from Big Daddy Riot. We've got APAC, North America, and EMEA all happening concurrently. And a quick congratulations as well to the competitive region of India, beating out one of the Korean representatives today. That was absolutely amazing from them. And loads of up-and-comers in the Valorant scene at the moment are feeling enthused by such huge underdog stories, and hopefully both of our teams will be carrying that energy as well in our games today. Going up to Haven first, and Aoife's already locked in the Jet. I don't know how anyone could have possibly predicted this.
What, a Jet in this game? Harry, this is some meta-breaking stuff right now, isn't it? Wow. Bear in mind, of course, that in recent patches, Yoru has had a massive buff. I don't know if we're playing on that patch, though, but in future games, I'm really looking forward to seeing his utilization. Bear in mind that his flash is now going to be quicker than the Sky Flash, which is the fastest flash in the game at the moment. We also see the Sky instantly picked up by Anubis there, and I'm really interested to see how this breach is going to be able to fare.
I'd like to see the Astra as well. These guys are pretty high ranked. I believe our producer said plat through diamond in our Challengers division. Challengers yellow, to be specific, for both of these teams. And so I'm expecting these high skill, high cap agents like Astra, Astra's a very interesting smoker because she has almost universal application of her utility. She's not constrained by range at all, Kramer. But her utility and the efficacy of it can be very reliant on not only the individual game sense of the Astra, but also the clarity of communications of the team.
You're absolutely right, and I love this double Astra pick. Bear in mind that Haven, it's a very, very aggressive map. We see teams pushing for kind of B-short control all the time. Having a Astra there, just with those extra smokes, is always going to complement that usage of aggression completely. The Phoenix and Jet combo as well on this attacking side is going to be really, really interesting, and we're going to have to see if this pays off for the Falcons, because it means that their defensive side is going to be lacking. Bear in mind that they've only got the Astra and Cypher to just buy time.
We have ourselves Bryant University, I believe, beginning on the defense, and Fanshawe are going to be starting on the offense. In case you hear it, the Falcons are the Fanshawe, and Bryant are the Bulldogs, in case we refer to them through their anthropomorphized logos. Man, that's a hard word to say, Kramer.
Anthropomorphized. I'm surprised you attempted it, actually, while live. I didn't hear you practice it once. So
yeah, you got to give it the test pass and then the informed pass, right?
Yeah, exactly. And usually the test pass involves like giving up halfway through and going, you know what, we'll try it again later.
Give it yet another go. Heading into our pistol round right now. Not entirely sure what the buys are thus far. I see a ghost at least on Aoife. And we are having a bit of a heavier C lean over here. A is going to be handled by the Cypher alone with their utility, and B is going to be watched over by the breach of Bryant.
Surprisingly slow start to this game right now. However, never mind. That was all DC. Big homie with that opening onto VAR is going to give the entry onto C, and with the follow-up recon arrow, we should see Bryant prepare for a complete execution here.
It's like we're beginning out here. On that Sheriff, a lot of confident in themselves. That Hawk was destroyed as it came out of a smoke, and now Boy is going to destroy Penumbras as they move out of Garage. And now Semi tries their best to stay alive right here. It's going to be a quick disengagement and a nice little dink there onto Slippery, doing some damage to the Sheriff Wielder, and that's absolutely clean on the swing. Semi's activated a little bit early, but they have to deal with the timer here, Kremer, because Fanshawe, time is on their side. The bomb has been planted in default, and it's going to be difficult to get around this central box. There's going to be one. But still, Fanshawe, keep it clean. 3 survive, including that Sheriff.
Tell you what, that was a sick round from Boyce there. And also actually getting 3 kills, but killing that Falcon as it flew out the smoke instantly meant that his whole team could just join the fray. I mean, 3 kills for him was great, but that kill onto the Falcon was absolutely what dictated that round there. Of course, now they get to rest on their laurels. They get to go for a bonus, which is the Spectres come out. And for Fanshawe, they're just going to be hovering around on some pistols, looking to... I mean, getting a kill would be awesome here, but I think that is really the silver lining they're achieving here.
Slippery going to stick with that Sheriff as well. Early concussions coming out from the breach right here. Will it be backed up with the aim? Oh my goodness. Pre-mech is going to meet 3 players here. Coming out of C-Long, it's going to be a mad dash, and Boyce has already caught the body shot. Big Homie grabs for second. Penumbra goes up in a 1 versus 3. And I'm afraid you can be as good as you want, but with only a ghost in hand, it's difficult to make it work. This engagement coming through. The headshots can't connect, and Premec manages to win that one out. The raiding party of C has been disassembled by the coastal defenses.
I don't quite know what happened to Prime there. He saw all 3 members coming. He was the first one to fight, and he didn't get a single kill. He had to wait for the entry before he was able to get that extra money from getting the kill with the Spectre. Of course, Shed, Sheriff in hand, 1 versus 5, and unfortunately, just like most Sheds, he's going to sit at the bottom of the garden and just wait for the next round and hope that time doesn't rot him away, at least too heavily.
Yeah, for now, it's only a Sheriff in hand, and by economic rules, they're going to be on their rifle by fairly soon. Oh no, Seaboy has seen. At least, surely they have. Maybe caught a pixel. I don't know if anyone's going to be looking down to try and pinch right here. Shed might have to just sacrifice himself to the great dark abyss of the spike. And it seems like that is going to be the case right here. Got to play for the rifle round next. It's expected, but Bryant are going to be able to move into basically a full bonus here with an operator, because we've got to presume that's why the save came through from Slippery. And I don't know if they even took any damage. I think they still have a full heavy armor. Yeah,
and that is going to work wonders on their economy. We look to the full investment of Fanshawe here, and with Vandals out, it's only a single Phantom on Penumbra. The main thing to watch out for, though, is that Bryant are playing so ballsy. Looks like Slippery is going to hold on to a Sheriff, and that's it. Fair play to him.
Slippery doesn't feel the need, it seems. Just buys up a little bit of utility. Yeah. About 500 credits worth. And Eve staring this down with the Vandal, looking for the 1-taps. They know him for his 1-taps. And Eve still just going to secure this area. Going up against the Sheriff, a Jet versus Jet. That's going to make these entries a little bit weaker for the side of Bryant. And that Spike is still left alone in mid right here as Boise, or Boyce, I suppose, is going to keep C honest. The Marshall pounding here means that you can't give away anything for 3.
Just trying to do the odd bit of damage. It's all tickle damage, Harry. It's all faking presence and trying to get into the minds of this Bryant side. Bear in mind that without being a player down, they have to extend to get this trade. Prime looks to do just that in mid. He just looks to push forward. He will have that Phoenix to support him, but as neither player's able to draw blood, the flash should alert the presence as we see Semi go for a bit of a kill here.
It's a great turn away from Semi, and all of that aggression was caught by the gravity well, and that meant that Seaboy was left. The spike has been dropped here, once again in mid. That presence from Garage is so damaging as Primec just tries to spray away with the Spectre while blinded. They're taken down by Penumbus. And Semi gonna grab the last one right here. A flawless on the buy here from Fanshawe. This is exactly what they needed to get back into this map.
I feel like Bryant may be a little bit ballsy to go for that Sheriff there. I think that, and just only Sheriff, they were punished for it pretty badly. However, at least now they pull out the rifles. That was a complete bonus round for them. They lose it, they shrug it off, whatever. Out come the proper rifles. We don't see it up on either side here when it was an option for both of them, so that's quite an interesting kind of turn of events for them. But as Shed sort of just equips himself, prepares for the kind of sole job of defending A, it's going to be interesting to see what Bryant now do now that they have these Vandals, now that they can play the range game, and now they can go for that sort of one-shot headshot on aggression.
Attempts at info gathering here from a sky, of course. If you hear that bird call, that means that it's hit someone. For those of you who are a little bit newer to Valorant, gives information. It's not precise, but it is information nonetheless. Out goes the bird. Isn't going to connect onto anyone this time, but Penumbras is going to be pinged themselves. Attempts at wallbangs through the Radianite boxes are going to be fruitless right now. And Fanshawe, they're going to have to wonder, are Bryant going to continue their presence here on C? Slippery's being very ostentatious with it before fading away.
Well, Slippery going to join the rest of his team as they just coalesce outside this A site. It's only the Cypher to really stop them. This has been a fairly slow rotation. Then, well, for Prime, he is going to be pinged, and there's going to be that little shock out, just try and delay them. But shit, 22 HP as he now has to get the hell out of there for Bryant. This should be a fairly easy site take here, whereas Fanshawe fairly slow on that take. More importantly, fairly slow on their rotation, which means that bomb's going to be about a quarter of the way gone before they can even consider pushing to this site.
Needs to get all of their players together. They don't have any alternate angles. It's going to be Heaven and a Link, which are going to be populated. And still, flanks are going to be watched. In comes the Gravity Well, and there's just going to be a trade. Semi and Slippery are going to be falling down, and that's a little bit of a mad dash to the ground right there, falling out of the top. Oh, but Primek is more than ready to meet them. Walking away with a 3k is the Cypher, and they've earned their neural theft as well. And Bryant have managed to take the weapons out of the hands of Fanshawe now. And it looks like only Penumbras would be able to support a full buy here. So they're going to put that in the back pocket for now. You don't want to play the hero rifle on the sky, I don't think.
Looks like we're going to see Prime sort of roll his shoulders, crack his knuckles, and think, okay, this is my game. He's going to be the first player up with an ult. Exactly, Cypher time. We do have that divide out on voice as well. Semi does have his own shockwave available, but he hasn't quite been able to use it yet. He's not really been in a circumstance to use it, but having picked up that ult or Big Comey, going to look for an entry off the back of the Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run, and he was right. That's going to be the Astra down, the top fragger right now for Fanshawe. Penumbras, for the moment, playing around the back. Might be able to gather some information off the back of one of those birds, or even a Trailblazer, if there is one available. If with a Sheriff in hand. Not the ideal sieging weapon, but if someone overextends themselves, peeks into Eve, then it could be dangerously punished. And Semi's actually come around the back right here with a Sheriff in hand. Is going to be able to put the fault line onto the cubby. That's going to concuss two people, but Primek is going to be waiting. It's a little bit dirty. C-Boy's going to finish that one off. Now it's suddenly 2 versus 3, and it might be doable for Fanshawe as Eve has made some space on the point. Penumbras picks up one. Both of them are in C-Long at the moment, so they can be effectively handled. 1 versus 1, and time is simply not on the side of the defenders. Voice keeps it calm, grabs a bonus on the upgrade of the pistol, and Bryant are going to walk away with their 4th.
A fairly shaky round there from Bryant, actually, allowing Fanshawe to make a lot of space with those Sheriffs. So, more importantly, let's see what Bryant can do now that they have this sort of armament to work with. There's going to be 3 ults up on either side. Slippery, a bit of a distance away from his knives. The main man to watch out for, though, is Shed, who should be able to get his ults up this round if he's able to secure that ultimate orb outside A long. With fairly aggressive ults on either side, though. We're going to have to see just how it fares in what will be a slow A control going out from Bryant now, who are just hoping to just get that entry onto Eve. Unfortunately, Jets can be bloody difficult to catch, Harry.
You know what the Sky mains say, Kremer? The rule of Valorant. When in doubt, cabbage out.
Yep, that works.
Works 100% of the time, all the time. C-Boy barely even gets to move with that ultimate, and Eve's going to be catching the contact right here. It's a classic Astra Wall, this one I believe popularized by Sentinels. Primek has managed to make their way into the Radianite boxes, but Eve is still here waiting. The Warrior of the Jet gonna carve through 2, and there's no more second lives for C-Boy. Eve, oh my goodness, those flicks are nasty. There's the curveball, but guess who's already ahead of the curve? It's Eve grabbing themselves Big Comey and doing a little bit of damage before C-Boy puts them in the ground. But now the spike is down. C-Boy's all by themselves. Surely they can't get more than this. Shed is going to put them out to pasture for now. And Fanshawe are going to manage to tie this up.
Tell you what, for Eve, if it dies, if it moves, it dies. If it dies, Eve moves on. Eve's having a great game, isn't he? And right now, if he can compete, if he can mimic that success, he might be able to make up for the fact that Varv currently has yet to draw blood. A bit of a shaky investment from Fanshawe because they are on that defender's side. That utility becomes a lot more apparent, so he is going to drop down to the Bulldog in exchange for what would be more flashes, a bit more utility just to work with in general. Having used the squid last round, Inca's maybe as well as he would have hoped for. Instead, we're going to see Slippery out those knives, hence why he's only got the Sheriff here.
Playing for the Blade Storm. Remember that right click, I believe, is a little bit weaker now. Couple of changes to Jet, right? Trying to make her less overbearing. But in an FPS like this, sometimes mobility is king, and Jet has that in spades. Tasmanian Tiger is going to be executed, unfortunately. Peter ain't going to be happy. In comes for curveball. Slippery's already caught one. Now they're going to have to try and move out of that gravity well, but they're hit with the ultimate instead. Semi is keen to try and siege on through, and that's both of the duelists of Fanshawe down.
I like how Fanshawe instantly cancel onto that A garage take. They turn their attention back to B, shed the man to try and stop them. He does have that ult up if he wants to use it, as does Prime if he can find a body. He'll look to achieve one here as he pushes into the Lucky Astra.
Boys, moving through that cyber cage, giving away their presence, but potentially they want to give away that information. Keep attention here on B. East round the back. One and then another. A beautiful adjustment there from ETH. But don't worry, guys. It came to our attention that the team names were the wrong way around, but all is fixed up and nice now. Bryant are on the defense. Fanshawe are on the offense.
This is a tough position for Fanshawe here. Bear in mind that these last couple of rounds have looked fairly Bryant-sided. Bearing in mind as well that in the rounds that Fanshawe most recently won, they only had about 2 players left. So they have really taken a pummeling when it comes to their economy. That's sort of reflected here where they just bite that bullet, go to the eco, rather do so earlier rather than when they're forced down to forced to 0 and then eco straight afterwards. You see a couple of sheriffs, the odd Spectre. This really is going to be a fairly weak attack to see. Luckily for them, Bryant without many players there.
Rushing onto site right now. Now going to be able to get the plant in default. Is it going to be interrupted by gravity well is the question. Cyber cage to obfuscate the pathing from garage. Boy's getting a little bit aggressive here, and that's lovely outplay on the weapon. Taking down Semi, but there's no time to pick up that rifle upgrade. They're spammed out through the side. The cage valve's going to be responsible for that one. Going up high is Slippery, but Shed, you're going to have to wake up early in the morning if you want to get that one past him. The Vandal in hand here. Wall bangable through the boxes is Primek. But for now, they're just playing a little bit slower. That's going to be a ping onto Shed. That's going to make him easy pickings if Big Homie and Boys commit to the angle. Primek for now is sitting on this spike like it's a goose egg, and Shed is executed. There's going to be plenty of time to escape this spike. And Fanshawe, oh, hello.
I feel we look really serious when we cast Harry. Yeah, that little split second
I've got the top concentration face. I call it gamer face. I just lose all emotion.
God, that is the
I'm
name,
an automaton of casting, you know? I'm a casting golem.
Just get into the zone and just nothing else matters. Someone can break in, you just wouldn't notice. I look confused when I focus Harry. It's like a perpetual storm.
I don't know what to do with all this information. It's too much for my little crema brain.
Yeah, I talk, right? I meant to do that. The Fanshawe is going to be a very aggressive push to see. I mean, hey, it worked with pistols. Why not try with rifles? Love the man to try and stop him. You still have that divide, but Z-Boy committing that Phoenix. He's going to run it back and try and get a first blood here.
Joke's over. Mandem's dead. That's going to be a double ping there. They're a little bit slow on taking out the recon arrow. Going to attempt to buy some space here with the breach utility. So far, no fatalities. Oh, hello. Bryant. They are going to leave A site undefended for now. It's a mad rush around the world to try to get to A. Still, they have to deal with this gauntlet, this forest of utility from the Cypher. But the spike is going to be planted at least, potentially. Yes, Fanshawe is going to get that done. Ether's bought themselves out the Blaze Storm. They're taking out Primek, and that means a neural theft is nowhere to be seen. Slippery playing from the bottom. Looking to try and catch Semi as they go through on this rotation. Are they going to be caught with their knife out? Seems that they are.
Aggression now when I like a Fanshawe up in the tempo. They go for a pick of their own. It's a 2 and fro, 3 on 3, and now Sheds, he draws death from above. We'll see the Astral Divide come out now, but long last, it's time to perfection.
Looking to try and get some value out of this bird. They're just holding the defuse for now. They've caught Boyce. Hey, Was that Voices? Oh no, that was the defensive Astral Divide.
Voice is going to be screamed at in TeamSpeak if that was his.
That would have been a kick.
That absolutely would have been tack pause just to yell at him.
Yeah, Voice has been Voice actually been fairly good with their Astral Divides. They've done a really good Cosmic Divide on A, where they blocked off both Heaven and Hell, which is like the standard attacking Cosmic Divide. And credit to Valve as well. I think the Cosmic Divide is one of the most difficult ultimates to use because it's so situational, and Valve did a great job there of isolating the potential people who are going to impact that defuse.
Got Fanshawe once again into this deep bowl, kind of leaning towards this CB kind of sight vector. I mean, it worked when they went to see some white change. They're trying to fall back on Unreliable. They're down to just a couple of sheriffs, so they really need supremacy of aim right now. But the Hellhounds are out, Harry. He's going to get all the info needed in mid, and that may just spring the attack.
Slippery coming in as reinforcement. C-Boy with a good turn away. We're going to see exactly where Semi is, but that wasn't the Molotov that they wanted. It's going to put some hot feet on the floor and do some healing, but it isn't going to deny the space. C-Boy right now trying to partition up this site and get a touch of healing off the Blaze wall. The side of the cage comes down, but you aren't going to be able to stop Shed. Still, the neural theft is available for both of our ciphers, and Primex is getting a little bit nasty over here. They have to deal with this Bladestorm, Kremer. It's not going to be easy. Shed is on fire right now. They've taken out C-Boy. Can they take out the last? You bet they can. Never have I seen some guarded furniture get this deadly.
Hey, stay the hell out of my sheds. What a round from him there.
You stay out of my sheds, you damn kids.
Yeah, again,
I'm surprised Shed isn't playing Garage. That would be very appropriate.
Something biblical to it, wouldn't there? But unfortunately, his role does call him over to A, where he can kind of single-handedly hold it with the utility. And we fancy an op out on Eve, understandably so. He's having a very strong game at the moment, isn't he? Of course, for Fanshawe College, this is going to be a round which should go in their favour. While they don't quite have the op out, what they do have is their Cypher ult, and they do have that Hunter's Fury to try and zone some of these attackers. They may even hold it for the retake because they have been able to get to sites when they have been attacking, regardless of what weaponry they've been using. For Bryant, it's going to be another fairly slow round. Same for Fanshawe, both of which just trying to hunt for a pick. I don't think they've revealed the AWP yet, so that really is going to be the weapon to watch out for here on C-Log.
I think ETH revealed it by shooting down an owl drone. They got hit by a tracking dart, and I can only assume that it was the owl drone. So now I know it's on C. I would like to see like a substitution, a rotation here, so that we can see an element of surprise from the op reposition. At the moment, that isn't going to be the case. So just go as far away from that jet as possible, and that means running all the way over to A and dealing with a jungle of Scyther utility instead. Going to be a concerted fake onto B, but the spike is on A long at the moment.
For another attack again. Semi, the man called to action here. Doesn't have that Phoenix to worry about. I mean, it's been a fairly quiet Phoenix to Fanshawe, but nonetheless, one to worry about here is, oh, the armor's seen here. C-Boy's just got to hide in time. It's just able to there. Instead, Prime's the one to try and fight for first blood.
Shed staying alive, and while Shed's alive, Bryant are far from done. This spike still hasn't been planted. It's actually caught in Cubby right now. They are going to be obfuscated out, using that smoke there from the Asher, which will allow for the spike to escape, and we'll leave Bryant on A, wondering where everyone's at. With only 18 seconds left, though, it's got to be a mad dash, and they're going to be moving into the Sightland Fat Operator. Surely ETH will not miss any of these. There it is. That is actually a miss. Going up against two. They aren't able to adjust. Valve takes out their counterpart, and Slippery has once again activated, refuses to be outdone by the other jet. The spike goes on down, and now some close hold positions here on default. We're going to make things difficult. Turn away from the flash. It's going to cover the entry of the other two. Shed manages to trade out Slippery right here. And as the dust settles, Kremer, there is going to be time for a semi-defuse. And we may actually give that over for the neural theft. I agree. I think that the Breach should be taking it. The Rolling Thunder is just such a good retake tool. And a taking tool. It's just a fantastic ultimate for a tight site.
Yeah, and it's even better when you have positions like A-long, like C-long, and even like Garage, where it is just entirely able to encapsulate just the whole path of attack for Fanshawe. We enter the final round of this first half. They've had a shaky end these last couple of rounds and the kind of this latter stages of this first half. For Bryant, they're going to try and continue the success they've had. 3 retakes have gone their way in the last 3 consecutive rounds. Why not make it for Harry? They do have that Rolling Thunder to be used, and more importantly though, over on Fanshawe, they've got 3 ults at their disposal there.
Presence on C is strong. It's a flurry of ultimates. Out comes the run it back to try and gain some space. Not too much going to be grabbed in terms of frags off the back of this. Big Homie does a little bit of damage. And the retake here coming through from the run it back potentially. Valve is just meeting everybody with the LMG, tearing through them. The Odin claims yet another kill. Valhalla is going to witness Valve today. And Bryant have torn through Fanshawe's chances. 4 remain standing at the conclusion of the half. And Bryant are looking pretty strong here. To win out on the defense on Haven is such a big dub.
Odin stands king of the gods, and I tell you what, Valve, he stands king of these players. Of course, 7-5 at the end of the half, a very successful half for Bryant. I think it's about standard C7-5 in the defender's side of Haven, but nonetheless, it gives you that momentum, it gives you that foundation to work for the next half. Of course, we need to take a quick camera break. I know you're seeing us. This time we're not being flashbanged by ourselves. We are actually in a quick TO pause just so we can fix the lag, because I'm sure those who are watching the stream, it's not you, it's us. And yeah, it's pretty bad. So hopefully we can fix it fairly soon. Fingers crossed.
I promise. It's I, the NECC Collegiate Master Bear, and we have returned from the break. I am your reward for your patience, and so too will the forthcoming action be.
I mean, we say forthcoming action. Hopefully, look at that. Look at the FPS, Harry. You'll notice it's more than 5. We're back. The action's here. This is no longer predictive text casting. This is action manifest. All right, we're straight to our defensive side of course, the Fanshawe Falcons. They had a fairly nice start to their attacking side. Unfortunately, once the Bulldogs were able to get their rhythm, they pretty much just closed out the half with a good victory in kind of 6 of the remaining 7 rounds. For Fanshawe College, though, if they're able to take this ground, they're straight back into this. No questions asked, no woes committed. However, the ETH is going to be a very aggressive start.
Slippery already isolated. Frenzy in hand takes out one. Can they grab themselves a second? That mag, unforgiving and penumbrous, is going to punish it right here, Kremer. Shout out to our broadcast production team with some quick triage during that break. Managing to fix up our feed so we can bring you every single second of the action in this best of 3 between Fanshawe and Bryant. It's going to be the Spike having a good old long cardio rotation towards C.
So, mate, going through mid is going to try and cut out one of these members in this process, but the main man to watch out for is the Astra over on C long. Big Homie's able to get that kill with Vav falling. There's the damage coming in now with the rotation to C. Semi, hello,
from Semi.
Welcome to the game. 3 on 3 for the retake, and all of a sudden, for Bryant, losing one of the players there is going to be a bit of a tough spot.
All right, going to update our stream title and get right back into this. Big Homie sends out a shock dart, but it's not going to be connecting onto anyone for now. It looks like it's going to be a split through garage for the defenders attempting this retake, but they are going to have to try and penetrate the cyber cage on the way. Oh, Windows is not happy, but when is it?
I've never had a pleasant experience with Windows. It seems to hate me. It seems like Seaboard
wow.
is about to hate Bullet. Shed. Killing blow. Beautiful flash.
Last player standing.
Big Homie hates losing a duel, but unfortunately Shed's going to make that the case. Boyce over here with a classic in hand is going to get flanked by Shed, who ends up with a 3k. I tell you what, Shed has been pretty consistent with getting these multi-kills, and for a Cypher, that's a lot, Kremer. That's a lot.
Yeah. You kind of expect it from ETH, but Shed, no, he's our main hitter. And to kind of highlight the quality of our production crew as well, we can name and shame them, Harry. Of course, we had Caroline being our kind of observer, taking photos and finding all the bears in the map while we were in the freeze time. And then, of
presenting
course,
the collegiate bear.
Yeah,
I couldn't be more proud.
God's work, that is. And of course, Caleb and Michael for kind of quickly fixing the broadcast. Really, really impressive stuff from them, because I'll tell you what, I saw them open VMix and my little, but very much already fairly small brain just melted.
Yeah, Kremer felt like he had single-digit IQ when we had a look at that. Slippery going to be moving right on up here with the Frenzy in hand. Can they beat out Penumbrous? Nah, you ain't going to beat that Spectre with the Frenzy, mate. You're joking! And so's everyone else. Valve takes out their counterpart. Big Kobe's already down. And Primek is all by themselves. They can hear a very loud and ostentatious rotation. What's the point of stealth when you're a hunting pack of dogs and there's only one wounded zebra left?
Well, you got a limp to maybe a gun if he can retrieve that, unfortunately. The flank is a little delayed, so it should be suspected here by Bryant, and they should be able to make that lead. Yeah, suspected. I mean, hey, Bryant, he takes one with him. Unfortunately, they're playing bonus anyway, so it doesn't really matter. With Fanshawe having to move to their full buy, we'll see if Bryant can stop them, but with 4 Spectres, the reality is, they don't care if they lose this round. It's all about damage. A bomb plant will make their lives even better. But for Fanshawe, this is all down to whether or not they can get an opening and at least get a foothold in their defensive side. Bear in mind now that the loss streak has spiraled over sort of 2 halves now, and having lost the last 6 rounds in a row, it's where things get really dicey for them.
I'd love to see a split through to B here from Fanshawe. They have a range disadvantage against these rifles, and B is very close quarters. You can really nullify what the rifles bring to the table. Concussion is going to be delivered right now to Slippery and ETH. Moving up through sewers here. Wants to take a battle onto A. Is going to have significant backup. That's a great pop flash there from the sky. That's going to be a full blind there onto Slippery. Surely it'll be followed up, and indeed it is. Semi's going to grab that one. 1 rifle on the floor. Potential for that upgrade, and a flash is going to be delivered right now from Seaboy. Out of a smoke and staying alive as they sit here and connect her for now. The neural theft coming out. Of course, Shed already has it. He's a bit of a classic boy. The Molotov going to be pushed on out, and there are the cabbages. Eat your greens. Fanshawe scream Bryant in this 3 versus 3 with Penumbra so bloody low, Kremer.
Tell you what, this use of the Gamer Dog is all to buy time. We've got the flank from Valve. He's only got a Sheriff. He only needs a Sheriff. Boyce the first to full. He's going to try and take the second of Prime here. Swings out. It's messy. Prime does the damage. It's all down to the Cypher. Who else could it be down to? Shed. He's had such a great game so far. Can he convert it, though?
Blaze Wall is good. Shed may decide to play this patiently. Primek trying to stick. Shed needs to make the move. They are going to take down the diffuser. C-Boy is going to be able to pick up the second half there, but that was brutal for a bonus round. They took out 4 of Fanshawe's rifles on an execute on A.
That's pretty bad for what was bonus. Bear in mind, Fanshawe, they're gonna nuke their economy in the process here, and so much so that, bear in mind, for instance, your Sova, for instance, your Cypher, it needs its utility on the defense. So you're down to Spectres, and when Bryant then pull out their full buy, they've sort of found a rhythm which has just ruined Fanshawe's economy. Rifles against SMGs at range. Bear in mind, dare I say, Boyce may even have to draw down to a Sheriff. This is a really tough spot to be in. It's 3 Spectres against a full buy when you're 3 rounds separating you from your opponents. Furthermore, your opponents have got the momentum. Furthermore, your opponents are looking to bring some ults up on this round.
I only see a single Astra Star on the floor at the moment. I think one was used on A long to just bring Slippery up into this tight little cubby. They aren't going to be meeting for a while, and they are going to be potentially checked by this Cypher tripwire and first contact with Eve on top of that. Boyce reveals their location, but isn't going to be physically revealed by the dog.
Extra damage done, and it's all kind of touchy-feely at the moment. Bryant, they are going to go for a bit of a stack as they sort of congregate outside garage mainly here, just going for a rotation, kind of picking their teammates up in C long before heading back down to both mid and maybe even A here. But look how aggressive we've got Slippery.
Enemy killed.
It's a good walk from Semi. Can't Slippery get any more. That's going to be a second attempted, but Valve with a headshot through the wall. It's as good as they needed. They've set up their smokes right now. They're going to make sure that Heaven is not going to be an issue as they execute towards A. Boy's going to be holding close here on the site, and C-Boy needs to make the decision. Am I going to pierce through this A link? The answer doesn't matter, Kremer, because the spike's on walkies.
Well, with the mass rotation, we're able to see it just in time to see Shed shut down C-Boy. Hey, look at that. It's like a little peekaboo there, wasn't it?
He's padlocked mid. Oh my goodness, Primek had an advantage in the pre-aim there as well. Shed's just a nasty duelist. Now they're up against Boyce, but they're never at a significant health disadvantage. Only 46. That makes playing against those SMGs, those small arms, so much more dangerous. They rendezvous with the sky. Get a little bit of healing, big homie. Are they ready for ETH? The answer is no. Boyce is all by themselves with a Spectre in hand. That's a great pickup there onto ETH. Maybe a looted rifle. And 1 versus 3, it's difficult to try and... What? Oh, that's a bad miss from Valve. Boyce is... Now they can try and run with this. Unfortunately, they got to reload while they're flashed, and Penumbra grabs themselves a free kill. But that wasn't terrible for Fanshawe. Their economy's still going to be pretty ruinous. But you know what? They're at least making sure that Bryant can't build up a huge piggy bank.
I've only really seen the deaths of Shed. He's going 23-5. That is
Man's got an over 4.0 KD as Cypher. That's some Nats level stuff.
Yeah, that's... You know, you really have to worry when his KD is higher than my GPA. It's really when you have to start asking questions. There it is, the wonderful little worm. However,
a collegiate worm.
Yeah, the collegiate worm. It's not going to save C-Boy, though. Trying to take a shot like that with a classic.
Yeah, the classic not ideal at this engagement range. Want to try and play some naughty little corners so you can get that right-click tri-burst for one-shots. And that's what Primek's doing. Just tuck up into the corner. They're going to hear the wire here, which can be destroyed, but it will, of course, reveal that there is a roamer on C. And here comes the old stampede towards A. I think it's going to be Slippery catching this alone, but they do have their Bladestorm. The question is... Okay, they've swapped over to a classic. Great management of the ultimate there from Slippery. They're going to go up against ETH. They're going to try and avoid the incoming Rolling Thunder, but they can't stop themselves from being concussed. Remember, they are the point man. They are the danger man for the side of Fanshawe. They need to be converting this Bladestorm into frags. Penumbra slightly going to be first contact right here, but Shed is also playing a very tight angle by Graffiti.
Fanshawe, they've got 4 ults to expend into this round. They've got to use at least some of them here, because if this falls, if this fails, they're going to have no money at all. And, well, ults are good. They're not just, they don't instantly decide a round. We should see the attack from the Phoenix, though.
Oh, that's a nasty miss on the right click. Slippery throws all the knives away into the wall. And you know what? The wall might have had it coming, and boys can pick up one with a frenzy, but it could be too little and too late. A swap over to the classic for Shed. And it's over before it even began. Bryant on 11 now, and they are one win away from guaranteeing overtime. Fanshawe, at least they have an ultimate piggy bank to try and force out some momentum on their own side.
This is a hedge fund of ultimates here, and while the bank has certainly foreclosed on Bryant's, they still, with nothing on Semi or Shed, at least they have that Astral Divide, which actually can have a very big effect in mitigating the damage of those other 4. But for Fanshawe, just because you have the ults doesn't mean that you're going to win the round, especially when you've got Shed hitting the shots he is. It looks like fairly fast control and spearheaded by Penumbras, and, well, Boyce doesn't want anything to do with it. He backs off, he kind of hugs the site. As for the Jets, that op does come out. For the first time we've seen Fanshawe wield an op. We'll see if it's going to get much mileage from it, though.
Touch slower from Bryant, varying up the tempo, conditioning Fanshawe to not to know what to expect. Here comes a Tasmanian Tiger. Is it going to go through? No, it's not going to clear top. It's going to try and clear sight instead. A couple of angles are going to be cleared, but Slippery is not going to be noted. And this AWP on the defense can be absolutely brutal to anybody coming through from the side of Garage, but no one's going to be there. Instead, slight float towards mid and A.
That arrow didn't hit him. He's got such a good angle here, as the rest of Bryant are just going to go hit the safe site. How would you expect, Vav? His lurk is going to be huge.
Ikomi was moving quite fast right there. Stars, I assume, are going to be set up on A here. Oh, it's going to be the classic. Oh, no. Caught jumping. Ikomi knew that something was up. Something smells fishy, Crema, and it ain't my dinner.
He's ready for a camera, though, which should try and help out this attack, though. There's the Hunter's Fury, still unable to stop the plant, though, when for a 5-on-4, considering the amount of ults that Fanshawe are ready to expend here, if this round fails, they probably lose the map.
Primek has the neural theft, if it's needed. Are they going to play out of the cloudburst is the question. Boys ready to try and make something happen, but they've already lost C-Boy's second life that was given over by that run it back. Primek is down, but Penumbras has been revealed from the back. Sheddy's gone, and look up here. Eth is so high. They're literally smelling each other. That's a good escape right there from Slippery. Eth goes down. The defuse is good, and Fanshawe, crucially, are going to walk away with an intact weapon economy. Look at how low their duelists were. I can't tell if they're full or 1 HP.
That was a much-needed round. I mean, sure, it took them 4 ults to do it, and they almost lost it on the retake, but they were able to convert it. For Bryant, though, I think they're going to be all right with that. Bear in mind that they've got rounds to play with. They can just pull back, let the bomb plant give them that money, go for the rifles, and then with said rifles, just play it like it's a standard round. The ability usage is going to be tough for Fanshawe here. Bear in mind that they do have that neural theft on the Cypher. They have the Gamer Squids ready from Penumbras, but the Gamer Squid's not really a sort of round-altering ability, is it? It's more of a kind of figure out where your opponents are in a clutch. And as we get ready for the attack onto set up over on C, it's a missed shot from Slippery to open it up.
And everyone runs away. Nah, ain't dealing with that. Not with these weapons. Classic versus op. Not the ideal duel, Kramer, I think it's fair to say. Close quarters on B and Garage, a little bit more fruitful for the Classics off the back of those right clicks. Still, there is a fault line available. Going for an early concussion here. There's going to be the flash. It's a good turn away, and C-Boy is going to be slowed down as they try and keep this down. Shed with the hero Vandal is able to get one, and Semi's taken out C-Boy themselves. Still, the contact coming into B makes things a lot more precarious, and Primek might be caught reloading. Vav with the bullet penetration is able to find that Cypher, and a split into A here gives a free sight over to Bryant on what was an eco. They've picked up some rifles. This is a disaster for Fanshawe.
Harry, if this round is converted and Fanshawe lose on the backs of an eco, Bryant are going to have so much confidence that it almost dictates how they're going to play on the map after this. I don't actually know whose map pick this is, but it may not matter if you have Bryant. So this is Fanshawe's map pick as well. Bryant are going to be pretty damn happy, to say the least.
Caroline on a quick draw there, letting us know.
That was impressive, wasn't it?
They've got it internalized. Eve playing a nasty little angle here. Gonna check sewers and maybe looking for exits here. Is the Astra of Fanshawe. Boys, they have
There's
revealed
the noise.
themselves with these sounds. Now we're going to have a duel with Eve. Are they going to be quick enough? You bet that they are. That's some good Vandal play. They will escape with the weapon as everybody else has moved over to the defender spawn. And now, Fanshawe are down to the wire on their map pick. Bryant are on map point. Yes, thank you, announcer. Same brain cell.
It's like you know each other at this point, Harry. Why am I
We're
here?
best
You know?
friends.
You got the
I spent
announcer.
enough time in Valorant lobbies that we're pretty close.
Yeah, you kind of like third date territory. It's really looking quite good.
I'm meeting their parents soon.
I hope it goes well. Best
Hello,
of luck
Mr.
to you.
and Mrs. Announcer.
I feel like their parents would be someone like GLaDOS. That's definitely like territory. But Bryant, gonna be slow control over on C, just using the game of squids to get a bit of info, and all of a sudden Sova's in a lot of trouble. Penumbras with the opening, Shed to follow it up, and Harry, it's going downhill.
Penumbras here, going for a non-default spike plant on C behind the Radianite box. Is this going to make sure that any potential defuse is going to be wall-bangable? So potentially going for the long con here. The Fanshawe defenders coalescing. They know that it's now or never. They are going to be revealed by that bird. There's still a crack in this Cypher cage, though. And that could lead to some ostentatious peaks that are unexpected. Oh, he finds boys. Out come the knives. The fault line is going to make sure that Seaboy is going to have trouble following up on their own flash. At least they are turned away from this one. They take out Shed. That's going to be a second. And suddenly it's a 1 versus 2 for Primek. It's workable, especially with a little amount of health that is available. There's no time for cameras, mate. This ain't time for Kodak. Semi meets him with the classic, and Bryant walk away with a 13-7.
What a way to set yourself up for your map pick. Will Shed going 28-7. A blinder played from him. An Acon rating of 104. Something that truly is that to kind of be in woe at, because I'm really looking forward to seeing what this next map is. Because if Bryant are good on kind of foreign ground, how are they going to be on their home territory?
Yeah, it's gonna be Ascent. Thank you very much, Caroline. Interesting. I think that Ascent is sort of like almost universally loved as far as maps go, Kremer. It's very much the classic TAC FPS map. The only real gimmick is the doors. We don't have things like teleporters. We don't have like the weird long angles and ropes that we see on things like Icebox. So this is definitely going to be relying on just the straight TAC FPS mechanics a bit more.
You're absolutely right. Of course, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, we will see this next map. It is one you do not want to miss. Trust me, we're going to see if Brighton take the series 2-0 or if Fanshawe are going to have an attempt at a comeback. We'll be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. NECC Valorant Week 4 returns for the second map of our first match, and we're going to be heading over to Ascent, Kramer. It's going to be a real interesting one. And in the break, our producer, Mr. Gloob, Caleb, got themselves a little bit of insight from old Shed. Apparently, it's really cold in his room. His hands almost shaking.
Yeah, and my aim feels so off, I'm gonna have to be smart. To be honest, it's his own silly fault. Everyone knows sheds aren't air conditioned. I don't all have central. Was expecting.
They don't have
to
a
be
central
honest.
heating in them.
Yeah, exactly. It's his own silly fault. But now hopefully he's back in his house. Yeah, he's back in his house. He's not going to play from the shed, and we move to Ascent. Now this is going to be the Bulldogs map pick. So this really is going to be a scary, very scary predicament actually for sure, because this isn't the position you want to be in when you go to your opponent's map pick. Having just seen Shed give a masterclass, he now moves to a race. Of course he's going to be playing a duelist. Why wouldn't he be, Harry?
It's an interesting swap, considering like Eve was playing Jet and now they've moved over to the Sentinel. A little bit liquid, it seems, in the roles on the side of Bryant. But you know what? When they're 1-0 up, when they're on their match point, they can take a few liberties. And it's interesting that Shed is like, I'm going to have to play smart, and goes over to, yay, explosions. Rather than the big brain cipher.
Pretty paint goes splats, and that's essentially his. So, tell you
Grenades
what,
go boom.
This is a fun fact for you, by the way, Harry. And it's a fun fact.
I like fun facts. If it's not fun, I'm leaving you.
It's a fun fact to do with pyrotechnics, which is essentially superheated paint is really sticky, so it works as like a rudimentary napalm. That's your fun fact. Bearing in mind, if you find a way to heat paint to that level, then you have the resources to just get napalm. But
don't microwave paint, kids.
No, I don't think microwaving actually heats it enough. But like, if you find a way to superheat it, it just becomes really sticky. So it's a it's one of the few characters in this that actually makes sense in like a real circumstance.
This collegiate stream comes with bonus information for all of you.
Well, you know, collegiate education,
smart chemistry, for you smart chemistry takers. Oh man, imagine taking a degree in a science. Laughs in English degree.
Way smarter than us. That's for sure. I mean, I
don't even know if your degree's a real degree, Kramer.
I don't know if my degree's a real degree, because I show up to the lectures and that's sort of I gotta go, yeah. It makes sense.
Slippery's going for the sheriff this time. I believe it was Eve who bought it last time. It might have been Slippery. Yes, it was one of our jets.
It was the
this
Eve,
time
man.
the ego buy of the sheriff is all Slippery.
Like
you know what? I think they kind of deserve it. They did well on the jet last time around. Primex already put down to very low health, and Valve's going to make sure that very low becomes 0. Too sweet.
With a man advantage instantly, Sammy just trying to continue to fight him in, making sure that Penumbra stays alive, just so they have that advantage when they do go for their execution. Slippery sort of grab-wheeled out of position means that any form of trade is sort of out of the question for him. Instead, he's going to be fighting straight to B main. He sees how close his opponents are, and while it looks like a default, little does he know the entire side of the Bulldogs now are making a mass exodus to B main, ready for this execution. And for now, this is really going to be the sort of main play and the tempo setter for the rest of this match.
Big Homie ready with the recon dart. They are going to be pinged by one of the enemies as well, and there's a little bit of info gathered by that Tasmanian Tiger. Slippery. It would be risky to do this, but they get themselves a wall bang. The information is so good. You can put that down to comms, or you can put it down to game sense. Either way, a kill's a kill, Kremer. Big Homie going to tuck themselves in on the side, but look at how much space has been gained here by the Killjoy and Shed as well. They're pinching in onto Slippery, and I'm not sure how Slippery missed Shed in the midst of all of that. That could be a picked up sheriff. Big Homie has no idea that Eve is here, but still manages to win out the duel. A little bit audacious right here, but Big Homie's left on just a thimble full of health. Semi gets the plant. They need to be joined by a Shed, which will be happening rather quickly. And the Killjoy utility here is a little bit pre-placed. They're not really going to be able to rotate this in the time that's left.
Recon dart, bit of info. Counter flash, and now the attack comes in. Voice looking for the first member, and oh, he does now. 2-on-1. Sheds, the aforementioned player, the hero. They do here.
Oh my goodness.
Harry!
I'm going to have to play smart, says Shed. What's the point in playing smart when you aim like that? Not the ideal cover, I've got to admit, from Penumbra during the, or rather from Big Homie during that. But still, great plays from Shed. Just hit him in the shoulder and hit the other one in the head. No dramas. Stop scarring me with these flanks.
If this is what cold hands looks like, you need to start using dry ice as a stress ball.
Just dip them in liquid nitrogen. I'm ready to go, boys.
Slosh them around, kind of dry them off on a towel, and get ready to play. This is really looking. I mean, here's the thing: you have 28 kills on one map. That's great, but what really matters is can you repeat it? And from that pistol round, Harry, dare I say it, I think he can.
Ice in his veins, ice in his brain. Eve, we do of course have the buy here from I believe this is from the Bryant side. We'll have our UI up in just a second to remind you of the team's names, and of course me as well. Out comes the Tasmanian Tiger. There's going to be some contact happening here. And that's going to be Boys taken down by Shed with the greater weapon.
Oh, Big Homie, with this little shorty. I mean, hey, it's optimistic, isn't it, to have a shorty at this range? And Bryant, they don't seem to want to care. They just head back away. Why not? They've already got the race on such a deep angle that Fanshawe have actually just lost the sight.
I love their universal pressure that's being applied here by Bryant. They're just poking and prodding for weaknesses. C-Boy's going to try and avoid the attentions of that boombot, but unfortunately it's impossible. There's going to be a smash of the window. Oh my goodness, they're just catching that nade. Shed plants it directly on top. Gonna get a little bit of a heal here, and they're just using their utility at the moment to deter. It's an absolute barrage of utility. An entire armory has been thrown at the Fanshawe defenders, and still C-Boy's gonna return fire. Eve goes down, but Penumbra just racks through the entirety of this team. Varv coming in on the flank. It's run and gun with the Neutron Spectre, and Slippery, they've been neutralized.
Really strong round from Bryant there. And what was kind of effective with that is it wasn't the actual engagement. It was the fact that once they saw the ecoing members, the utility usage from Shed was great. But it's when they trade off one another. Usually when you see players, you see a group of ecoed players, they sort of swing, they overextend to try and get all the kills. We saw from, I believe it was Varv there, he got the kill, fell back, then swung with Penumbra to get the remaining two. It was even like little kind of micro steps of teamwork there really show the skill that Bryant have, not just individually, but when they're working as a team.
Very impressive this collegiate side so far. The Bulldogs, now they face a real challenge though. They've got their bonus round. They're up against rifles. The rifles that are being presented by Fanshawe are going to be unable to wallbang this ultimate right here. So boys, we're going to be sucked into the gravity well. They've got themselves a singular dink. They'll get the finish there on Penumbras, and it's a mad dash out of a lockdown. 0 players going to be detained. The alarm bot has confirmed that Bryant are now on the site, and C-Boy having to take a disadvantageous duel while peppered by the turret. The accuracy, not ideal while moving, but it has to go at some point. If replaces that alarm bot, and now they are in for the long haul, tucked into the back here. They're going to have to worry about potential clearing utility like shock darts.
Big Homie, he's really going to have to lead the charge without any utility to work with. It is all down to aim, mostly from Fanshawe, but Prime, he's got a bit of an angle as a Varv here. With that opening, all of a sudden, the site sort of swings open.
I just wondered, is it Prime Killjoy? Is it Prime KJ that they could be named after? Semi doesn't have time for any semantics right now. Boyce comes on in with a Phantom. They're trying to make something work with these rifles. Shit! What's he doing? He's earned himself a yet another grenade. Big Homie's forced to move away. He's going to be able to avoid this, but I think they're out of time. The pacing just wasn't there. 0.25 seconds separated Big Homie from the clutch, but Fanshawe, they are denied the conversion on their buy round. And Kremer, that is heartbreaking.
That was nuts by Shed. I mean, I thought the round was won by the grenade there. If the initial blast had actually hit Big Homie, that
I think they got a pixel dodge on it.
Yeah, he must have, because that was scary. I mean, what was even scarier the fact that Shed wins that 1v3. It's like he doesn't have an off button. Like, it's like, oh, for God's sake, man. You've just messed us around over on Haven. You don't need to do it on Ascent as well. Of course, bear in mind, Harry, last time we cast Ascent, this time last week, we saw, I think it was 5 Killjoy kills from the turrets alone. Yeah, turret, what did we call him? Either way, he was a stone cold killer, as we see Fanshawe with these sheriffs going fairly aggressive in mid here.
Any player of the week candidates in the chat? That's going to be the turret clocking Prime. That's going to be a team flash right there. Bad communication from Fanshawe, unfortunately, but they are going to be able to make up for it a little bit later. Remember, this is not... Eve has just been absolutely clowned on in this duel. 8 HP remaining in the Vandal, what I believe is versus a Sheriff. Big Homie's been bought low too, but hey, there's a Sky for healing. No dramas, mate.
I mean, just heal up, have another crack at it. Why not? It's said he's going to switch
another go.
play on it. A bit of a closer angle though. When it's stopping from over aggressing though. My God, he's ballsy, isn't he? And it pays off.
That. There's no way he walks that. That's a double with the pink grenade from Shed. Everyone was just choked up in the cubby. And when the little cluster bombs came out, unfortunately, the cluster was the one that suffered. Bryant University, despite some early woes, have been able to commandeer this area. I think they're going to be denied the bonus plant right here. The timing just is not ideal. Still, there are worse things than losing out on 300 credits, such as being 4-0 down.
I tell you what, Harry, the MVP at the moment, while Shed's having a great game, sure, the Killjoy turrets have been incredible. I mean, Shed, even 2 paint grenade kills there, it's just incredible. But the Gravwells from Valve have kind of secured sites so effectively. He's got his Astral Divide up now. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays this, because if it's anything like his Gravwells, it could be round winning. We do have that lockdown ready on the opposing Killjoy. That's, I suspect, going to be saved for a retake, but right now, right, they seem so aggressive on their retakes that they're just going to push and kill out the zone anyway.
Shed's going to take first contact here. A double peek, I believe, with Penumbra up against that jet. Prime's going to have to remove that tracking dart after they are noted here in market. And you know what? I agree with you. Valve has had some good gravity wells, but I'm still giving Shed my MVP because you know what? It's play-by-play. I like the big numbers. Big frags. Yay, MVP.
Big numbers mean good game.
Good gamer.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to look to put up some big numbers of his own, though, as he's going to be on the entry for this beast site. A bit of a recon dart into mid to see if they're going to be caught out. Yeah, very deep recon dart as well, and it's going to be, for sure, you just have to get the hell out of there. The aggression from Slippery, though, it pays off, and he gets the spike as well.
That's Shed down. That's my MVP down. And now Slippery, they can just tuck themselves into the cubby. They've put themselves on the table, but I'm afraid it's going to be them who's going to be serving up some L's. Out goes for the blind. It is going to be fully avoided. Slippery picks up their third, and only Valve remains, and they are going to be hunted down by their counterpart. It's a quick skin upgrade there for Prime. And Fanshawe, they have entered the lobby. Welcome, my friends. A flawless to begin with. Can't complain about that.
Slippery kind of soaked in his own blood, but be careful, Slippery when wet. He's had an incredible round there, and of course that aggression, here's the thing, that was a great aggression from Fanshawe. My worry though is where's repeatability in it, because from here on out, Bryant, they're going to have someone positioned right back in that kind of back cafe area, just to make sure that no one can do it again. There's 3 ults to be expended on both Slippery, Prime and Boyce. Over on Bryant, we do have that Astral Divide on Valve, as well as the Gamer Squids that you know and love. Harry, for Big Homie, looking to just get a bit of info here. Fortunately, if not quite sealed by it, says B, at least initially, looks very clear.
Potentially some false info given here. That could be exploited by the Killjoy. The spike is still down in B lobby at the moment. All of this is just non-committal poking. Shed, we haven't seen a blast pack entry just yet. I think they're more focused on the gunplay aspect and potentially the
works for him, right?
as well. Here come the cabbages. Slippery picks up 1, picks up 2, and that was with the assist of the gravity well at the end as well. We'll need a reset. Maybe they can rendezvous with their Sky. Nope, the option's no longer there. Valve? Valve is removing
right,
very
no
West
time
Country
to shine,
right there. The
it's
Wiltshire in me is unwieldy.
So it's alright, it's not like we have to cost. It's alright. We don't have to for a living. Deep Arrow is actually really well placed. Big Homie's going to have a lot of info to work with off the back of that. However, he doesn't have to worry when he's got Shed, who just runs around. Shed, go kill. Shed, he kind of nods and goes, alright. Then off he goes. He kills. Boyce, Hammy's back off out of there, though. He's just going to join his teammate elsewhere. It's the turrets to get the kill, though. Oh, that turret. It's more like an auto sniper. As we got
Timmy turret.
Yeah, old Timmy turret. We told you it's a stone cold killer, Harry. 2 on 3 though. The bomb's down.
Shed had about 10 HP and was leading the charge. The second the turret locked on, it just insta-fragged him. Big Homie, are they going to decide to clear Cubby here is the question. No, they completely unnote it. Will they win the duel afterwards? It seems that they will.
No.
Valve is left all alone here. Has to duel with the turret. Is in the middle of a lockdown as well. All they can do is stand and die and fight potentially. Fanshawe, pretty clean retake. Keep 3 rifles on the board. Bryant here. Might have to vary up their tactics a little bit. Their defaults are starting to be noted and exploited.
Harry, that was a really big whiff from Eve there. In fact, that's the first time, I think, this series, we've sort of seen a gap in Bryant's play. That really is going to be concerning. And they can recover it, awesome. But, you know, sometimes when you see a crack and you don't fill it, you go for a pothole and it suddenly becomes a very large, noticeable shatter. And for Bryant, they're sort of at that stage now. If they bounce back, if they show some tenacity, and maybe not so much in this round because they are going to be on the fairly poor bye, but in their round after this, when they will have Vandals in every member, then that's really where they have to test their mettle.
I have to assume that they get buffed by having a Bulldog, right? Like, Bryant Bulldogs, buy a Bulldog, goodbye Penumbras. Bikomi takes up their counterpart. It's okay, the Bulldog's still in play. I believe it's Eve who has it this time. Oh, Valve takes out C-Boy. That could be a looted rifle right here. And yeah, Shed moving up to try and claim that. Vandal in hand now. Once again, the top fragger has returned to prominence, returned to the promised land. El Vandolo. I don't think that A is very tempting at the moment. Without that Sova for entry, dealing with a gauntlet of Killjoy utility on A, it seems unpalatable to me, Kremer.
Yeah, it tastes bitter, disgusting, kind of gone off. Really, really not a pleasant meal to have. Ramsey would hate it. The semi, he's going to lead the charge straight out of B main. The Gaming Dog is going to reveal the lurking Sova, and Wally is just going to drop his util for info. We see the Astral Divide here just to try and buy a bit of space, but nonetheless, it's a lot of util damage. He just has to get the hell out of there.
I think Fanshawe are smart to back off here. They can play for full retake. The knives aren't really going to be helpful. Slippery may decide to use them because they have an op at the moment, and they've lost their smoker. The controller taken down by Shed. A good crossfire here from Varv and Shed as well. That turret is going to note the location of Shed and force a reposition onto the point. At the moment, Fanshawe could even play blockading. Oh my goodness, they can't quite get away from a boombot in time, and Varv on the swing catches Slippery. That's an op on the floor, and the knives are gone as well. Fanshawe, they could be taken out by the force buy here. That would be a very unfortunate time for things to happen. Varv needs to make the crossing, but Big Homie's taken down before the movement is forced. Shed's going to grab themselves a little skin upgrade. And wow, Bryant just got themselves a looting round. Are we playing Borderlands?
What's truly worrying for Fanshawe there is they committed a lot of utility into that round. We saw the Prime ult. Yeah, I think it was 3 or 4 ultimates went out there, and none of them really merited them the round. For Bryant,
it was a 5 versus 4 as well, Kremer. They got an open pick with a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, again, just a couple of sheriffs, well-placed attack, and like that, Bryant just decimated Fanshawe. I do like this judge that comes out on the Killjoy, though, so I'll tell you what, Harry, you may see a multi-kill coming here fairly quickly, as well as some aggression over in B main.
I do like a little bit of judge. Someone a little bit different. Play it like the bunny. That goes for Tasmanian Tiger. Gonna clear through wine right here. Oh, it's empty. A's gonna be a little bit easier, but they will note that turret. They know that the Killjoy is present. And boys, for now, gonna try and keep things calm. That's lovely. Someone else has managed to destroy that. So, boys, thus far, unnoted. This could be what breaks their push, especially if they get hit with the vulnerable on that alarm bot. I think it's actually been taken down. Slippery on the flank has been noted. And taken out themselves. Out comes the showstopper. Here comes the bursty entry from Shed. They are going to be taken out from behind by Boyce. Noted out now. Varv manages to trade, and it's a bloodbath on the point. Big Homies all alone. They catch Eve as they want to join their friends on A site, but still no damage has been taken. They've got a rifle in hand. It's a 1 versus 2, and I think that this is doable.
Solid round so far from Right there. They had the man advantage and they just trade. That's all they had to do. Even though they meant losing the showstopper, even though it meant sort of making it a bit messy, they've got a site, they've got an afterplant, they've got a crossfire for the site as well, and they've got Big Homie really with his back against it now. We need to see an incredible play if he wants to try and retake this site, but even considering it, it's got to be a tall order here. Bear in mind, they don't have much money on Fanshawe.
This is a checkmate kind of economy right here. Varv is going to be hit a little bit by that shock dart. Oh, this crossfire is so deadly. Big Homie wins the first, but I'm afraid we don't have time to win the second. They're going to have to seed this round over and just walk away with a frag and a rifle. It's better than nothing, Big Homie. But unfortunately, all your friends died before you could get into the action. B was basically deserted with the exception of ETH with that Bulldog. They weren't too worried about losing that rifle.
We see Fanshawe now sort of at the stage where if they can't make this round, at least these kind of final 4 rounds of the game, if they can't win at least 1 or 2 of them, they're in a lot of trouble. And Bryant, bear in mind, are currently walking all over them. Fanshawe, with the loss of that round, even though they have that saved Vandal, they just can't afford to force around it. Sheriffs and Marshals come out to support it. Means that for Bryant, we are going to see a very, very, I don't say easy round, but one of which that favours them considerably more than other circumstances they've been in.
Is Prime going to walk the smoke right here? They've managed to get themselves deep into enemy territory. Eve has managed to be absolutely flummoxed. Prime's going to get themselves an upgrade.
What do I talk?
Outcome, yeah.
Yeah, outcome the cabbages. Get that plant. Yeah, the cabbages, I'm sure they're great, but unfortunately they're only to zone at the moment. And for Fanshawe, I don't think they expected this round to go as well as it has either.
Shed's going to have to go big. Usually they do. Other people alive, you would want to have Shed in this scenario. Oh, Semi loses the door, but now C-Boy's been noted. Shed gets that, but takes a little bit of damage. Breaks the window to sow a little bit of uncertainty into the enemies. Where could they be coming from? Boyce knows exactly. They're pre-aiming heaven. The shots are good. So's the defuse. Fanshawe pick up their 3rd now, and they're hoping to tie up this half.
That was a really effective round from Big Homie to get those 2 entries with that Vandal. I mean, even though he fell, it didn't matter. The damage had been done. The rifles were retrieved, so they had that snowball effect. And it means that for Bryant University, these Vandals do come out once again on the reinvestment. The bomb plant has sort of saved them economically in the rounds they've been winning. But more importantly, though, for the first time, I think, all game, Fanshawe actually have that economic advantage.
Been a long time coming, Kremer. What can they do?
It has. I'm hoping to see. I'm hoping this works out for them, but Big Homie, considering this aggression in B once again, last time it didn't really work, but Slippery still spearheading it nonetheless.
Now comes the Tiger. Slippery pre-firing that to make sure that they have to check in those cubbies. They haven't been able to clear them with the utility. And that means a slower advance. Boyce definitely heard that all being picked up, so knows that they are not alone, but do they comprehend the size of the stack? But is now leaving A, floating towards mid once more.
I like the aggression in mid. It worked for Fanshawe before. Why not try it again? Prime on such a nice angle, but I luckily, for numbers, I don't think he understands how close he was to death there. As he just backs off, Shed will join his team. Of course, the kind of hero play for Bryant right now as they get ready to assault this beast site, as they get ready to besiege it. There's going to be that Soveralt ready to go for the info.
Noise is cut. A stealthy take here, potentially. What utility will they invest? Big Homie smells something's up. Out comes the recon bolt. It's going to be destroyed by a singular shot. Great management there from Bryant to make sure they didn't reveal too much. Slippery has to turn away, fully blinded. They're going to be met now by the Hunter's Fury, moving through the edge. Big Homie falls on down, taken out by their other half. They've seen Prime make a move. They're right inside that shock dart, but they're a little bit faster than you'd expect. A concussion onto Shed means everything's just easy for Prime. That Killjoy's ultimate is going to be destroyed, and Semi is all by themselves with the spike on the site.
This is a tall order for him, isn't it? You can see these birds fly out to the site. He's got one of his own to counter it. I mean, he's playing for info right now. He's all playing for timing. So if he wins this, it's doable for him. He's able to cross, at least for now. He lines up the first. There's the second. Suddenly it's doable, Harry.
There's no way. C-Boy just walks straight into the crosshair. Semi looks to the skies. Mwah, cheers, God. That one's on me. What a defense. How did Bryant get away with that in a 1 versus 3?
I mean, we talk about the hero player being Shed, but I think Semi wants to have a crack at it. He thought, hey, that spotlight looks pretty good. Just shine a bit of light on me, Has. That was a incredible round from him there. One of which that we had no business winning. Fanshawe, that last round, winning the force buy, that was their chance to pave their way back into this first half, to give them that chance of recovery in this second map. But no, Riot just instant. Every time they kind of poke their head above the parapet, Riot are there to just slap them back down.
Big Homie investing here. The Owl Drone going to clear through this area. They spot 1, they spot 2. That's going to keep C-Boy here for the meantime. Shed's going to back away. And it looks like they're just floating around here, waiting for pressure to be applied elsewhere before they double down on A. Spike's been dropped. think they're worried about potentially meeting an op here in mid.
It's a wise fear. I mean, Slippery, he's favoured the op in the times he can afford it, but I don't think Bryant understand just how much of a grip they have on the Fanshawe economy. With Slippery just going for a bit of pre-fire, that recon arrow is being destroyed, and luckily he's able to dodge it as well, so they're unable to show their numbers in mid. But Bryant now, unfortunately, they've rolled the dice, they've rolled it wrong. They're walking into the stacks A site here.
All right, cabbage time, boys. Big Homie falls down to their counterpart in Penumbras. Hell is at least vaguely cleared. We're not entirely sure what might lurk within that smoke, but if it was a miraculous timing. Varv's going to meet up with Slippery here. You can't join your team. This has been absolutely blockaded. Fanshawe have it under lock and key, but the spike is a different story. It's planted down and Shed's taken out once more. Prime has come alive, but they're almost out of ammo in their Phantom. They're down to just 14 bullets, Kremer. That might become a problem later on. One of the first times I've seen that. Slippery notes all of these. And thankfully, the ammo won't become a problem. It's a free defuse with 4 rifles remaining for Fanshawe as we move towards one of our last rounds here.
Tell you what, Harry, as we sort of end this half, this has been a very, very kind of a to and fro, actually, from these last two teams. And sure, Bryant had an incredible start, but now we enter this sort of final breaths. I'm really impressed by Fanshawe, actually, to hit their retake. And more importantly, we hit the final round of this half. They do so with 3 ults up. They're 1 away from the ult up on C-Boy. Slippery, considering how he's woken up, 2 kills, it's nothing for him. We may even see just a 5 ult dump to end it. Over on Bryant, it is momentary before Valve gets the Astral Divide. Shed as well, kills come naturally to him, so it could happen, but with only a Spectre, maybe hard-pressed as Bryant looks to just slowly shift up and then just explode to the A site.
It's worth noting that Slippery here had the money to buy an excess op. They're ending this round with 5k in the bank and has opted out of that. Cosmic Divide is going to bisect A site. That's a huge amount of damage done in terms of concussions towards A. And Boyce is already good to try and play the retake here. Gotta remember that there is going to be a Hunter's Fury as well. They aren't going to use it to interrupt the plant. All 5 members of Bryant University are now going to be on the site or nearby. Slippery's going to be taking point contact towards the flank, and Voice now looking to try and deter those who would want to push this area. It's an early reload, but C-Boy can cover. But Flash makes sure that no one can see anything, and Big Homie's taken out at least 1. The lockdown's been destroyed, so we know that Penumbras is at least near. In a 1 versus 2 now, Big Homie needs to become absolutely clutch. Both the shock darts and the recon dart are available. You could just stick this. I don't know if they've heard because of that. Maybe getting the half here. They're going to lose out the door to E for the Bryant Bulldogs. We're now on their titular rifle, or the eponymous rifle, potentially. And Fanshawe are left at an 8-4 scoreline as we move into our second half.
That was a really clean round from Fanshawe there in just holding on to their ults. But Bryant, as mentioned, when you go into a position where you're against the fight, try and shut down the lockdown.
There we go.
You can catch them off guard. Really, really strong stuff. And hey, look at that. We're on camera. Awesome. I was kind of lounging, to be honest, but I guess we committed to it there. But yeah, really, really strong way to...
Actually, you're just really small. You're like 4'8".
Yeah, I'm 4'8". That's true. I can't wait for our side-by-side. I cannot wait till we're in LAN, Harry. It's going to be great because this doesn't represent it at all. But I'm really... how this pistol round goes for Bryant, because if they take it, they make it 9. That could really be serious deciding.
Concealment.
Defensive side here for Bryant. They smell the wind in the water. And C-Boy just going to have a little bit of a foray here. Look up mids, try and gather some info. They've seen Semi, but Semi doesn't want to commit to this. Staying alive more important right now.
Just look to try and get this opening.
Sheriff sounds.
That is a sheriff sound. If could take a moment to go, oh god, but he's scared, but he's still alive. As the rest of Fanshawe slowly going for control, especially in mid here, where they may be able to start flanking this B site.
Shed. Tucked up in wine. They're going to go for a clear there with the shock dart. That's loads of damage. Do they want to go for the second? Bikomu was thinking about it. Opts out. They still have a recon arrow as well. They don't go for the nano swarm either. They're just going to leave Shed bleeding. We're just going to double down. They made sure that they could hear the leaving. Varv there with the right click. They run out of their ammo. Shed. They just kept their nerve. They've been in there for ages. They'll eventually fall down to the shock dart, and Slippery's going to find a head with that. Get down, Mr. President, screams Semi as they end up flopping all over Leaf. Or Eve, rather. In a 1 versus 3, Big Homie did not know Heaven. No one had information on Heaven, seemingly. Turn around this. That's going to be one. That's another! Eve! What a mad boy! Bryant Bulldogs are going to pick this up in a 1 versus 3. Give this guy a raise.
Another man that absolutely another round that shouldn't have gone in favor of Bryant swings into their favor off the back of a hero play from one of their players. I mean, Valve's done it, Shed's done it, and now Eve wants to have a crack at the action too. But Umbrus, it's your turn, mate. When are we going to see something cool from you? Because right now, Bryant are pulling out all the stocks to try and win this game in a fairly quick and easy fashion. 4 away from victory, 5 separate them from their opponents, and as we see the force buy from Fanshawe, they're going to desperately hope that at least some of these Spectres give them some damage, give them a kill, maybe even give them a sight.
Standing ahead.
Our player sheet notes for ETH is a Jet 1 trick, as proclaimed by their team. I don't know if I quite buy that one. It might be being fed some misinformation from a team there, Kremer. C-Boy on the engagement. Is that just for Judge firing in the Ares as well? The God of War is claimed too. There's a turret kill. Timmy coming up again.
Timmy's really putting in the overtime at the moment, isn't he? Boys gets the next say in the matter. But Umbrus hasn't actually reloaded that Ares.
That's a beautiful shot, Dark Kremer. The Ares unable to penetrate through. 3 versus 1. Shed is moving in directly. They didn't even get to use that last blast pack.
Yeah, it was a shotgun kill. It didn't even matter. He didn't need that Odin. It just doesn't need it. It just shrugs it off. I mean, fair enough. He's being very green-fingered of him to not reload when you've got 12 bullets left. Perfectly good bullets that could have been used. But for Bryant, 10-4 against the Eco of Fanshawe here. This is, dare I say it, Harry, start of the end, because we don't have any ults really on the horizon, bar Eve, bar Big Homie, who both might be able to pull them out either with the assistance of an ult orb or at the start of next round, but they're not going to dictate it. I doubt Big Homie will drop his ult this round unless they're already in an afterplant, and for Bright University, I mean, there's no point considering you're against an eco.
Crucially, that last round from Fanshawe, it was a force. Their economy is in ruins for this round. Mostly Rashiko, sheriffs all round. And for now, Bryant know that they can just sit back, wait for the gunfights to come to them, because they have a distinct armament advantage. Oh, Semi! They meet one. Big Homie's going to be able to pick that one up. They are going to loot the Judge, but it might not be ideal here. And just as they're running, Shed intercepts. Interdiction being run. Prime's able to trade out at least here, but Shed unperturbed as they sit in this area. It's a clean headshot with the Spectre. And oh my goodness, despite all of these corpses, Prime can't even get out with a weapon. It's only the Ghost in hand and the Spike in the other. Just a mad run for B here. Get yourself some plant money, son.
A bug plant helps, right?
Oh, no.
I mean, everyone loves the cash. That's so sad, isn't it? It's like it couldn't get any worse for him. He's now got to just aggress into mid. I think Shed's expecting him as well. Harry, this is just soul crushing, isn't it? Oh, Shed, just give him a chance, man. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting.
Buildings don't
it?
have feelings, Kremer.
Yeah.
And buildings don't have mercy.
Oh, this is. He never forgets. He never forgives. More importantly, he's going to make sure that that nail that you forgot to hammer in a couple of years ago is going to hit you right in the foot. Hope you've got your
little victory hop from the team there for Bryant University. They are feeling themselves. 1 round away from forcing the overtime. This Ares has been in play for so many rounds now. It's basically a family heirloom. And of course, it is going to be set up on the nasty little site. We have seen plenty of these wallbang kills in your ranked games, I can assure you. No one's going to be pinged, so Penumbra isn't going to waste any of that ammo. Recon Bolt is going to ping ETH. And we return to the default.
Yeah, it's slow, steady, all quiet on this front for now. When as Boyce starts shifting in, he's got to be wary of that op, which will be in the hands of Valve here. And while he tries to go for first blood, Boyce, wonderful opening.
And that's why we don't put the op on the Astra. No matter how good the aim is, you don't have the escape if you manage to grab the frag or not. And Valve was punished for their audacious positioning. Good double pick there as well from Fanshawe to align themselves as if they might meet an op on that, despite no conditioning that would indicate that prior. That's a nice flash, and Slippery... Oh no, now Slippery has the op. It's a little bit more ideal to put it on the Jet.
He's hunting for it, isn't he? I mean, Bryant, this is their chance to... Winning this round would be like winning the game because there is such a heavy investment from Fanshawe. But in the process, you're already a man down. You've got no information to work with. This duel in mid from Shed, I mean, of course he wins it, right? There goes that man down. He's low on HP, but I think he'll survive nonetheless.
I think they got dinked by the Phantom across the way, but was far enough away that they're going to be left with 10 HP. There's going to be the healing coming through from Sky, get them back up to maybe 100. It's going to be good from Prime. The numbers are going to retake now with this Ares. Semi sent out a good flash right there. It's exchanged by Seaboy, but the turn away is strong. Phantom now in hand, and it's a gun upgrade. And Bryant, they smell the blood in the water. The Sharks are beginning to move on through. Slippery has the operator, but it's not ideal for the close-range brawls. They won't fire on the dog. They don't reveal their location. They might line up two, but no, it's only one. Shed has been taken out after taking so many kills, and Semi takes the swing on Slippery. Thanks for the op, mate. I'll take that. Penumbras is going to opt in now. Nice little bit of weapon cycling here to make sure everyone gets an upgrade. No more of those shenanigans with the Ares. And Bryant, they're on match point and map point.
Tell you what, Bryant, they're so invested in winning this game. They leave the heirloom on the dirt like it's nothing. Like it hasn't sat in that family for at least 4 generations. But as we leave
it's in a trophy case now.
Yeah, it's going to go for some
5 kills
collector.
with this Ares.
Yeah, he didn't even see any of them. It was through a wall. He just listened to the screams and the kind of dink that comes in the kill feed. Shed, he's ready for a showstopper, and I mean, his whole performance this game has been a showstopper. We'll see if he can actually warrant a kill with it, but for now, that flash is going to give Riot a bit of info as to the position of Fanshawe, as all of them look to stack up and just get ready to hit this A site, or B site.
Brutal. That's a couple of friendly tags there. Seaboy fried a little bit. And then their fringe singed a touch. Big homie. Oh my goodness. Slippery is aiming today. Penumbrous. A shock dart kill. Takes out the more dangerous member. Slippery's already picked up 2, so they needs to get gone rather fast. Ethia playing Nazi. That being Nats with an SY. Playing at the back. Shed could be intercepted on their enter here. And they are. Big homie. Finds that one. Penumbrous. All alone. And Fanshawe stay alive for now.
You know what's weird to think, Harry? Which is Shed having the kind of god performance he's having, hasn't got a single kill with his showstopper. And he's used it like 3 times. He just dies with it. It's weird to think, isn't it? Just his gunplay's that good. He doesn't even need a rocket launcher.
Rocket launcher
Remembers
is
the
access
Fanshawe,
to
though.
Requirements.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like, yeah, it's an optional extra. Of course, we do have that Killjoy ult up over on voice for Fanshawe, but bearing in mind that round, because they lost so quickly, they've got a heavy ultimate economy to be used. If not here, then most certainly in this next round.
Very interesting play right there. The gravity well up top where the one-way usually is.
The anti-AWPer, that is.
The anti-AWPer. Slippery. Didn't even have the op in hand. Just ready to go with the Vandal. It's good so far. Just a fake. Oh, this might well be a fake. The first one we've seen, I believe, from the side of Fanshawe. We're actually moving up through mid at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice angle.
Going the way of B. Prime is isolated right now with a spike in hand. If they fall down, this spike could be camped very effectively, but no. All in onto A. Semi falls down to Seaboy, but Shed is still alive, and Shed frags as they want to do. It's only a Sheriff in hand, but in the hands of Shed, it might as well be an LMG. Prime gets the plant. Fanshawe, still very winnable for them. They're up against a pretty low buy, pretty low health. A retake could happen off the back of this Killjoy ultimate, but Penumbrous doesn't particularly want to do this with the Marshal. Prime has already moved on through. They need to be taken down by Penumbrous, but the lockdown's been destroyed. It's Big Homie on the flank, delivering the big frags.
We finally see Fanshawe string together some rounds, but it feels like it's too little too late, Harry. I mean, to win what would be 8 rounds in a row, I just don't see it happening. I genuinely don't. They've already got 2 of them, sure, but another 6, like, bearing in mind that they have lost these last couple of rounds fairly convincingly, but they only have to get lucky once, you know? And with another rifle buy, they've still got ults to use, and for Fanshawe, they've only got the Gamer Squids to try and stop them. I mean, the kind of Astral Divide, the Hunter's Fury, they're a pipe dream at this point. They're still a good 1-2 rounds away. Fanshawe, I think they're going to be painfully aware of this as they slowly shift into mid.
You know who does believe in the 6 rounds in a row, Kremer?
It's not me, Harry, so I assume it's you.
It's Collegiate Bear. I'm apathetic.
That would be.
Semi,
Right,
you might be
I
caught with
apologise.
utility in hand. They're caught running. Prime takes them on down. And Bryant once again are on the back foot. 5 versus 4. The Nova Pulse on the right-hand side. Penumbris is going to be good to meet them. Takes out Prime. Now they have to go up against Boyce. Can they win the second duel? Here is the question. There's going to be reinforcements moving on through. Varv appeared out of nowhere, but Big Homie just going for the Church Pews Guns meme. Shed finds Slippery. The timing is just perfect. And now, all by themselves, for one hope is Boyce in a 1 versus 1 with a guaranteed plant on B site. It all comes down to this, Kremer.
I mean, Shed's a scary player to come up against, isn't he? Both players shift into
blast
one
packs.
another. He expects it.
Oh, just caught spamming Boyce on the timing. Great read. They're alive yet. Collegiate Bear was right to believe.
Collegiate Bears believe. Are you still believing, Harry, or are you still very much the pessimist?
You know what? I'm here for the journey. I won't stop believing.
Yeah. You won't stop believing. Believing in what, though? A bright victory, or where's your faith?
I believe in Collegiate Valorant.
You believe in collegiate? I respect that. I would love to see
anything
that.
further, and you'll have to talk to my lawyers. I'm going to plead the fifth on the rest of my belief.
Steve Boy, ready to lead discharge, and I mean, hey, they're not taking any prisoners. Fanshawe being very fast with this attacked away here, dropping the user where they can, fully blinding these first members. The counter flash, unfortunately, is a bit too shallow. Slippery gets the opening anyway.
I've had a Bucky in the smoke. Slippery, they found their aim right here. That was a very aggressive dash. Gets them into cover to have a reload. They're taking that peek while reloading. A little bit audacious from Slippery, I must say. But this should be a fairly safe plant right now. Semi's lined up a couple of shots. Now they're going to have to go up against Big Homie. The shock dart has been noted. They're down to 24 HP, and the shock dart will deliver. That'll be a pistola upgrade for Big Homie. And Fanshawe awake at the end of this. Even Shed's taken on down. Big Homie going to be able to walk away with that upgrade. Fanshawe with the flawless. Bryant are going to have another buy here and a couple of ultimates to play with. But hey, Fanshawe have found themselves some momentum. They found themselves some mojo. And Big Homie currently sitting on 22. They've almost caught up to Shed on frags.
Yeah, I mean, Big Homie maybe showing Shed, actually. This ain't just your Shed. This is my garden. As we have another ult that will come up on Shed. And Fanshawe, they're kind of dropping their ults as they come. Riot, they're really starting to stack them up. So we should see around where they just drop them fairly soon. Otherwise, we're just going to hit the next cycle of Fanshawe's and we'll kind of nullify holding on to them. The Big Homie, he's going to lose his drone instantly, though. He's going to bring out that Hunter's Fury to get a kill off the back of it. He's hoping for, he's angling for it, unfortunately. Oh, no, he does! Shed falls! And with it goes the hope of having another crack at the showstopper.
That's the biggest first frag that you could ask for. Getting rid of Shed. Neuters. The Bryant University fragging line. Seaboy going for a second scout right here. Not too much has been revealed by either the Owl Drone or the Tasmanian Tiger, so whenever everyone's playing pretty reserved positions, potentially a jump spot here on the fountain.
It's just slowly shifting out. It's a really nice recon dart. Hasn't instantly destroyed. He won't see anyone off the back of it either. So he is just having to hope for info, if anything, here. And for Bryant, I mean, once they lose this position in mid, once he's seen he's lost it, it all puts so much pressure onto the Astra.
Noted the Killjoy. I might keep the sky close right now, but Slippery is making inroads. We have to deal with this gauntlet of Killjoy utility, though. Both the alarm bot and the turret set up, so Slippery, sensing that, is going to give it away. Instead, a rotation over to B, splitting through mid and market as well. Big Homie's fallen low, and Varv is playing within the smoke right now, hoping the obfuscating properties will keep him alive for a second or two longer. The pop flash is instantly destroyed. The Hawk just eats up bullets, and Varv is keen to provide even more. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of pain right now for both of our teams. Interrupts the plant. This could grab 2. Penumbras could absolutely rack through. Prime's fallen on down. Now it's 3 versus 3, but they still haven't noted. Big Homie at the back right here, caught with the weapon reloading. Big Homie just playing it stealthily at the back. Penumbras in a 1 versus 3. I think Fanshawe have got themselves yet another go of it. That's going to be the pop. Slippery falls down, but Big Homie on the swing. Oh my goodness, Kramer. Collegiate Bear was onto something.
I think Bryant needs to start worrying a bit. These have been some fairly dire rounds. There's the mass ult commitment.
Streak.
Yeah, from either side. It could be happening. It genuinely could be happening here. Bryant, they're down to pistols. They do have that ult on Shed. They do have that ult on Vav. But Vav, he's had that Astral Divide for a good kind of 5-6 rounds now. And he's still not used it.
That's a legacy divide.
Yeah, maybe that's the true heirloom in this game. It's like use when you absolutely need it, son. And never before. As we see Fanshawe. There it is. There's the commitment shed. He sees the first member. Doesn't even get the kill with it. How?
Slippery grabs 2.
How
It's
sad.
traded by Val. Now, question is, do Fanshawe double down on this? They don't want to give away that weapon. They know that Bryant here, they are in economic woes. Eve goes up close and C-Boy takes him on down. That's 2 now for C-Boy. And Vav is going to be left. Well, it's a dinner for 2. It's me and the Legacy Astral Divide.
I mean, what could he really hope to do with this Sheriff? I assume pushing to save the weapon would be a nice shout. I mean, killing Big Homie as well would definitely help their confidence as well. But the reality is, you're left with...
Oh, what a snap.
No, Harry. Oh, no.
It's a bit of a whiff and a bit of a snap. I'm gonna go thumbs up for Big Homie, you know? I'm a positive guy.
50% failure, 50% success there. You're glass half full, half empty
100%
sort of guy.
collegiate Valorant.
Absolutely. We've got the full investment from either side. Still no open play from Fanshawe, which is quite interesting, but it doesn't matter. They seem to be making the rifles work. Why change what isn't broken? As Bryant now 2 attempts to try and close this out in regulation. Otherwise, they're being flung to overtime and having allowed Fanshawe to win the last 6 in a row. Something tells me if it does go to overtime, they may very well lose it.
Carolina's identified the door. Looking into market. Looking into A is for Tasmanian Tiger. For now, it's a calm default. Look at that gauntlet of utility on B. Jesus Christ.
Slow attack. No one wanting to overextend, and I like that. We've got Bryant now just going so passive. No one peeking. No one extending to mid. It's just jump spotting info from Vav. Boyce realizing this is just going to abuse the position he has, as the whole of Fanshawe just hard clear mid here and stack up, getting ready for their own A split.
I love how the Astra is for floater in mid at the moment, or rather a CT. It means that they can pop off the back of the information of everyone else when it comes to this utility, but doesn't have to be physically committed to it. Looks like it's going to be a float towards A. Slippery gets the opening frag. Things are starting to get a little bit dicey right here for Bryant. 11 HP remains. They've noted Vav, but someone else is probably going to have to take that initial engagement. It's a double cloudburst right now to at least obfuscate the movement of Big Homie. Slippery's going to play from the back. Shed's already down. There are ultimates to try and play with if Bryant want to try and close it out in this 5 versus 3. They've got people so low and they've invested the lockdown now. They believe that this is the time, but Slippery says no, and Boyce is going to double on down. Only ETH remains. The lockdown's been destroyed. They're hit from multiple angles. It's a flawless from Fanshawe. And that might be economically ruinous in what could be the battle for overtime. Could this be?
Harry,
potentially?
what is happening?
I am losing my mind.
What is happening right now? Fanshawe, everything they try has just worked out for them. Bryant, with absolutely nothing left in the bank, it's like a museum buy. They're pulling out relics. We've got Bulldogs, we've got Spectres. There are a few Vandals here with kind of working ammunition, but with only that heirloom ult on Vav, which still hasn't been used. We've got Fanshawe now with their knives, with their own lockdown, and more importantly, there's no other ult in sight for this round. It's going to be down to the sole 3 abilities, their commitment, and the gunplay of these last 10 players, deciding if this is where the buck stops for Fanshawe, or if we're going to overtime.
Collegiate Bear looking smug in that cart. She told you so. She believed. She knew. For now, no one from Bryant wants to overextend despite their weaponry disadvantage. If Fanshawe end their run here with the weapon advantage when they've come so far, it would be absolutely heartbreaking. Semi gonna take the original right here, takes so much damage. And Slippery comes out mostly unscathed as we attack a Killjoy. This could actually catch the Astra if they're not too careful. It will. They've actually caught the Astra. They're going to need to be peeled for right here. Luckily, there's going to be plenty of presence. Managing to stay alive in hell is Shed. With the Bulldog in hand, they could look for an upgrade here. But it was all a fake. The Spike's moving over towards B. It's a mid-split as well. That's going to be a shock dart kill. You've got to be kidding me, Kremer. That's going to be plenty of utility locking off that area. You can't move on through here, but you can move on through the T side. Eve needs to make something work. The spray control is good, but they're running out of health. Penumbrous is around the back. 2 versus 2, and still the Blade Storm is in play for Slippery. Shed is alive. Penumbrous 2. It's been a bunch of very quiet rounds for Shed. They need to return to the forefront of collegiate Valorant right here. And right now, the wall bangs are strong. The recon is too. Penumbrous still has all their health. It could be a nasty little double peek right here. A blast pack available for Shed. Penumbrous is down. The double peeks could be good. Out come the Jellyfish. There's no point in saving it now. Fanshawe could take us to overtime at the conclusion of this round. A tap on the spike to keep things honest. It could be a double from Shed. And it is! What a transfer from Shed! And with the nick of time, Bryant, they made us sweat for it, but they get the 2-0.
Oh, they like doing it pretty, don't they? It came down to the final moment, and what a player to deliver. Shed, an incredible series from him there, dropping 28 kills in the first map, and then single-handedly bringing his team to a victory in the second, dropping 28 in both maps, and then 1v3ing to win the game. What's in the name of gods was that from Shed? A star-studded performance from him there, and a victory for the Bulldogs.
That's one heck of a clutch, especially considering that I think Shed actually went about 7 rounds without getting a kill. Like, At the end of about their half, they posted up at about 20. They won 4 at the beginning of their defensive half. I got Shed to about 25. And then Shed disappeared from the map.
Nothing.
They had to take their union-mandated break. And then they returned in what was going to be the do or die round and get the 1 versus 3 clutch. You can't make this stuff up. Our script writers are working overtime.
You're absolutely right. I've got incredible stuff from the script writers there. However, that is all from me and Harry. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I believe we have another game on for you guys. I can't tell you who's casting it though. However, I'm fairly certain that isn't all for the action today. Trust me, these next couple of games you do not want to miss. They're going to be just as exciting as this one. So we'll be back momentarily. Hope you guys all have a wonderful evening. See you then. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to NECC Valorant Week 4 for, well, I guess game number 2. I am Cairo, one of your casters for the evening, and I'm joined by, well, he's a bit out of this space. It is Orbital. How's it going, man?
It's going good. I'm always worried a little bit about the fact that, I sometimes have satellite issues, but it should be good. They're lined up. We haven't prepped. We got it set in the space station. I am excited for some Valorant action.
Yeah, man, I'm super excited, and well, this is where we get really interesting here, Orbital. Last week we were in the kind of second division. We're seeing how that was kind of getting on, but today we are in the Clash of the Titans, Clash of the Champions. Both teams 3-0 records. So let me introduce them for you. It is Northwood versus Ottawa, and we were just getting a little bit of chat in that pre-talk, or the kind of pre-prod call. Give us a little bit of information about these two teams.
Yeah, it's very interesting how they've won so far. Both teams actually have been struggling a little bit at the latter stages. They have won their series, but both teams have actually won in 2-1 fashion, meaning it's a little bit slower on the end. So that to me is very, very interesting, especially with the fact that maybe that does take you into effect that they actually left both Fractured and Icebox open in their map pools to be able to be selected from. It does feel like because they know that they're strong enough, they are going to start testing out some of these new maps and make sure that they can throw their opponents off even more.
Yeah, without a doubt, and especially when you come up against, well, as I've already said, two teams that have been, well, winning out their games. Just kind of noted the fact that they have been a bit slower in winning them out, but nonetheless, they're still the better half of the kind of pack just now. And so one thing I want to point out, their coach is called Cairo. We've got two Cairos in this game right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change up, and again, the meta for Fracture is still highly evolving. It's so difficult to kind of get a good handle on how you want to play it. So testing out different compositions is the right way to go, and testing out some of these kind of oddball situations. Whereas on the attacker side, I do believe it is going to be Northwood on the attacking side first. So they're chancing it out a little bit, and I actually do like what they have. So what they have with that Omen, and I think the Omen is actually going to be the big spotlight character. Fracture is a map that utilizes two different levels as well. How you want to move your team around. Omen is one of the very few characters, obviously, that has a teleport. So you're taking a look at it, you're saying, hey, how is it going to work? How can we get from point A to point B at a reasonable time? Best way to do that is literally just teleport your Omen. So I think at least what they're going for is the fact that Grob on this Omen should be the one to carry this spike pretty much 8 to 9 times out of 10, and praying that he is able to get the spike down in maybe some of these more uncertain situations.
Without a doubt, and I mean, well, this is it. I mean, the Omen will be taking a bit longer to get through, taking their times to kind of initiate into all the sites, etc., do full committal, and this is going to really play into this slower playstyle that we've been seeing from teams, Orbital. I mean, you know better yourself, because you're like the biggest brain that I've met in Valorant so far, but I mean, the fact that this slower playstyle is actually coming out, I mean, with that being said, and the fact that they need to kind of test out these sites the way Fracture's built up, we should be probably expecting a slower playstyle. Would you agree?
Yes and no. They're at least in the early stages, I love seeing teams test each other a lot, and with these two levels, it's going to be so important as we see Elicitations go ahead, take one, but the rest of the team rob it right back, and just like that, we see Northwood rob the enemy team of 3 members. It's now down to a 3v2.
It's down to a 3v2, and well, that extra man has been gained by the attackers. That is time, and look at this, they're going straight for this, but it's Blade winning it out on the Overwatch position. It's 3, and 1's just denied the planet. It's Grob, it's the Omen, and now the bullets are trading back and forth. It's down just Blade with a 4K. My God, he is, well, some sort of Slayer anyway, if we want to call from the Marvel cinematic universe. My God, what a performance.
You know what? It's a pistol round only. A lot of people say, hey, pistols don't matter too much. I think pistols matter, especially when you take 4 home. Blade is quite literally only 2 charges away from getting the ultimate. The faster you get the Blade Storm up and going, the better time you will always have. So very well done to have that. Gonna save up and actually probably look for a full op later. And that's going to put them in such a strong advantage. So, of course, this next round should go in their favor as well here. As again, yeah, Housie is going to go ahead and take one.
Yeah, well, obviously taking out the Siege. No more healing for this round. And, well, that's going to hinder them even more as Grob gets taken out. He can't be brought back from the dead. Or the depths as well. Right now, they're... What this round? Bullets from Marshalls. Bullets from... SMGs, but nobody has been picked up. It's just that kind of initial engagement stage. And let's dip to take the next kill. That could be huge as you hear the oohs and the ahs coming from my killer caster. And just like that, it's just went down to one player left. It's down to the Rays, who has the spike, who went for the rotate. APL actually went into that a little bit, as we can see straight away. The first line, the first engagement has happened. Will Tyler be able to win it out? It doesn't look likely. Look at that. APL winning the second round for his team.
Oh, Northwood looking stronger and stronger here. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And of course, yes, it is a round that they were expected to win. However, they won it with 4, and I always say that is going to be the most important factor here. You need to be able to win with the majority of your players, because that builds into this bonus round, right? It gives you a better chance of knocking down a couple of the attacking sides at this point, because they're going to come out with a full line, right? We're going to see a majority of those rifles come out. Yep, full inventories on both sides. Dip, of course, taking a dip into the lighter armor set. But the more weapons you have, obviously, the better chance you have of taking it in a 3-0 instead of the usual 2-1 that we see on pretty much every single map.
So I'm going to ask you a question here, Orbital. Like, we look towards the kind of the Ottawa side, right? And they went for more a double initiators kind of combo. And when we look towards Northwood side, they went for double duelist. And right now, obviously, it's kind of the first early stages. Pistol rounds can kind of go like almost here, there, and anywhere. But reading into that, what do you think's probably better, the double duelist or the double initiator? Even though we have seen the double initiator win out already.
It depends on how you're wanting to chance it, and so far, it's looking like Northwood may have found their entry, and if they can keep all 5 alive, they're going to be so happy. Dip going ahead, following through as well. That puts it into a 2v5. The University of Ottawa, of course, getting one back. All right, Blade saying hello. Maybe after this round, I'll be able to go into a bit more analytics.
Well, I certainly hope so, because I love hearing your stuff. But looks as if Northwood have completely locked down this site, looking to delay, looking to confirm. And, well, if we look towards Ottawa's side here, Orbital, then looks as if they're just happy with what they've got. They've picked up a rifle, probably saved some eco looking into that next round. Oh no, Housie has lost that rifle. We're going to pick it up now and probably retreat now. Blade just not wanting to peek, but actually getting aggressive here. Maybe trying to catch one as they rotate out, but hopefully doesn't get caught out by this bomb. Dashes out. There we go, the confirmation of the round. Oh no!
Oh, yes, that is still the win no matter what. But it was a lot closer than they probably would have liked. Ottawa can have followed up, but going back to your point, right? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about duelists versus initiators. Initiators are great if you're willing to follow up on the initiation. Double duelist, though, I actually do like it in these scenarios. So notice, in this map specifically, there's wide open areas. It's not so much the fact that, hey, it's a large map. It's a large map with massive pockets, so technically the actual ground that you cover is about the same as any other, I want to say, medium-sized map. The difference is it's all corridors, so if you're willing to take those split fights, the duelists are always going to come out in a little bit better position. But if you're going to group, of course, and walk together, those initiators will provide you so much more firepower.
Just watching that speed transfer come through, but no, it doesn't actually. But Bio picking up APL, the attackers coming through, absolutely dominant so far. Dip can take full control of A, but Blade, oh no, do they know? Do they know the Reina's position up high? Can really catch players off guard. Looks as if Blade, the Jet and the Breach really working together in unison. It was the same duel last round, but will the duel win it out this round as well? They're on a bit equal score this time, but no, it's Dip to win that out. Housie goes down. The Jet left once again with it all to do. 3 players to find, and already all the guns are trained, but no, one less now. Make that 2 less. He's only got 1 left to go. Remember, this man got a 4K on the first round. Brings it to unquestionable, but the shotgun blast comes out from the Blade Storm, and Blade proving why he is on the duelist, proving why he is got the prowess and the duelist form.
Clutch.
Well, alrighty then. Blade, you convinced us. As long as you're alive, the game's never over. And as long as you're alive, you're gonna do some freaking damage. I was a little bit hesitant about using that Blade Storm, right? You don't usually pop it out at, only 2 members left alive. Sometimes it's just not worth it. But it definitely seemed Blade knew. Blade knew, hey, I need that shotgun ability, kind of that all-in-one impact. You weren't going to get that off of just a rifle. So very well taken, very well played, and the gamble paid off. 3-1 to University of Ottawa, currently in Northwood University. The most important thing is they are getting so many sets. All 4 rounds so far have been planned, so they just need to shore up their retakes, defenses, and they should have a better time. Never mind. They just proved me wrong. All right, Ottawa, I hear you.
My God, will the damn doesn't stop, and already for Bloza, he's not stopping, and the carnage ensues. Oh, up to a killjoy, Jeremy left. My God, man, I've nearly ripped my throat apart already. What is happening right now? The Spectre with long-range gunfights winning that out, and the Omen is going for the plant on towards A. Jeremy, he has picked up a Phantom, so the long-range fights may become that bit easier. Fubsa is on low HP. Grobben maybe a little further back. But oh no! The breach doesn't even know! Jeremy can continue on his site. Time is getting lower though. So the turret actually get the Omen. No, Jeremy might not have seen it because of the paranoia. Pushing up the stairs, he knows exactly where the Omen is now. But it's Grob to win it out anyway. And there goes the spike. He will die.
Yep.
Great round there from the attackers to actually rescue that from the clutches of Ottawa.
Honestly, it's not as great as they could like, right? Losing Grob at the very end was actually pretty detrimental. So I would say it's a very small consolation win. The reason being is they actually won that round, and you feel like they should have a bit more economy in their pocket, but they just don't, right? So University of Ottawa, they made the best out of a bad situation. It was a great attempt from Jeremy. Yes, you lose a round, but you're still up, 1 round, so you have a little bit more room to play with. We get a little bit of an awkward bye here, so they're just looking to do some damage once again. Maybe if Blade can pull something crazy out, they will take it and move to 4-2.
I think that last round. No, I was thinking that I was reading there the scoreline earlier. It was 8-0. Tyler though does take down Housey, so there goes the initiation on that front. There goes Jeremy as well. Plenty of gunfights being taken here, but it's all in favour of Northwood. They do have the rifle advantage, and well, they're making sure to persist. But the Spectre coming through.
Oh!
Able to pick up 2. That's huge. But so his bio. One thing we need to point out though is, well, actually being able to win out the round, yeah, that's big, but you've just lost 2 rifles off a simple walk into sight and spray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is, honestly, it's going to be a game of inches, and the only time that I've ever seen economy kind of crash this hard on both sides is in these situations where you don't know the map and you let people sneak up on you pretty heavily. So far, in the last 2 rounds, we've seen awkward situations where players just were caught unawares, and it's something that you do have to kind of acclimate yourself when you play on this map, right? You have to realize the players can still rotate at a very varied pace, and not so much that, hey, they're still coming at us. They can come from behind, they can circle around, they can do all these things, so be aware it is a 360 degrees map instead of just maybe 180.
Yeah, that's it, and well, already we are seeing the second Raise gonna have to waste it there due to the fact no one is actually on site, but all the setup is. That's a huge nano storm. Again, here we go. Defender Killjoy is initiated, as you heard from the voice line, but it's Bio initiating the gunfight. Selectations has been taken out in the breach with a bit of a utility of his own, but it's the defenders to win it out, and they're actually going to go straight into the site. Nobody detained, but all the bodies are detained. They're detained in coffins. Can deny, does deny the jet. Dismisses into sight, takes out the Killjoy.
No.
His bike, no! This is just absolute action here, Orbital.
Yeah, it's fast-paced, it's crazy, and I'm loving it. Northwood pulled off the right moves. They're able to enter that A site very, very quickly. But again, A solid, and I wanna amplify that. Jeremy's lockdown was key there. right? That lockdown, it looked like it didn't cover the entire site, which sometimes you don't want it to. You want A to leave a very light sliver, and instead of them running all the way out, they're backed into that corner. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. So well done to be able to pull that one off. Of course, we saw Dip almost win it back. Could have taken one or two more shots, but it was still a valiant attempt. Both sides playing it just about as well as they could have.
Well, looks like Dip's just playing this game as well as he can, and Bio continuing to help out on that front. What is this? Both teams are just fragging out. Jeremy is taking out Bio though, as he was bunny hopping up that ramp in towards the area. But, well, the spike has been confirmed. The sound call coming through, and the defenders now pushing through, jumping through that door though. Quick reactions from Jeremy. APL has duo for the round. Fubsa is the other player. Remember, Gob on Omen, but Fubsa with a great kill onto Jeremy is huge. And then we go, plenty of flashes to deny APL's vision, but it's APL who's going to get taken unawares. Grob from behind with the Spectre. They'll pick up all the rifles in hand here. Well, I don't know, this is like a ping pong game or something. Like, both teams are just at each other's throats.
It's a situation that you don't run into very often, but I like to effectively call it the we don't know what we're doing mode. Both these teams don't really have a good handle on the macro game yet, and I don't blame them. This is something that I don't blame them at all, right? Fracture is still very new. It's hard to figure out how you want to position your team. And at the end of the day, in those situations, that just exemplifies the fact that you have to be faster on the trigger finger. You have to be faster on taking those shots. And at that point, it comes down to raw micro skill. It turns into that FPS shooter game that we know and love. And that's what we're seeing here.
And I mean, a lot of the action that we have been seeing is being, I wonder if that's because Northwood have just found more comfortability on that site and maybe manipulating Ottawa. But the thing is though, I mean, both teams are having success at 4 apiece. Well, we'll need to wait for where the first gunfight is going to be taken. It looks like, look at this, the rotate coming through. The call from the IGL is to actually go towards the A site and get the plant down. No, sorry, actually, it was actually the A site where most of the action is happening. I'm talking nonsense. But Bayou got some action of his own, taken out by Blade, and Dip to take out APL. A couple of trades coming back and forth. Nothing to get excited, but now we'll need to see what happens when we get towards the site as the raise does come in to consolidate the foundation on site that is Grob, that Omen who can teleport between sites, etc. As you were saying before, but it's Tyler, sorry, but maybe it's Grob! Double at the end! The action is non-stop, but the IGL call was absolutely spot on and probably the round-winning moment for me.
Ah, this is so good. I love it. It is so close. Every round is living on literally just one person. It feels like, right? I think we only had one round that had 4 members alive. That was all the way back around 2. That was one of the expected rounds to have it happen. Even that third round afterwards, so only left 2 alive. Like, these guys are fighting tooth and nail, and I really, really like to see it. And we're seeing the stars shine through, right? Blade, Jeremy, both stepping up on the other side, right? Just everyone kicking off for Northwood, and with their first lead, it's going to feel good. It's going to give them a boost of confidence, and you saw it right there by Bio.
Yeah, without a doubt, and yes, well, the bleed gets even better, but Jeremy trying to consolidate that. No consolidation allowed in this matchup. Oh no, the dog comes out, but actually denied by the wall and picked up unawares. Bio is aware though, picking up APL. And one thing I wanted to point out, or I wanted to have a little chat, and now we will be able to actually do that. A-side, I mean, it seems as if Ottawa are actually like really leaving that wide open. We saw the kind of IGL call to rotate from B to A. Do you think maybe Ottawa need to refocus and kind of focus up on maybe which site is being played about or like kind of manipulated the most, or do you think maybe it's like they're getting kind of into that FPS mentality?
I think it's a hard guess. You're gambling, right? 50-50 chance on where they're going to go, and you don't want to split your forces. So they're taking the opportunity to say, okay, well, we had to take the 50-50. We'll take our chances with the retake. And remember, when you're doing retakes, sometimes it's just better to do it with all 5, and that's what's happening right here. You took the 50-50, you miss, but you get another chance. Take the retake. You're splitting 4-1. Let's see what they can do. That's going to be a trade 1-for-1. How's he going ahead, taking one with the share? But Ferbsta follows right back, and Ferbsta takes 2. Can he get 3? Can he get it? Yes, he does. 3K to the dome. 1 left alive, as that is going to be the Sky, hoping to find a single pick around the corner to go, and you can't find it, so Ottawa go ahead and fall in that round. 7-4 Northwood University so far.
In the half.
My God, 1 round and a half, as you did hear our announcer call, and that will be, well, as equal as it can be. No, it will be. I was just wondering there. I did see a Spectre on Tyler. Is he going to pick up the Phantom? Is he going to pick up a rifle? Because surely on the last round and a half, you want to have as much rifle capability. I'm questioning this right now. I'm waiting to see if he will actually pick it up here, Orbital, but it doesn't look likely.
I am worried as well, because this is it's chancing it, right? This is the last round. It's you got to go all out anyway, so no matter what, whether you get a rifle or not, you're just playing for that end. But it's still gonna hurt, right? And to be put in that situation at this point, be chancy on that opening invade, but Zip is gonna find it. No chance on the retake invade here, and I love that word invade because it is. It's just a battle for that site. That's gonna be Northwood. Go ahead and mow them all down. 3 left alive, 1 left on the side of University of Ottawa, and that's gonna be the revive coming through. Keep it through just cause you can. I only got 1 more, but Bio makes it a 3K.
That is absolutely beautiful mechanics here on the gun playing well. Something else we need to say was there was so many ultimates online for both teams to use, and well, we'd actually only seen 1 at the end. Well, technically 2, because we did see the Sage ultimate at the very last end, just to kind of confirm the round with the Breach ult as well. It's kind of questionable that both teams didn't really use that, maybe forgetting the fact that they do have massive, well, round-winning abilities in that, but hey-ho, we move on to a new half. Pistol rounds, we start all over again, but we switch up the sides.
Yeah, and this is going to be the true test, right, for Northwood. They came very, very well in that attacking side, and again, it's because they were able to win the coin flips. They were able to manage to get onto site very well. Now the question is, how is their defense going to work, right? University of Ottawa, we saw at about round 4 or 5, they just completely abandoned the split defense that currently Northwood are running. So how is this going to work for them? Are they going to fare better than University of Ottawa, or are they also going to kind of have to take that default, take that, put 5 in one site and go to the other?
We will need to see. He's already there in towards the site. Fubsa, the Breach actually winning that out. How has he won that? He's got a double as well. But now we're down to a 3 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 2 now as Jeremy is helping out. Bio shuts him down and now we're down to a 1 versus 1. This is where all the mental games win. The Spike is down on the A site below. Well, oh no, now the Omen knows, now Grob knows, he'll just pick it up, an easy kill just like that, with the Spike down the ground. Breach doing the earlier work when we saw the entry in towards the site. Well, there we go, 9-4 just like that.
Yeah, and Northwood, you know, this game, once it gets into pure FPS stances, I feel it gets really into momentum base, right? Even though you do reset, even though you do get your full buy rounds every other round, it feels momentum based. It sometimes feels like things are slipping away, especially with how quickly that game ramped up. That is also because Northwood were on the attacking side. They got to dictate the pace at this game's execution. University of Ottawa, they have a chance to slow things down if they so feel like it. They lost a pistol, that's fine. You have a little bit of a safety net. Try and bring it back. This one's going to be rough. Just take as many as you can.
Doesn't look as if they're going to get any when you've got Dip on the board. The Reyna absolutely prevalent right now in the kill feed. The paranoia comes out. Housey picks up Grob, but Dip quickly there to pick up Housey. There was another frag that we just missed, but that doesn't matter as we see Blade going through. Plant a spike and just get that extra eco. I doubt Blade will be able to win this one out. I mean, Classic only in hand. I would maybe consider a round win potentially if they had a rifle. Straight away, look at this, they're already going for the defuse. Looks as if he's trying to catch one player off guard. He does catch one, Tyler shuts him down, and there we go. Round number 10 goes in favour, sorry, not number 10, round number 14 I should say, goes in favour of the defenders. Round number 10 for them though.
Northwood just looking a bit more solid here, and I really have to congratulate them on that. Right, they just And it's harsh to say again, that's just the 2 regular rounds, right? The rounds that we expected them to, or the extra round that we expected them to win. Now this is the one that really gives me a little bit of a glimpse in, right? University of Ottawa, they now have their full weapons and gear. Can they start pulling it back? We saw just the last series, a game 2, almost go the distance and go back to overtime, right? So we know anything's possible. We know anything can happen here. And on a map such as Fractured, you know this is the best time to push those buttons and see how far you can rattle your opponent.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, the thing is, though, especially with like Valorant, you get that kind of economy-based thing where you could just start going through the kind of eco/rifle rounds, and when you start to get into that recycle, things can get really bad. As right now, things are going from bad to worse. But you see that maybe get a bit exciting as the attackers manage to take the advantage. They're looking to get this spike down. Looks as if Grob, the last man with the Spectre in hand, is a bonus round. We have to kind of put that out, but. Well, he'll be looking to put his own efforts in, maybe win this out. We did see this, I believe that was the Sky's shoulder, and he does have a Phantom. A couple of bullets coming out from the A drop, and there we go. The Sky is the one who picks up Grob, and well, the next round we'll get full rifles against rifles, and well, the first equal footing for both teams on this half.
Yeah, and I have to point out, it was a very funny scenario. Unfortunately, the Sage tried to drop the wall. Bio tried to drop it, just couldn't get it in front of APL. So APL actually just rode the wall up, had free shots on. So that was just a very unfortunate situation. Great idea, little bit rough execution. Yeah. So that could have been the play of the game right there for them. But still, 10-5, great time to try and pop things out. But again, Northwood are sitting with pistols on that bottom side. So that is the rough part, right? You said full buy. It's not a full buy. University of Ottawa have plenty in their buckets, but Tyler evens it up. That's a single kill. Can he get a little bit more? No. Housing finishes it off. Zip gets one with that Marshall, and it's just too dang strong. Blade following up with a little bit of a rush of their own, and now it's just a pop shot. Pray you can get a few nice blind. Can they get one more? Yes, they do. Ozzy is down. Northwood University with a very rough buy. Clutch it out here and are going to pull off a thrifty round win to make it 11. Jeremy, though, looking to potentially put a stop to that.
Yes, it certainly could be the upset for this round after... Well, I mean, I guess Northwood have rifles now. They'll probably have picked it up from the ground, but with the pings of the spike, it looks as if the defenders aren't going to defend any site. They're going to defend the spike, creating a crossfire, working in tandem with one another. And while Jeremy is looking to upset that, does have an alarm bot, does have 2 nanostorms in pocket. So this is a utility that he can use to potentially retake the spike, or, well, win out 2 duels. We need to see how this plays out. It's 30 seconds remain. And Dip, with 1 spray, takes Jeremy's head clean off him. Orbital. I mean, these 2 teams just don't want to give us a break. They just don't want to stop.
Yeah, they don't want to give each other a break either, right? Winning that round was... phenomenal, right, for Northwood University. You heard me stumble right there. That's because they shouldn't have won it, right? With some of the ultimates and the abilities that were on the side of University of Ottawa, with the duelists that they had, it definitely feels like they should have been able to come out with the win. But Northwood, against all odds, were able to pull it off. So now it's going to be a relatively good buy by Ottawa. Not perfect, right? Not all rifles, but enough. Better than what Northwood had before.
Yeah, this is it. And well, Blade, well, has his own blades now. Can actually kind of move forward, potentially cut some people down to size, because, I mean, let's be honest, Blade has some magic individualistic moments, winning out rounds by himself, but really hasn't been consistent throughout this matchup, and that's probably a big point that we'd have to point that out. Tackler Killjoy does come out, that's going to be used potentially to catch some players off guard. He is below on towards the B site using that ultimate, but nobody going to get caught off as they all move in towards the kind of B leg / canteen area. That is huge though, picking up Grob. You'll be able to stay safe as well. It looks as if the site has went in favour of the attackers right now. The inputs of the rocket comes out, picks up APL. Now things get interesting. The retake comes through, looks the wrong way, but will they pick up Blade? Yes, they will. That's huge. And now they move through like a death ball through the site. Jeremy, he's trying to pick them up, trying to deny the retake, but he gets denied himself. Tyler picking up Housey. It's all up to the Sky. But to the Sky he goes. Bio diffuses. Northwood take match point. What a retake.
That was such a solid use of all of your utility. And like I said, right? Those initiators, they come so in handy whenever you work as a group, right? You saw the assault on that base, pretty much. That defensive posturing by University of Ottawa was immediately shut down, right? The raise boost in, straight into the blind in the back line, gave them ample opportunity to take out Blade, who was running on that ultimate, didn't get a single kill. And now you're looking at it, right? Match point, and you're running with a Vandal, a Sheriff, and 3 Spectres. It hurts, but that is the reality here. Northwood University have given them so much of a lead here in this final round. Potentially, final round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is it. The trimmer did get used there, but obviously that's not going to help out when you've got people that can just win out gunfights like that. Bio consistently in this kill feed uses the wall to deny any entry into site. They're sieging into spawn, taking out API, and well, the spike goes down. I imagine there'll be a couple of repositions here, and Northwood just looking to confirm this round already. Dip maybe going for a bit of a cheeky play here, leaving that spike as well. He leaves it in the capable hands of his teammates. Looking to try and find a couple, add to that KD, and right now, Orbital, it's all up to Blade.
Yeah, and this is one of the rougher ones, right? Again, it's just one, and I can't fault it. A flawless round to end this game. So well done by Northwood University to pull out this victory. They show that don't have an amazing handle on Fracture, but their aim is on point, 100%. Their accuracy, their flicks, their sights, beautiful callouts, so well played to give themselves that win.
Well, I mean, we look straight away, Dip and Bio, the two main components of that team that were just fragging out consistently. I mean, there was maybe a few things that we could talk about in strategy, but when Fracture's so new, when there's no meta set and holds, agents, etc., we really can't delve into that, and we just have to enjoy the mechanical spectacle that we just watched.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait to see more, right? Yes, that was Fracture, so a little bit less coordinated, a little bit more time in that testing chambers. We're going to Icebox. It's one that people should be practiced on at this point. They should have a good read on how they want to play it, so it should be a little bit easier for University of Ottawa to chance this one out or to play more to their own favor.
I think something that we need to talk about, though, if we talk about Icebox, is the fact that, well, it's actually changed. Well, one of the sites has kind of been changed, and it was a simple one, but an absolutely has a huge impact on how the spikes planted, how the teams play on it, especially the attacking teams. I mean, how do you think that's going to work in terms of people actually choosing those sites in which to attack? Do you think it will still be the same kind of push A take, or do you think it'll be kind of switch things up, go towards B?
So the thing is on Icebox, actually at the very tail end, it was, I would say, about 50-50 on which site you wanted to go to. Composition stayed pretty much the same, and the style of attack was pretty good. The main thing is, obviously, in my opinion, the Sage Walls. That was about it. The Sage Walls coming out, would it give you the angle or not? So that was the main deciding factor. However, in this stances, I still think there's enough variance for both sides to still be attacked. It's really about the team's comfort level. Can they find that, hey, maybe in this situation, if it's for University of Ottawa, is Northwood a little bit rougher on the A take or on the defense, right? Where can they start finding the weakness in that armor?
Yeah, we'll need to see, definitely. But, I mean, I'm need to get confirmation if we can break or if we can get straight into the game. I'm not too sure how things are going to work just now because of the scheduling. But I mean, right now, I'm going to ask you in terms of agents, what is the kind of ideal picks that you're looking for right now?
Of course, the Viper. It's always the Viper, right? Viper is great. However, we have seen a few changes here and there, and I think we can throw a break here very shortly. We'll make sure that way everyone can go get some water, go get some snacks, because that first one was a banger. Let's be real, that first map was a banger. I can't wait for the second. I think the Viper is coming out. The Sage should be coming out as well. I think the Sage is critical because it adds a third level to this entire fight, so I want to see it happen. Finally, I want to see a little bit of a change up with some of the duelists that they do bring out, though. There have been a few inklings here and there, a swapping up how you want to play it, with the change to Jet specifically. I wouldn't say Jet's going to be out of there, but the non-reset and how tight some of these corridors are, it's a little bit harder to get those hard resets off because of how tight the angles are. You have to flip very quickly. I would love to see a few others come out, but again, I think Jet's too much of a staple to do that. I think the main ones that we're going to see are the Viper, potentially the Sage, and then the Sova, of course, to round it out. Whatever you guys want to do, have at it. I'm not the player, obviously. I'm not the coach. Those are what I generally see, and hopefully we get to see it again.
Yeah, without a doubt. We'll quickly take that 2-3 minute break. We'll mean you get a water's filled up. The people go and grab and get their snacks in. Well, we get the players ready for that match of Icebox. We'll see you back in a couple minutes. Hello, and just like that, we've refilled our glasses. We're ready to go. I am Cairo, one of your casters for this evening, joined by Opto. This is NECC Valorant. How's it going, bro? Did you get a nice little break there?
Oh, I did. I stopped for about a minute. I took a very deep breath, and then we're back into it, right? And I can't wait because, again, game one was so much fun between these two teams. It was high octane, very, very fast paced. I think it might slow down a little bit, but the aim shouldn't waver. We should still see some of those crazy headshots. Maybe those 3 to 4Ks come out a bit more frequently, and maybe some crazy agent selection.
It's quite funny because at the original start of the map, we're like, probably a little bit slow. They'll take their time. We'll kind of feel each other out. And then next thing we know, like it was like a 30-minute 13-5. The teams just went at each other, and it wasn't as if it was like a kind of like it was like a stomp. These teams went at each other every single round. It was like 1 versus 1s. There was some drama happening. It was an absolute blast to cast it. And well, we head to Icebox.
Yep, Icebox again. I don't want to say it's my favorite because right now Breeze is my favorite, mostly because I just like sniping. I'm to the core, and I love it. Right, I love having that freedom, that open range of territory to take shots at, try and spot out your opponent. Icebox, of course, doesn't really have that feature, but it's still a nice variance. Of course, we are getting some of the agents coming out here, and we see the Viper for Jeremy. I'm surprised that on the other side we aren't seeing it. Instead, we're still seeing the Raze, which they're running that double up once again, and I think this is gonna put them at a very slight possible disadvantage here. I'm a little bit iffy. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, though.
Well, hopefully the benefit of the doubt does come out, but Northwood has taken the advantage in this series. As we do head to Icebox, it is Northwood starting on the attack here. I mean, this is the most favoured side on Icebox, but I'm going to ask you a question here. So when you start on Icebox, would you rather start on the attack and then try and get as big an advantage as possible? Or would you rather start on the defense and then switch to attack, knowing what you have to do to kind of win out the match?
I would rather not be placed in this situation where you're asking me this question and making me pick one, because I'm going to sound stupid either way. I will say, though, I am a firm believer in being the conductor at the beginning of the game. And this harkens back to one of my philosophies that attackers will always have a very slight advantage in terms of maps because you select where the fights take place. Unless the defenders are bum rushing you every single time, you choose where the fight breaks out, right? You really do get first say in who you're going to attack and where. So I say attacker's side just because I like the fact that you get to call the initiation shots.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right, and already we're seeing the defenders get caught off guard as full sight control has been gained by the attackers. Maybe Ottawa were looking to go for the retake, and well, positions have already been taken up for the post-plant situation. Jeremy moving in, a couple bullets traded, but nobody really netting much damage apart from the jet of death. There's going to be a pinch scenario here, but it doesn't really matter. It's the first frontal attack that matters the most, but no, it's the attackers. They're winning it out. There's 2 remaining players. Make that none. The attackers, they win round 1 and maybe already and missed it by the University of Ottawa.
Solid play, right? They rush in, and University of Ottawa, they responded well. Right, they did respond well by alleviating the pressure because they had 2 over on B. They waited for the 2 to rotate back over. They were going to try a pincer maneuver. But again, Northwood were just better on the trigger. This goes back to kind of skill checking your opponent in the pistol rounds. They come out with 4 alive. However, of course, Dip only got 1 of them, so it's not going to be that crazy almost 3rd round coming out with that Blade Storm, right? Going to be a little bit slower. Still, very strong showing.
It's an extremely strong showing indeed. Killjoy has remained in A, maybe to kind of watch for any flanks coming through, but no flanks this time. All the action will happen on towards B. The Viper wall's doing it, working well. Here we go, the Sage wall comes up for the confirm of the plan. Selectations, it's taken the first.
Whoa!
A flurry of kills coming through, and the Killjoy left on the kind of flank watch is all left with it all to do. Only a sheriff in pocket. And has to rotate away right now. The decay coming through from the Viper's wall. Nobody coming from behind. Consistently watching their bio. The man who kind of popped off already. We're seeing this kind of anti-eco. This kind of... This is just carnage, isn't it? It's just, honestly...
It came out of nowhere. Let's be real. It came out of nowhere. Yeah, that's a 30-round win. Holy crap. Ottawa. What the heck? Out of nowhere they came around, and it's just... Yes, they're... I don't... No, no Vandals. No. Yes, what are you talking about? What? You're making me go crazy here. Yes, that is. You are correct. There's a Vandal. There's all this stuff. But let's go back to that, right? Let's go back to the fact that University of Ottawa baited in Northwood, right? B site... It is a little bit more difficult now, or it's always been a little bit more difficult because if you don't clear some of those housing compartments, you aren't going to spot that top side angle, and that's actually what Elicitations had used to their own momentum, right? They used that, got over the Sage wall, and popped 2. That's how clean. And now, again, this is the expected outcome. 2 kills right off the bat against Northwood.
Certainly, and we'll remember the attackers were at a bit of a disadvantage because of the eco, and right now, what's happening? This is like watching some sort of fever dream. As it's just left 2 Dip to win this out. Northwood University on the back foot. The Marshall can't pick up anything. Out comes Elia, and out comes the Vandal. Housey with a triple kill. The defenders with their second. My God.
Yeah, it was just funny to watch. So Raze is going back and forth. One of the funnier Raze styles that I would really like to see is the Judge Raze, right? It's throw down all utility, bounce straight into someone's face, and you just drop them with that short shotgun. Jeez, I can't talk today. It's very, very entertaining. I saw that happen in the Raze mirror, so that's what made me chuckle. Still, University of Ottawa here on the defensive side seem to have found their kind of style, but this is going to be the first gun round. As unorthodox as it came about, we are on that 4th round in a 2-1 situation.
Yeah. What do you mean you can't talk? It's your hobby. Come on, man. You're meant to just speak fluently. We're not allowed mistakes. Well, right now, there's plenty of mistakes being made as well. They push straight through into sight. That is Northwood trying to get the plant down straight away, but it's the bodies that go down first too, being dropped on the defender's side. And has been confirmed by Grob, but it's Housie to confirm the first frag. All the defenders make that 2 though. He's on a bit of a rampage, but will the rampage continue? Electations, no, Housie gets shut down. Electations from above. The Sage Wall does come out to deny the re-entry. Fubza picks up the opposing raise. APL, last man remaining, picks up the Killjoy. 1 more to go though. Fubza at the opposite side of the map on Snowman. Will he pick up the frag? APL does down the snow, peeks out, Fubza with a triple, and the attackers even out the round count.
Alright, you know what? I said Fracture was a little bit, you know, more of the microplay. I'm getting the feeling that these are just 2 very heavily skilled check player or teams, right? These are 2 teams that seem they have a good idea of how they want to play the macro, but it just ends up in just a colossal firefight that highlights each team's power to get those headshots off, to get those clicks off, and I'm loving it so far. Both these teams do deserve that top spot, and only time will tell.
Cover going out.
Well, it seems as if we're getting absolutely no time on this map. That's one thing that we have to say, because every single round just seems to end up in a flurry of kills within the first 30 seconds, and well, then we end up in a post-plant and we somehow need to try and digest what's just happened. Well, the leader does come out, a couple of bits of utility. Housie is the first one to fall. Well, just going to dip out. They're going to take that first frag, and well, I mean, it's a trade all in all, but I think that was a nice little bit of use of the Omen utility to actually use his like kind of ultimate to actually gain information on the other side as the raise is there. He saw it, dipped out, cancelled it, and now they moved forward into Ace site. There we go, the raise ultimate has come through. Fubza trying to find that remaining player, but oh no, he's been able to actually stay alive in hell. Blade picks up Fubza, but gets picked up in return. Nice little trade coming out there, but Jeremy will trade it again. Consistently, these 2 teams at each other's throat. The attacker Killjoy will maybe try and deny the entry, but no, the entry is just into hell. Electations picks up Bio, shuts down! Grob as well, the rating, what is happening?
Oh man, Elicitations popped off right there. The heads up play, take 1 kill, spin for the lockdown, and then go straight for the head tap once again. Really, really clean looking right there. And again, it's coming down to this execution. It's coming down to who can click faster, who can click better, and whose aim has really been brought to light. And very interesting here. We are seeing a triple Marshall. Okay, Bio said that's a little bit much. That's a little bit much. 2 is plenty with a Spectre in tow. We know what they're going to go for. Northwood, of course, going for that minor purchase.
Yeah, exactly. Dips went straight in and gained control of mid. APL not wanting to actually contest that. That's probably a good decision as well. Bio's already looking to contest onto the A site. Snuck under the Reyna. Doesn't even know, but it's actually Grob they need to worry about as he's on site trying to plan, and already they've shut that down. How's he picked one up? That was Bio, and well, they're picking up the players on the other side as well. Fubza though. Double kill. Got that ultimate back. The signature ability has been picked up, but his blade picking up Fubza won't be used this round. Well, it's all up to Grob and his compadre, the Jet. That will come through, and well, that will mean that all players will descend on the A site. A nice little res as Bio will look to actually help out his teammates. Reyna, the only one coming through from the T side of the map, while the other 2 coming through from CT. Who will react first? Will it be Housie? Will it be Bio? It is Housie. Moves forward, tries to pick up Bio. That'll be a nice little Vandal to help his mission out to defend, a spike to defend exactly this round. Maybe they're looking to try and even things up, but can they take the advantage on the round? Can they take this round for themselves? APL looks to actually peek. The little bait comes out. The defuse will have to come through, but no, it's too late. It's Bio picks up APL. Thrifty round for the attackers. And again, we've been here before.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. These 2 teams, once again, Northwood and University of Ottawa, are continuously fighting tooth and nail. And this is what happens when you have players that do exemplify the micro. It is very, very shot intensive. You never know who's really going to come out on top. And this time around, I really would not be surprised to see a 10-10 score, going into those final rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see, 11-11 or potentially even go into overtime. That's just how much faith I have in these two teams' individual skill. Now, the positionings are what can catch them a little bit off guard, and that's what I'm going to always keep eyes on. Who is going to adjust that much faster? Who is going to be the one to maybe slow things down and make sure your team's in position before you aggress?
Well, it certainly isn't slowing down at all right now, as already we've got the first 2 frags within the first 15 seconds. The plant comes through, and so does the Hunter's Fury, trying to deny that plant attempt, and already we're still seeing trades coming out. 3 each right now. The plant does come through. The Sova will be potentially able to get his intel arrow up soon, but it's the electric darts, the ones that do the damage, that are going to be used first. The Lair coming out to deny lines of sight, gets shot out, and already, oh no, the trade again. They're just trading all the way through this final bit. The bait on the defuse, and oh no, drops into a raise grenade. But it's moving into the crosshairs of elicitations that we need to worry about as the defuse does come through. Oh my god.
It's getting to that point. Right, it's getting to the point where we're starting to see some of these players really excel on the defensive side, and this time, again, it's elicitations. This is twice that they've been able to put down a B-side defense pretty much on their own, right? That was a great double kill on a pinch on the backside of that crate, and Northwood are probably picking up on that a little bit, right? They are picking up a little bit on that fact that B is starting to become a little bit more difficult to fight if you don't have specific members up. So they're going to test it, right? They're going to go ahead and chance a 4-1 B push, especially with such low weapon output. See if they can find at least 2 or 3 picks, gather the weapons, and go from there.
Seems as if the spike is going in a different direction. This is the interesting thing, potentially. Though, this is the thing. If all the players on the A side don't win their gunfights, that spike is going to be all alone. And already, no. Oh, the knife's missing. The rocket does come out. Doesn't pick up anyone in the party popper. And we're just going to have to try and confirm the site. But they can't even do that. The spike's dropped flawless for the University of Ottawa. Northwood clutching at straws.
Oh, that was very well done by University of Ottawa, covering each other's backs, making sure no one really went at it alone, pinching the last kill. Thankfully, of course, the Blades didn't take out the full HP bar of Blade, or that definitely could have been a turnaround, would have been able to maybe pick up a weapon off the end of that. But a good stop, right? For the first time, it feels like in this game, we see an expanse of 2 rounds between the teams. And it's University of Ottawa. You take a look, they also have 3 great ultimates. You have the Resurrection. That means any of your duelists can push up a little bit farther. You have the Empress. You have so, well, never mind. All right. Tip said, yeah. That's great. You still are only in a, never mind. All right, Housey. I can't even finish my sentence. Tyler takes out Housey.
Yes, certainly Grob takes out Blade. The attacker Killjoy to try and gain entry into this site comes out. Slowed and vulnerable is Bio, and he's going to take his time moving through as the Sage Wall comes out to get this plant down. The confirmation coming through, but it's the confirmation of the kill onto Tyler. What is happening? Just get the plant down. You're taking too much time, but it's Bio who takes his time to pick up Jeremy. APL on the long angle does pick up his opposite number. Oh, Bio. Oh no!
Wow.
Oh. How did he? I thought he got pulled in. I thought it was like some sort of pulling effect. No, it was the Nanostorm that came out, picking up the Sage. And again, we see Northwood answer back.
That was actually a really clever bait by Bio. So a lot of the time, whenever you see the Nanostorm pop, you don't really think to look that way. You're not worried because that's usually a clearance factor, right? You're trying to clear the corner. You're trying to clear a pocket.
Yeah.
So Bio dumped it, said, hey, no one's around here, no one's looking, I'm going to be in a different corner, popped out, took the shot, just a beautiful heads-up play to be able to secure that round and put them at 4.
Yep, certainly is. And looks as if Northwood have decided, well, we got some worth out of that last round. Let's try and get some worth out of this one. The scatter, or well, I guess the ultimate coming out from Tyler to gain the information does come out. Shot out, Recitation shoots out Flubser. That's been a trade. I actually think I've missed a frag coming out, but well, that doesn't matter as the Resurrection does come through, picking up Housey. Tyler, again, making things even. Doesn't seem as if we can keep track, but well, finally, the trades are starting starting to come through. The entry in towards site. Blade from above, raining downhill. Gets shut down. No, the resurrection coming down. 3 versus 2 now. After that resurrection, the spike carrier has been killed. That's huge. That could potentially completely hinder the attacker's movements. Jeremy, though, is trying to shut down the generator push, trying to shut down exactly where they're coming from. Housie again from this vertical position, holding down the site. Jeremy, Aiden from below. Both players are moving through. Housie's dismissed out, but picked up by Bio. It's the same. No, it's not. It is the same outcome though. A clutch from Bio, triple on the round. They didn't even need to get the spike down as Northwood persist. They move on, and well, they've completely crashed. No, they've not. I thought they'd crashed the economy of Ottawa. They're certainly doing a good job of trying to do that though.
That's one of those that I would have said, hey, if you're the last member of University of Ottawa, you can run. No one's gonna hate you for that. If you had run, you would have forced them to try and play. I don't even think they had enough time for that. So, little bits of a I can do a moment has lost them that realm, but again, it's tied 5-5. You're not too worried about it. You can still come back and try and get maybe 2 rounds in a row, set it at 7-5. The University of Ottawa has slowly started to stall out some of these aggressive plays, so Northwood now going to try their chances once again, but the full call rotate from University of Ottawa will meet them.
I don't know, I think I saw a Bulldog there, but it doesn't matter. We shouldn't matter about what guns, we should matter about who's actually behind them as the attacker Killjoy comes out to aid the plant, aid the site take. But I don't believe the spike has been planted yet. Plenty of bodies being planted in the grounds, plenty of gravestones. Attacker Killjoy picks up no one at all. APL and elicitations, they have been left out of sight, potentially a save coming through. Or will elicitations actually opt to move into sight? No, moving up towards kitchen, making sure that his pathing's a little bit slower. They'll pick up Bio, that's a bit of a decent one, a little bit of the rifle. Picks up the Phantom, but I don't know why he did that, as he's given Northwood the round. We're already at a disadvantage, but right now they're at a round disadvantage confirmed.
Yeah, that was I will say that was actually a pretty good bait, I think, from Bio there. I believe Bio was the one that was taken out. Yeah. So you baited out. You have 5 members alive. You can sacrifice one to take the other. And of course, it was the fact that elicitations thought they were alone, so you can take the gun. It's 6-5. Worst case scenario, 7-5. You're okay. University of Ottawa buying fully out. That's going to be an operator in Housie's hand. With the Reyna will mean some quick dismisses and some quick overheals if they can get rolling.
Oh my god. Tips using the Blaze to take out Blade. Gets shut down though. And there goes the Blade Storm. There goes a little ultimate. And well, the Viper's Pit has been used. So 1 ultimate apiece right now. And Jeremy is using his Viper's Pit to complete perfection to try and even out this round count. We did see the kind of satchel jump in towards site. Fubsa is in towards that held position. And is not being picked up at all. Could maybe persist in that situation. Maybe the Viper doesn't know as she is in towards the generator area. Oh, Fubsa will be the one to pick it up. There we go, the confirmation. The Viper's Pit drops. That leaves Grob to move through into sight. Get the plant down. 2 versus 3. It's looking not too bad right now as the siege wall comes up. All players are coming in. No, they're not. I was going to say all coming through TVs. One is in CT and it's APL to pick up Grob. There we go. Confirmation that all rounds are even coming into the next split. And I mean, I would have to say it's pretty much deserved as both teams have been even throughout this match.
Yeah. Solid stuff there. 6-6 is going to be moving into the half, so both teams going to be happy. Now,
switching sides.
Again, Northwood was looking quite a bit stronger on the attacking side back in map 1. This time with it even. I still assume they're going to be pretty aggressive. University of Ottawa can take a couple chances. But the only downside that I would say is Blade this time definitely falling a little bit short. Not on that jet. It is a little bit more immobile. And you can see it's not really working for them, right? I think they want to be up close, up personal a bit more. We really haven't seen, I think, the shock darts and the recon bolts utilized to their fullest potential. And it's just been a little bit rougher game. So overall, University of Ottawa acclimating well, maybe not as great as you would hope. Housie, of course, and elicitation still showing up huge.
You know what these 2 universities are like? It's like 2 little brothers who are like fighting over the same toys. Like, no, it's mine, and they're just clobbering each other. Like, it goes on for days, like over this one toy. I mean, What, are these two ever going to give up? Are they ever going to just like sit in peace, sit in harmony? It doesn't seem to be the case. Is already. No, I mean, I think this is a lot slower actually. Ottawa are taking this a lot slower from what we've seen. There's no kill in the first 15 seconds. A little bit of utility use, but I mean, Orbital, we're actually seeing a slow round for once.
Yeah, and I said it, right? North would feel like the team that are okay rushing, okay pushing the tempo, but University of Ottawa on this map are going to take it a lot slower. They're going to prep. They're going to set their players up in the position that they wish. And with the plant going down now, it's going to be on their defensive. What can they do? Who are they going to aim at first?
Yeah, exactly. That Sage will obviously a lot more effective considering there is less damage on the defending side, and well, with a man down, a lot less. Dip has evened up. Now all the guns come out. Oh, they all come out to play. No. But now it's all up to one player left. Will Bio be able to clutch this one out? He makes it. What is happening right now? Another Bio clutch. This man is a clutch king, and he will defuse for round 7 for his team.
Bio is frosty with it. Ice in the veins, 3 HP, and you're the one to go out there and take that pop shot. Are you kidding me? Right there. That was amazing to see. You go ahead and save that second round for your team. You give yourself most likely a leg up. Remember last time this played out, it was University of Ottawa that actually brought it back 2 in a row in the second and third. Still though, really, really nice job by Northwood. They handled the aggression well, and now it's their own chance. Setting with a weird buy though, University of Ottawa prepping with all 5 SM. Not sure if I like this or not. We'll see if it plays out for them.
The thing is though, if this kind of doesn't work, this could really break them. Like this could break them for a couple rounds, because then they have to try and recover the economy. Although it does seem to be working as they have picked up Bio. But will it continue? It doesn't look like Clay's tip. It doesn't. The disrespect, man. He doesn't even need to aim. It doesn't even need to ADS. The man just like is gonna hit fire you. You've got no chance. Well, it looks as if the death ball will come through from Ottawa, moving through into the B site. Will they be able to pick up the players that are on site? The Omen taking an aggressive positioning on towards the yellow box though. It's Furbza to pick up Jeremy, sorry. I should say the Viper, the one with the smoke and the one with the spray is Tyler. APL shuts him down. He's got a Spectre. Oh my god, he's actually doing a bit of work here. He's down to 10 HP in a dream, and that dream is over. It becomes a nightmare because the economy is broken on the side of Northwood. They're down to pistols, I believe, on this next round here.
Yeah, they are. I've seen a team do it once, and I don't think we're seeing it here. I have seen a team just like when they were on the losing side, they just bought. I think it was just SMGs over and over again for about 8 rounds. And they never, stopped to let it go. So I don't think it's going to happen here. But that first, I'm amazed they actually went for that. And I know the reason is because the spike went down, so I get it. But still, this one does hurt because you have the chance to put it into a 9-6 situation for Northwood, who are very much okay prepping for the upcoming setup. So Tyler gets picked off real quick as Blade shows up with that defense.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge right now, obviously. Right, we are seeing the teams coming at each other's throat. Bio has quickly shut it down. It's as if maybe getting a bit of work there, getting done with that kind of sheriff, but nothing coming out. Looks as if the grenade will come out from the raise, but the long angle with the Bulldog. Will Bio be able to pick it up? Does it look likely as Jeremy comes from behind? Will Bio react? Will he be able to? Yes, he will. It's down to the last player. And the Killjoy ultimate coming through to defend a spike. He backs off to confirm his life. This is huge. And no, he gets out of hesitations. A triple on the round. That long shot, though, the second kill, was absolutely beautiful.
I love it. I love elicitations. You saw there were about 2 seconds that they were deciding, should we rush it or should we not? And it was the right call. You rush in, you know for a fact that Bio is just launching all the utility straight at that spike. So you chase down the actual target. Well done. Being able to collect that one, put him within 1, and managing to have a decent gun round. Dip, of course, is going to sit with nothing, going to try and pick up that orb to get the Blade Storm right off the bat. And we should see a full aggressive round with University of Ottawa choosing the battleground.
What a name as well, Elicitations. It's so bougie. You don't think, it's so nice, man. I could just imagine it, like what? Imagine like a clothes shop, Elicitations. Oh, Well, anyway, it looks like Elicitations is doing his own, like, kind of backing and forth. A nice little
Oh!
grenade! Oh my god! Honestly, get this man in the NFL. Get him on that, like, that's pigskin. What? Bro, that was straight through and onto that ramp area and towards mid. Right now, Fubza has shut down Elicitations, much to our dismay. The recon bolt to confirm Tyler's positioning. And here comes the Hunter's Fury. Will it pick him up? No, it won't. Tyler escapes with the tail between his legs. But Dip, let's use the Blade Storm. I think we missed that, or maybe I just missed it. Sometimes I can be a bit deaf. Will we pick up the frag? One nade goes out. Yes, we will. Guess the flank won't come out now. It's down to one player on the side. It's down to Blade. He picks up one, but won't pick up another. Tyler finishing out that round.
And a solid job. Right, very well done. Northwood, that was by far probably the most controlled round that they've had. Right, no crazy flying frags that they had to get. It was solid play, a nice rotation in to catch the last two members alive. And here, Elicitations is actually going for a hero rifle buy, so you can actually see that Phantom being locked in and swapping between the Vandal. This is because Elicitations was the one, I think, to pick up I think it was one frag.
Yeah.
In the round before, so feeling like this might be the chance that they have.
I mean, see when you're feeling yourself sometimes, like you're like, why not? Why not go for it? And we'll proving right straight away.
Right.
Down to 29 HP. And well, they've actually kind of flipped this round on its head. It's 5 versus 3 already.
Yeah, that's all you could ask for if you're University of Ottawa. But Furbza is going to deal it right back again with that Rocket Fuse out, with that Showstopper. Going to try and take an angle, but can't find anyone. Last couple seconds, he's going to have to fire it. Bounce up and shoot. Not going to hit anyone, but Tyler on the other end is finding another. APL is going to revive Elicitations. And that's going to be a potential pull out because Northwood University really don't want to chance it right now with the 3v4 and the little information they have.
I feel as if, like, obviously, like my own ranked adventures, after you said Showstopper, I realised I keep saying Party Popper, but that's, like, what my stat calls it. So I feel as if, like, I just completely just...
In that situation, you don't get anyone. It's a Party Popper. It did nothing except surprise everyone with a little bit of noise. I agree.
Without a doubt, man. Well, API is surprising people by taking out Tyler, gets shut down by the attackers of Jeremy with that Sheriff. Rob. With absolutely nothing. The attackers not letting Northwood get away, tugging at their shirt, pulling them back. 8-9 on the score.
And that was off of Elicitations hero buy, right? That was a great call. I had a few questions because I was wondering if they're going to be able to pull it off, and they absolutely did. Very well done, bringing it back, and you get the opportunity to put Grob a little bit further into debt, and another chance at catching, if you take a look, you know, some of the other members, right? Light armor on Tyler and Bio. This is the chance for Ottawa to grab that that string of wins back, to get that chance to put themselves in the lead and push for a potential game 3.
Well, let's hope that they're able to get it. We did hear that Party Popper come out. Will it be able to pick up everybody here? We'll need to see as well.
Oh!
Yes, a trade coming out. That's huge. That's absolutely big. Well, it's like the Killjoy utility coming out, but it's the rifle that actually wins out the duel. How's he picking up Bio? Continuing. No! Dip shutting him down. And looks like Northwood's rain is not stopping, but API trying to stop the heal coming out. Things are starting to take a bit of a break here as Tyler does take out Blade, and no, Grob through the sky, flying on the zip line, takes out API as opposing number. Grob defusing number 10. I guess he's going to give it to the Omen. Nope, I thought the Sage was going to give it to the Omen to actually get the ulti points, but it's going to go to the Sage, apparently.
Yeah, no worries about it, right? Just give it over to someone, get it down, because you're in a good spot. Right, I think they are in a decent spot. You see multiple members being able to purchase up all that they need. Not going to be too much of an issue. The question is how much are Ottawa willing to invest? Howsey still going to need an actual weapon. I think should have enough to at least purchase 1 or 2. Yeah. If not, I have some question marks. Yeah, there it is, the Vandal. I don't know even what I was worried about. They're going to take this chance, right? I think this Reyna, this ultimate is going to be really, really important. The Empress has to be at least 2 or 3 frags in if they want a good chance at these final rounds.
Well, last couple rounds is really starting to come to crunch time now here, Orbital, because if we do see Northwood take this really big advantage and we go back to the cycle of kind of eco rifle rounds, then I can very easily see Northwood taking the advantage. But with Elicitations, got some ideas of his own. Well, we did see him, well, he was the hero of that round with the hero buy, but will he be the hero of this? All the teams just taking their time. And I mean, this round is certainly, I was about to say, a good illustration of how close they are in the leaderboard. That first pickup will be the first kind of notification, right? Full send A, and everybody does. They're all pushing their dip, trying to updraft, I believe that was, and maybe a dash through doesn't come up, and while Tyler's location is continuously being revealed, there we go, the spike coming out, that will be the notification for the defenders to actually act upon this retake. Will they win this one out though? Seems as if Northwood are really stunting their retake there, as Dip's the only one to actually take the first gunfight. Nobody coming in from behind, but it's Elicitations taking it out. Bio swinging, the revive coming out. It's a bait though, and nice job being done. Sage went for the wrong target. Now Blade and the Reyna working together. How's he picking up Grob? Tyler left with it all to do. He got revived. Will it be the clutch revive? It's looking likely. There's one player left on the side of the attackers. Looks the wrong way. And Ottawa continuously again keeping up with their opposing team. Northwood University potentially could have let that one go. The retake, so slow, but so close.
Oh, the chance was there. It was so close to putting themselves, very, very close to match point. But it just wasn't enough. University of Ottawa came out with some very surprising strategies, right? That revive that gave me a lot of questions. I was wondering if that was going to be able to turn the tide. But they play the retake well. So now you have a question. How are you going to play with your retake? How are you going to play with your resurrection? Double ultimates up. Northwood, they're going to take a chance. And APL goes ahead and fires on Tyler.
Yeah, certainly does, and already we're seeing Ottawa really starting to hit home these rounds, hit home these kills, make them count. The long angle comes out, but Bio takes out Elicitations. 4 versus 3. I mean, we do see Ottawa still have that advantage. The Sova left on site. The Killjoy, the only line of defense on the B site. The Viper will be used to deny the line of sight. Yes, there we go. And the spike has been initiated. Will it be confirmed? No, it won't. Nice little...
Jeez.
I was about to say target selection. I was going to see if I thought the swing was going to come through and the defender was going to want it out, but no, it's not to be the case. 10 each. We now enter the kind of, I guess, the twilight zone of what's going to happen in the next couple rounds, because we're so close to match point.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that they are pushing this hard, right? Like, I think I said it at the beginning, I figured this round, or this map would go to 10-10 just with how these teams were playing, right? Like, they were non-stop aggression, non-stop pushing the limits of what they can do. And of course, it's between Elicitations and I believe it was on the other side. It was that play, but it's going to be a trade of 1-for-1.
1-for-1 indeed, and it looks as if the siege into spawn is coming out. The defender Killjoy displacing, but it's the bullets that are putting them in their place, that place being the graveyard. Bullets are being traded out. No one picked up risk yet from this siege coming in from the T spawn. Blade trying to pick up Dip, won't happen as Bio comes from the side. He's on for an ace. Jeez. He's not going to get it though. His Grob finishes out APL. And my god, what is this?
It's both teams going a little bit too hard, right? Northwood watches University of Ottawa tried to collapse in a little bit too quickly into the site and just ran them like fish in a barrel, right? Northwood took a little bit more conservative approach, had 3 position in the top sides and just pointed down. However, they don't have any ultimates right now, right? That Empress has been sat on for 3 rounds now. They have the Hunter's Fury back. They have the beginning, middle, and potential end of the fight if they need to resurrect anyone. So if they want to make sure they're not on match point, to not possibly go into overtime, they need to utilize at least 2 of them, right? I like the Hunter's Fury here, try and get some chip damage. Dip, though, opens up on Halsey, so you're now forced into no Empress.
Yes, they certainly are. Look at Bio's position in towards the T-spawn. He's not got his rifle out, brings it out eventually, but gets taken down. Two defenders left though, and maybe they're reading into this kind of rotate. I think this might be the wrong decision though, because oh no, finally we do see the rotate coming out, but I don't think Ottawa have actually made a decision just yet. Is they're really taking their time to ponder this question. I mean, we're literally only 30 seconds into the round, so they've got plenty of time to do so. They could even send an information dart into here, get the positioning, or maybe even catch one player and then re-rotate. They have the man advantage. The kind of resurrection was absolutely huge there, Orbital. And oh no, is Northwood already read into a bait that's not actually happening?
Oh, they could, and around the corner they go. Eyes open. That's going Tyler. All right, Tyler's going to look for it. He got one. Rest of his team is here, the one member that's still alive, but he doesn't look down, and I think that's going to be... No, he's still alive. He was able to survive. That's a huge opportunity, but Jeremy is able to take out Ferbsa. 9 HP on Tyler. You got to hit 3 perfect headshots, and when you're getting chased, you're not going to get that opportunity.
No, he's just going to save that rifle, isn't he? He's obviously just made that decision. No, he gets shut down. The attackers win that one out. I'm not going to lose any lives to that round. And, well, 11-11. Again, I'm talking about the Twilight Zone. The fact that both teams are at each other's neck. And that eco is slowly running dry. Look at the players. Look at what is left in their bank accounts. They might not be able to buy food next week or something, because at this rate, it is getting really low.
Yeah, well, what's surprising here is if University of Ottawa lose this round, they'll actually have a full buy going into round 24, right? That's what you can actually see. Multiples of them currently sitting with about 1 to 2K above, even 3.25. Northwood, though, if they lose, they will be on pistols to follow through. That's the scary part. So, you have to win this one. For them, this is their final hope. For University of Ottawa, it's first chance of 2. Options thrown out. APL is going to go for the plant very quickly with the Viper's hit. What you got? Bio takes 1.
He certainly does, and Tyler takes 2. My goodness. There we go. We've seen the satchel jump through his elicitations. Does take down Tyler. Barboza could be picked up pretty easily here as the defender Killjoy to displace players does come out. Opposing Siege mode to gain a vertical angle. And well, it's going to work out as Bio defuses after a great round. All in. Maybe going to give that to the race. Yes, well, to get that extra ulti point. And finally we see our first team, Northwood, moving on to the match point as Grob celebrates.
You can't celebrate yet, right? You celebrate the fact that you are in a safe position to still play more rounds if you lose this one. Like I said before, remember that they had to win that round. There was no way they were going to go into round 24 with any sort of a decent buy. So this was necessary. So they win. Now you only have to worry about a tie. For Ottawa, this is, of course, game-ending potential. At least you got 4 rifles and an SMG. APL, of course, will take that one. It's Sage, not overly worried about having to run with just a very slightly lower tier weapon.
Yep, without a doubt. Bio does get taken out. This man has been absolutely stringent throughout this kind of kill feed. Housey will take down Grob, and there we go. Ottawa moving through on towards the B site that's been read into by Northwood. Remember, both teams, the last couple scorings has been 2-1, so it was very viable that Ottawa could come back into this and win it out in OT. Don't count them out yet as well. We did hear that ultimate line, but we don't need ultimates. Why would you need ultimates? There's rifles on the board. There's players like Housey. There's players like Elicitations, and that extra eco will help out. We move into OT. We need someone to take a 2-round advantage before we can move on to our next map or close out this series.
I just want to point out, I think this is the first time both teams have and I say this very specifically, have enough money to buy all weapons and utility. Every single round I think we've seen has been some sort of someone has to run an SMG, someone has to run a pistol, can't have, the strong weapons. This is the first time we've seen that. First time these teams are actually going to have all rifles in hand and are going to try and send it as hard and as quick as they can. So, mix, of course, the Vandals and Phantoms, a little bit of positioning towards mid and B. So Northwood are going to take their chances with the frontal assault, send it as quickly as possible, and try and catch Ottawa off guard.
We'll need to see if Northwood can. I mean, they are the faster-paced teams, but they're certainly not catching the licitations off guard. This man is absolutely amazing. Jeremy has picked up Dip, though.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, Tyler used the paranoia to pick up anyone else. It seems as if Northwood maybe walking with trepidation here. Because, well, they don't know. But does Jeremy know? Forbosa so close, but it doesn't matter. It's API to win that gunfight out. APL, I should say. Housey does pick up Bio on Northwood. They're not looking like the team that we saw in the first half. Tyler, I don't know what he's doing now. The multi-point. And it's looking like it's going to be a hard ask. Smoke does come out. He's going to jump up and try and gain some angles and try and gain some information, but absolutely nothing being given to him. Orbital. Northwood, oh sorry, not what, University of Ottawa are playing this absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything, right? Don't push it, don't rush it. He'll have to come eventually, or he'll give it a shot and just take a, yeah, he knows his fate, goes ahead and gets beat, and that's actually a team ace, which is very surprising. So I believe every player on the team was able to pick up one kill. Now taking a look though, right? You get all the weapons back, you get everything that you want back. How do you play this? Northwood lost, losing all 5-4. You want to do just about the same, right? You want to get 4 or better still on the board when you go into that second OT, and that has to start with Bio coming online a little bit better. And Tyler, if you're gonna buy that operator, you better hope to at least hit 1 or 2 shots, or else you're moving into that game 3, and that's one that I don't think Northwood University want to play.
Yeah, we are moving into bind on game 3 if we get to that point, and the best of 3. And this is where it gets interesting, because, well, Icebox, very attacker-sided map, and we're just seeing the defenders win out that last round. Like, this is not something that we expected. I expected probably Northwood to kind of take an attack. We kind of ping-pong back and forth. And then finally a defender team wins it. Not the defending team to win it out on the first time of asking. And, well, Northwood, I'm wondering, maybe, potentially, they're starting to sweat, because this could easily move on to map 3. I mean, both teams have been losing out 2-1 here, Orbital. So I'm going to throw it to you. You're the kind of mental, the guy who knows most about mental kind of approach from these players. Do you think they're going to be worrying about this OT?
I think it's going to be a chance, and with that roar, the operator, it's going to send him into a panic a little bit.
Yeah.
They have a choice to either push hard or not and to rotate over to A, but they're going to get flanked. So it's do or die right now. They do get the plant off. If that's heard, it gives them a huge tactical advantage with that Viper's wall up.
Yeah, the Viper's wall is huge, and so is the Sage wall, denying those bullets from getting through. And while the first pickup was big with the operator, they still have plenty more to go, as APL will pick up Tyler, but the quick refrag comes through. Remember, all the defenders need to do is trade all the way to the end, but it's not going to happen. It happens now. The Viper left, Jeremy left to survive. He does not. The defender teams on both first rounds of OT will win it out. 13-13, we move forward.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I forgot you could do that with the Raze ultimate. I'm sorry. I forgot that you could kill your teammates for funsies. Great job. But again, like you said, the defenders coming out with the victory, and it's a little bit mind-boggling, right? Both these teams who have excelled so harshly with the individual picks, with these individual plays, all of a sudden flip the script and go, yeah, we'll play macro, we'll play it a little bit slower. And it's created odd opportunities, right? That defensive posturing from Northwood University played out so well. They were able to work around that Sage wall, and now with this opening, I mean, they're on attack once again. If they get this round, they're looking at like the shoe in to win, and it all starts off with Tyler going down, but Dip fires right back to take out the Raze.
Yeah, I mean, it's elicitations. That's the player you want to take out, but Fubsa goes down as well. Taking down that operator, though, will be big. Blade taking Jet. Now there we go. The plant has been spiked. Has been planted. The spike's been planted, and well, the extra man gained on the side of the attackers. They've got time, and well, they've got Grob. The heal comes out, and so does the Molotov from the Viper. Grob getting taken down, but the trade comes out, and now a 1 versus 1 Nanostorms and turret in hand. Oh, the Viper. Oh, I was about to say, is the Viper about to bait? It's certainly looking likely. And the Nanostorms continue.
So
Bio
good.
picks up the kill. Well played from Bio. The huge brain coming out. Nearly as big as Orbitals, but not quite as big. 14-13. Northwood take the advantage.
Oh man, Bio giving Jeremy a little bit of their own medicine right there. Usually it's the Viper's Bite, right? It's usually the poison coming down that gets players on that retake, right? That's what usually happens. And Bio said, nah, it's my turn now. It's my turn to make you deal with that fact. And they're up, right? Northwood, again, both these squads wanted the defensive fronts in the first overtime. Ottawa, though, gonna take a chance here. They're gonna full rush here, it looks like. And Howsey, possibly going with the operator, is gonna look for another first blood if they can.
Yes, I don't know what Dib's doing with that sword out. Tyler takes down elicitations though, and now we see Northwood taking advantage. The first time we've seen potentially the win coming out. All the kills going in favour of the defenders. APL left with, I guess, an absolute field of bodies. The defenders win, Northwood win, they win the series. We have the team that will stay undefeated in this current NECC Champions Series. Orbital, how do we even start to break this down?
You break it down by saying, unfortunate that Bio did not win that game for his team, but yeah. Northwood, my gosh, you blew me away, right? Off the bat, normally we're seeing, we're used to seeing, players try and run as much, take a couple chances left and right. This is by far the most aggressive game that I've seen. That was a 15-13. I want to point that out. That was 28 rounds in that second game, and it felt like nothing. That's how fast these teams were pulling off some of these punches. I only saw 1 or 2 rounds go down to 20 seconds left before the spike went down, right? That is insane to me. So well done on both sides to play up to that tempo and make it that contendable. Just Northwood, just a little bit faster.
Yeah, exactly. They are just a little bit quicker on the draw. I mean, Icebox was absolutely amazing. I'm gutted, really gutted we don't get to see Bind here, Orbital. But, I mean, I'm going to say this. Probably our producer's happy, so our schedule moves on. I'm not going to ask any more questions so we can get into our next game. So, Orbital, any closing remarks?
Not at all. It was a fun series. I got to cast Northwood, a couple of their other teams before, so it's great to see them once again.
Yeah, awesome. Well, that is it for me and Orbital. We are going to sign off and let 2 new casters come in to cast another best of 3. They'll get to introduce the game. We'll see you next week and you'll have a good week, okay?
Hello and welcome back to the NECC Valorant week number 4. My name is Vincent, now joined by Infernosis. Infernosis, how are you doing this fine evening?
I am doing absolutely spectacular, Vincent. Thank you very much for bringing me in. Really excited to be casting this one. We'll have a surprise guest for map 2 as well, but really excited for this matchup first and foremost. Purdue Gold versus that Sac State Green side. And I hear that this game in this matchup is going to be on some fairly interesting maps and maybe even a bit of a stinger map for that third choice.
Indeed. We're getting into Ascent first. That is Purdue's pick. It'll be followed up by Haven, picked by Sac State Green. Though there is the big key, Fracture. Should we need it? Map number 3. Going to be an exciting one. That being said, Sac State Green, they are they're 3-0 right now here in Prognosis, and they're going up against a 1-1 Purdue team. So for that reason, I'm definitely into how this is going to come down.
Well, I think one of the biggest factors to look at is first going to be their agent lineup when they're bringing here onto Ascent. We can see that's our attacking side. They are fairly coordinated. They know what they want to do. They know what they want to bring it out. You can already see up on that top, Altered has locked in, and that Purdue Gold side is the first team. You said that they're 1-1. They're not as high in their record book as the Sac State side, and yet they picked up their agents first. Maybe they're comfortable. Who necessarily knows? But Astra is almost a guarantee pick here. Killjoys are extremely viable and strong as well to lock down sites individually. On the attack, she leaves a little bit to be desired sometimes, but a very strong flank watch choice, and I'm not shocked to see Fanshawe at all on the Reyna pick, as I remember Fanshawe quite a few times on the Reyna, exceedingly strong, and I'm absolutely looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table.
Indeed. Yeah, gonna be an interesting one. Absolutely excited to see exactly what you're talking about. That Reyna pick definitely can be a strong one, can definitely be a tide turner. The other side of things, I do want to talk maybe just a moment with regard to these Astras. We're seeing double Astras, and I love that. We don't always see that with regard to collegiate, but Astras coming out big. I'm a big fan.
I really like Astra on this map, Vincent. I really do. I think she's extremely strong. She's got a good ability to obviously whirlpool away. She could vortex in. She got a concuss. She's extremely strong when you're trying to defend that default plant on a site. There's a lot of variables that she brings to the table that I think are going to be very important when it comes individually to hold on from a quick rotate that the attacking team loves to do, that they favor quickly. And from the looks of it, they are not going for a quick rotate. They're going to go for a quick rush through to the B site, but they did leave their Killjoy actually holding out towards the A side instead. That's Altered, looking for an opportunity to step up. But instead, we're going to start pushing through this B main and look to start the cascade onto the site.
That consistent angle there for a moment, but that's going to be quickly dispatched by the dash in by Minding. Yeah, but the tree has been solidified, but still no kills to come through. Some damage, sure.
Spike down, B.
Works are getting able to trade one back with the help of Altered, making things for Purdue a little bit less than ideal.
Last player standing.
It's a spam through the side of the wall by Rick Dad onto Spaghetti. All onto Altered here.
The bad spot to be in, Vincent. Stuck in a 1v3. You'll get one tap over towards your market player. Will find some damage off. Prodigy now needs to be wary. You don't really have to peek this one. You've got Rocks on the opposing side. They're looking for any and all opportunities that will be given for them, and they know they can just sit this one back a little bit further. Just be a little bit wary of the utility of the opposition. Alders is unfortunately looking down the butt end of a losing round because for Sac State, just very smart. Nothing really to work with. That's exactly what they'll do. They may lose one, but it's still round one. They'll clean it up with Rick Dad to find that one. And that crossfire, that double angle, the double peek is exactly what you need to do when you swing out to guarantee success, even in the most simplest of terms.
You know, I really like how Sac State were so patient right there on the site. They didn't really force the duels. It was ultimately a player from CT to come in and actually take that first duel and win it out. It was then the cascade effect starts to happen. So really, really good stuff from Sacramento. And Purdue come down the wire. They're going to have to save here into this one, but hopefully they can pull off a weapon or two as they try to do some eco damage.
Should be a very standardized push. They're coming through catwalk and mid looking for an opportunity. A dangerous position. They're going to have to deal with Sonic, who's currently trapped inside of Garden, but Three's a dangerous place to put forward. And Whoopi who finds the first. We Flacco on the opposing side. They'll take down 2 in the process. They swing through tree. 2 more will be felt in quick succession. It's Prodigy who finds it, and they're really showcasing their talent in their name, so to say. It's another successful round for Sacramento State, only losing 1, which is exactly what you want in that kind of round.
That's right, yeah. You want to limit the amount of damage done to your economy. Obviously, a little bit of extra cash for every kill is there for Purdue, so you don't want to allow them to pick up too much. It's hard there, but nonetheless, Purdue going to have the guns back out in this one in Prognosis. They have the Odin picked up on Altered. Definitely not the norm. I mean, on attack as well. Normally, you're going to see Spaghetti maybe taking that as Nova, but speaking of that Sova, Dad nearly dispatching him with a quick operator shot, but it's a miss.
You can find a first pick. An operator this early is something that's extremely strong. Trying to work with something in their hands and try to keep things close to the chest, but unfortunately for Rick Dad, they don't really have any armor, don't really have their full HP they had prior, and already had to kind of tailwind away to avoid any confrontation too far for them. And it's been a bit of an issue so far, as it's been a drought of kills in this round, and this third round's probably the most important one for Sac State. Purdue, while they can buy their rifles, can finally start to work towards the attacking objectives, actually be able to contend against what the defense has been bringing to the table. 3 players push towards B, but it looks to be an A rush as 2 come through the arches. They've got full control of the A side, all but 1 who's trapped in the opposing side, but he's quickly dealt with by a sick flick from Leo.
That's quick and easy opening here for Purdue, but the good news for Sac State is that they've got 4 players left alive. That means that this retake could be coming in fast and heavy. Sort of have an idea that there might be a player coming in from the back. That's going to be Spaghetti. I mean, down to Prodigy's left wide open. Spaghetti takes the frag, looking for a second. Going to get dispatched with the Snicks. Well-placed shot. Dark's going to cover the operator and actually get the heck out of dodge. Snicks looking for some action, but ultimately, more than likely in giving up this round, and indeed with King Lion Leo, this patching Snicks is going to be the save for Rux, that operator.
Let's take a step back, play things a little bit slower, maybe go for an exit frag if you do see yourself get rushed down, and from the looks of it, it seems to be Jeff that's going for the option, and he's really going to come out of it. They'll escape with the weapon, and that's something that they needed to do. Nothing too shocking to see Purdue take that round win, but this, I think you've mentioned this one before, Vince, and this is where the actual action starts to go forward. Round 4 is where both sides got their weapons, both sides really know what they can contend with, and it's going to be the most important one, as it's going to start determining the pace and dictating how the rest of this is going to go.
100%. And Purdue, obviously, picking this map, they want to really take some of these earlier rounds and get started very strong. You see the Odin coming out there and trying to deny some information. Rock's on the other side, not going to be spammed out for now as Jeff inches his way out in towards A, but going to be met with a Nebula, courtesy of Flacco.
Flacco attempted to spray through initially, not really wanting to give away their position just yet. He had a good spot previously in that last round where he was sitting the backside. And sitting behind double boxes, now currently under hell, looking for maybe another cheeky play to go forward, but on the side of Purdue, they're teasing with a 3-2 split. Alter's going to hop up to tap that ult orb and try to give away some information to their side, maybe make them anticipate that the rush will go through B, but with a 3-player stack on A, you really only anticipate the rush will eventually go through. They're going to fully dictate here. A lockdown is going to be employed, and they're going to try to force them off the B side, but the spike is on A, and it looks to be that Flacco is not amused whatsoever. He completely did not fall for it, but it does not matter. Honcho's still there to find the kill. Now Snick's looking to step up, but the Empress knows there's one close. As they step through Switch, he finds himself in a bad spot, and Jeff will find the kill. Both plant situation almost doomed to occur. There's only 3 players left for both sides.
Very winnable though here for Sacramento. See Prodigy kind of coming out that recon bolt, giving some good info. Now, good duel is won by Rick Dad. That operator slowing down, but Rick Dad's up, still strong. Spaghetti now left alone, but Rick Dad! Oh my goodness! The quad kill there for the operator in the hands of the Jet for Sac State, doing magical work on that retake. All 3 frags are theirs.
A great job of Rick Dad to step up where necessary Took the shot up from rafters, dropped down to the player in hell, switches to a phantom when necessary, knows what needs to be done as he covers his teammates. They knew where the player was. They shoot down door, gives away the information. Really only one place to come from, and they played that one spectacularly. But now for Purdue, they're looking a bit in a dire situation as one of their players, Altered, is not able to full buy. Huncho may have the Empress ready, and a couple of their players are nearing as we will eventually see that Hunter's Fury as well as the Cosmic Divide be raring to go, but not ready just yet, and time will have to dictate how quickly Purdue can get those charged up and how quickly they can start to implement them.
Have to be a good adjustment, and right now adjustments are certainly necessary if you are a university player. Oh my goodness, Prodigy. What a great opening. Just, pushing cat, you thought you were safe? Not at all.
Down A.
Sick,
One
Flacco.
enemy
Everyone coming up big here for Sac State. It's just Jeff who's done some work. Now got the double kill. That's no more operator in the hands of Rick Dad. Bullets in a dream. Not much more can be found. The operator should be recovered and should be a nice look for Sacramento as they confirm 4-1.
Setting themselves up now when you've got yourself a lead like this, you just kind of continue the damage, start to tag it up. For the side of Purdue, they've only found one round, maybe this round where they're doing a bit of an eco, some sheriffs and Marshall trying to play a little bit slower. You would assume that they're probably going to use this as a bit of attack time as well. They're going to say, hey, take this one a little bit back. Jeff has bought full armor and does have the Blade Storm ready, so we may see that one get popped. But
out of my way.
I think at the same time, it may be a smart decision, but also could be a little bit lackluster because no one else on the side of your squad can really follow suit in any regard. If you lose your life first, like we see right there, Rick Dad's going to punish you, and now your site has no real entry potential to step through these sites.
What Blade Storm? No Blade Storm here, not anymore, at least not for Purdue. And with that, a devastating loss in a round that was already not going to be ideal with just sheriffs in hand. With that, Purdue still inching their way here towards A. Looks to me as if trying to convince someone that there might be a push elsewhere, but King Lion Leo taking Flacco out. It's altered on the B site. The same, but Rick Dad is up top. He's taking shots and gonna hit one, but miss the other, meaning that this is a little bit dicey. That spike has yet to be planted, and Rick Dad continues to have success. Now it's the real honcho to put that spike down, but is that too little too late?
Might just be Hunter's able to find a little bit of damage. Sprays down two in a spectacular fashion and is able to begin the devour, but unfortunately for him, Snick, their Empress duo, is able to step up instead. Their counterpart a little bit more successful. Snick's going to hop on the defuse. The Lear will go through. He's not going to shoot it to not give the information, but Snick does not care. Still finds the kill onto Altered. Set themselves up in a position for success. We'll run up top to grab the operator. I can only assume he will head back to begin that defuse and finish off yet another successful round for Sacramento State. But they were able to bleed out a little bit more. Purdue does get some rifles out of the hands of Sacramento.
And that's the important thing, right? You know, Purdue, they didn't have a full investment there. And it was a fantastic play from Real Honcho to put them in position to potentially win the round, but it's Snick on the clutch who does the deed and pulls things back from the depths of defeat. Sacramento State, they are still in control, but that one got a bit icy, didn't it? So with that, Purdue, I don't want to take advantage of the little bit of a momentum that they've been able to build here and buy in with their full guns. And they will indeed do that.
Was able to hold on to the operator. That's the most important part for Sacramento State here. You still see he's looking for the option through mid. Maybe looking towards that link side. Rick Dad is waiting for an opportunity for him to walk into his loving arms, so to say. Unfortunately for him, the A side's going to be swiftly taken. He's going to have to go through, but Flacco's currently sitting below in hell. He'll find one. Quickly refragged back by Leo, and Honcho's going to continue to dish out the hurt that he's been doing a spectacular job of so far. But a lockdown will be ensued. Alter finds the long shot towards Puppy. That's Rick Dad out for the count. Operator on the ground, and a post plant has to be follow suit as well. Prodigy's on Raptors. Looks to find one, but it's Honcho who steps out from underneath to find him instead. And it's just Rux. Rux really has to determine, do I push him to the site? Do I die for this? Do I just go for the operator that was dropped? Looks to be an Alter. It's holding it though. Giving any outlook, not giving any options. Rux is going to watch, but Honcho steps through and does it with a pocket shotty. Finishes him off in quick succession, and it's 5-2 for Purdue. They'll stop the bleeding and give themselves a round win.
Wow, Purdue coming out swinging there on the gun round. It definitely is showing that they took some notes. They figured out what was going wrong, and well, they adjusted. That being said, some good entries. There's going to be more than what they need to equalize here. The good news for them is that right now, well, they've done enough damage for Sacramento to go down to the forced buy or the half buy, really. Just pistols in hand for now. That's what happens when you have an eco round go as far as it did to that 1v1 scenario.
Your spot, Black can get close, but unfortunately, Rick Dennis' teammate will be felled first. Quickly followed suit though. It's hard to find 2. Now in a bad spot, Sacramento State only has 2 players left and remaining. Purdue is still a little bit hesitant to actually push on to the A site. They'll quickly take it in succession though, shooting out any chance of that recon bolt to find success for information. Prodigy has to punch out from Garden. He's the last man alive. Rox is taken out by Honcho for a 3K to his name. They're laying out the door, giving opposition to do it instead. Spaghetti, a flawless round for Purdue as they'll completely decapitate Sacramento's defense. Now swing them as that loss bonus is going to have to start padding up for them, and Sacramento State will finally be able to buy some full rifles.
That they will, and this is where things have been in the past a little bit more difficult for Purdue. It's these gun rounds, they've been hit or miss, only picking up 1 out of the couple that we've seen. That being said, Sacramento, they have that operator back out, and it's going to be My Name Jeff who has the same. We'll see if that is a duel that happens. My Name Jeff taking the look towards Catwalk, and in fairness, that's a position that Rick Dad has been favoring quite often. This time, not so much. Going to be elsewhere towards A is Rick Dad. And you can see some ultimates as well on the cards here for Sac State, should they want to utilize them. Can have an Empress, as does Purdue, but the Cosmic Divide is also a possibility if Sac State want to utilize it.
Purdue's done a spectacular job of spreading themselves out to give themselves the information, the sight lines, the possibilities to catch off any rotations from Sacramento State, but they haven't really given themselves the option just yet to actually swing towards the A site. Alter just looking for any chance to be able to see one player, your Raptors player. We'll get a sight line towards one, sprays through, getting real close to Rick Dad, but not actually able to get anything off just yet. Still, the swing has to come eventually. It'll be Leo who does it. Quickly refragged back by Snick. Only got 40 seconds left for their side, and that A side is fairly locked down for Sacramento. They're not going to worry about it for much longer. Purdue are going to make the rotation over towards B, where their player Jeff has heard no audio cues and is trying to give his team the information to step up.
The big thing here in Pronosis is the utility. Backside there is Prodigy.
Out of charge.
Got all of this util to work with. There's a dash in. We push forward. Now that util comes to fruition. Good find there, but Snake has a frag and Rux with the shot dart. Prodigy, he's involved as well, but Spaghetti does have the refrag. Unfortunately, there's not enough time, though. This is what happens when you take too long to rotate in, too long to get onto the site. You don't have enough time for your take, and it's Purdue who lose to the clock just about. If it weren't for the fact that again, it goes down just before that ends.
It's another one of those implementations we saw there, Vincent, of Sac State saying, hey, double swing this. We'll wide peek this together. And they did just that, leaving no chance for, their last player alive to find themselves a clean kill to remove yet another rifle out of your hands. And if you take a look at Sac State's side, one of their agents can't even buy a full rifle. They're stuck with a Stinger. They don't really have the eco. So if they had lost another weapon on top of that, it would have been an even worse situation for their side. So they're scraping by. They're working together where they need to, and their round wins have been very pivotal for their side. But the biggest factor has been the util that Purdue have been bringing to the table, their swiftness and their patience in terms of the game for playing that long con. It's been successful, but that util dump, like you spoke about for your Killjoy on the opposing side of Sac State, it's too much to contend with. They forced to fall into that funnel, and when you know that you have to walk across that funnel, you're going to try to avoid it, but there's players and defenders spawn to catch you off guard.
Exactly. Here's Purdue looking and sort of peeking in towards A. Once again, there's 2 players committed fully to the site. This is definitely a good read. Push comes in. That's a good frag there. Rocks one, but it's a good double kill there on the site. They're going to equalize, and in fact, Rick Dad finding another one. Big look there. It's 2-on-2. The Hunter's Fury coming out to deny the plant. King Lion Leo in between a rock and a hard place, and well, the rock comes up with the shot. Spaghetti-O is 1v2 to come. Spaghetti-O hitting that first frag, not ready for Rick Dad on the close swing. Confirming that kill. Rick Dad now 13-5 at Sac State. 8-7.
Rick Dad's position there, going initially from Garden, being able to find the kill on Honcho, who got really aggressive there, tried to go with the pocket shotty, but not able to clean up the job, tried to peek around the corner, didn't get their Phantom cocked in time, and you inevitably lose because of that. And then the eventual rotation has to go through. So the mind process should be Honcho needs to relay that information that they have to his teammate, and we just didn't see that occur. Spaghetti only realized there was one player there, and they did find that kill, but not really realizing the last one had only one real location to go to. Technically 2 if you want to count defender spawn, but not actually where they headed to, and neither did Spaghetti check that in the first place. You just got to be able to relay the information and act on it and know what that information is going to imply for future, I guess, positions, rotations that go through. That's something that Purdue may need to work on, but their gun skills and everything else have been fairly spectacular, but Sacramento State are forcing them into funnels and forcing them into engagements that they're at the advantage for.
Yeah, to add on to that, the trades here for Sac State have been good. You know, Purdue getting entries, but it's just not enough. Speaking of entries, it's for Honcho. Gonna do just that. Nice frag there, but Rick Dad trades. Spike is indeed down. That can be collected, but it's out in the open. So it's definitely a dangerous thing to grab. Still 4-on-4. The Empress could be utilized if it is wanted by the real Honcho. Now he's putting a lot of damage down range, and indeed it's Spaghetti and Altered to dispatch a couple of players, meaning that it's 2-on-3. Rick Dad now in a little bit of a tough position there with the help of Snick, who does have a dismiss, but 1v2, can it make it happen?
One enemy remaining.
He'll find one. Dangerous position, Vince, and he's now got to deal with the one-player Jeff in hell. He doesn't know which side he's on, and he sprays to the right. Can't bring it back in time, and Jeff is there instead. Jeff will pick back up the operator. Now has an advantage. We saw the flank that came through there for Purdue as Altered had come from all the way through B. At that point in time, through defender spawn, they found one. It was a quick refrag back, but still dealing with one opponent in that position gives your team the advantage in that engagement, and it was an extremely close situation. Snick almost brought that one back. Not available for them, though, as it was, inevitably snuffed out from Purdue. But I think one of the biggest factors we can see for this next round is how swiftly they're going to take. Obviously, last round before this halftime switch, how aggressively do you want to do? And these ultimates need to start getting expended, because if you don't, it's a bit of a waste on your side.
You don't use it, you lose it. That's what I always say. And Purdue certainly have a plethora of said ultimates to utilize. The big one, I think, going to be that lockdown, and that's why they're headed towards B more than likely. And that first ultimate going to be popped into Blade Storm. There goes the lockdown. The shock darts, though, could find some success. It just kind of depends. See if it's able to dispatch the lockdown. Second dart comes in. Nope, not going to hit it. Lockdown goes through. Nobody's detained with the back. Oh, okay, never mind. Prodigy. He stays alive from the lockdown, but he's going to be quickly dispatched by the Blade Storm. 4 versus 5 on the retake.
Bad situation, being trapped between a literal rock and a hard place. Hornhouse is not the place you want to be in this kind of situation, but you'll see a Cosby Divide goes down. Leo will find one kill, but it's going to be a refragged attack. They were not able to get away in time. Taken care of in quick succession. Rick Dad's going to find yet another one with that Blade Storm headshot kill to Honcho. Now it's just Rick Dad left standing. 2 players left. A Blade Storm in the opposition team. Jeff, they were holding it, but they dealt with in quick succession. Only one remaining, and it's a Hunter's Fury wielding Spaghetti, who pops one. Waiting to buy a little bit more time as a second one to go with. Will pop it too soon, and Rick Dad can start the defuse. A shock dart ready to work with, possibly, if he can't get it up. No, it's a recon. Not going to happen. Defused in time. No wallbang available for them. Not planted for the site landing Spaghetti. We'll see Purdue not able to hold on. We'll have to see how it fares on this other switch.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I think you could say slightly misplayed by Spaghetti, and that the timing on the Hunter Fury could have been a bit better. But yeah, ultimately, it was just good play coming through from Rick Dad on the defense to get the defuse going. And look at what it's done here in Phronosis, 8-4. That score line. A tough task for Purdue to come back from. They are headed to the favored side. That's the defense, but it's just slightly favored. More along the lines of a 7-5 type of score line, or something like that. 8-4, a little bit more difficult, but we'll have to see how they can contest. Sac State looking out pretty much everywhere as they are looking for some openings. Up catwalk and forward towards the A main position.
This first pistol round, usually not a really big indicator for success, but it's going to be really important for Sacramento State when they want to just continue to do out the damage and make Purdue feel like they can't win this round. And their ability right now to swing through garden, swing through tree, take control of that A main, and take 3 off the board immediately is going to be a very big indicator for the way that they're going to want to pace themselves on the attack. Those frenzies are an absolute mess to deal with, and for Purdue, they did not find the right way to deal with it, and they barely got any damage off on the opposition. Literally only one person sitting at about 40 to 50 HP. It was able to, I guess, devour one, but ultimately, if you don't find the kill in an Empress, you might as well not even shot at them. It's a bit too much to deal with. Although find a shot, we'll get a little bit of a head tag damage on the opposition as they attempted to peek through that A arch, but they'll actually find the kill. No jump up through Pixel instead. Only one kill being found. It's Alter to take out Rux, but short-lived success for them. Bit of a consolation kill. Sacramento State will go up in this half, and they'll be up 9-4, possibly a 10-4 if they win the second to follow.
Yeah, not much of a consolation there, to be honest with you, considering the way things are looking a little bit dire right now for Purdue, particularly on their map pick. I remind you, we're headed to Haven next, regardless of the outcome here, and that's going to be the Sac State Hornets pick. And, well, they are quite deadly over there. Well, that's later. This is now. We're seeing a bit of a forest fight. Love this Marshall skin, by the way, and I love that shot from my name, Jeff. He's taking names, taking numbers, and writing them down for good measure. Snick's gone for the round. It does allow entry here into A, and Rick Dad is taking that with ease.
Tailwind and Cloudburst combo has been something that has been pulled out by essentially every jet ever, and it's really been tricky to see which teams can actually follow suit with it, and from the looks of it, Sac State have done a great job of doing so, but they've also lost one more than their opposition. They have not been able to bring out a second kill. They're going to be in a bad spot, a tight spot if they want to try and deal with it, as Getty's still very aware. Has an owl drone as well to be able to spot out some information, can tag one off. Prodigy's open over by Arch side, and Rux is trapped next to Generator. Default plant, you just see Jeff step up close, and Leo will step right into his line of sight as well, taking down both. Arthur did find a long shot kill, but there's nothing to follow suit except for Rux, who's been on a rampage. As Rick Dad cleans up the last. Sac State will escape out of a round that looked dire for a moment. They'll lead last two standing. Good play for Purdue to remove a lot of the weapons, but still a 10-4 scoreline. Vincent, it's starting to look bad, but they can definitely make the return.
Well, and let me kind of add context to that round, right? Yeah, it looked bad. Only 2 players surviving for Sacramento State, but you got to keep in mind, the investment for Purdue was very significant. You look at the buy, yeah, they got 5 rifles, but 4 players are lacking the full shielding, and they're definitely going to be lacking a little bit of the utility based on the money that I saw. It was like $3,500 for a couple of players. So really not going to be the best purchase here for Purdue. Not giving themselves the best of chances into a very important round.
Remember last time around we saw Sac State had an operator at this point. And Purdue definitely do not have the eco to bring that around. I mean, it's just the difference in their playstyle and how much they committed to it. And the commit will go through towards this push through mid. They'll go over to Catwalk. Rox will find one with the Spectre to Jeff. And Honcho will narrowly find that shot opportunity onto Snick. And Spaghetti is there to assist his teammate on the getaway. Does find Rux. Bad spot to be in now for Sac State. They're going to have to make the rotation away, but Purdue will have plenty of time to also make that rotate. You do see 2 of them. You can maybe switch it up once holding towards that mid. Bottom mid, maybe holding towards market side. Maybe Honcho will be there in time to hold from defense, but maybe a bad spot for him is he'll have to spray down 3, and he's got no teammates close enough to truly assist.
We nearly found it through the smoke there. Good enough Good enough indeed, the real honcho. Yeah, taking advantage. The Reyna, of course, so deadly when it comes to utilizing the dismiss and getting away from things. They bait. I mean, it's essentially a bait and switch, right? The real honcho goes out, Spaghetti comes in, easy double. They're on catwalk, and then the real honcho coming back around for more, still very healthy to dispatch the end of that round. So a very needed round for Purdue. They're still sitting at half the amount of rounds that Sac State have, but it's a good start to a comeback.
To be that Sac Stater, a little bit wary. I'd be a little bit wary as well when you don't really have the eco and you just lost that last round. They're going to hold up towards that B side, towards Link. Maybe look for an opportunity to rush through Mark. You do see two of their players, their duelists, sprinting forward as Alir is tossed out as well. Defense at bay, and unfortunately for them, Snick's going to turn away. Spaghetti also peeks that same exact angle. Aldrone thrown to the top. Earthdag doesn't opt to shoot it and will pay the price accordingly. Still, as Altered will find themselves a kill as well. Backstage, looking down yet another poor start of a round. 3 players left standing. They'll stop the bleeding ever so slightly with Prodigy, but they're quickly refragged back by Leo. And it's just your 2 players stuck inside B main, trapped, really trying to figure out what's going to work out for them, what's not going to work. Which rotations can they truly make? And from the looks of it, Flacco is easing to step through mid as he's going to look to drop some constellations. Jeff is very close, though. Has some assistance directly behind by his own Astra. As Flacco is starting to look forward. Rux is right behind. Jeff is just waiting for the opposition to crawl into his arms. Not giving them any variables. Not giving them any clues. But Rux will step forward, not clearing his corners. Flacco does find Jeff, but Leo's not far behind. And Sacramento State are starting to lose a couple in a row. Starting to find it a little bit more difficult to hold on, and Purdue are closing that gap.
Little by little, they are indeed. And Sac State, it's kind of weird to me. It seemed to like they just imposed an unnecessary time constraint on that push, and it looked very sloppy. They weren't checking angles. I mean, you saw Snick was holding an angle, just turns around, doesn't bother getting out of that sight line, just, whatever, and turns around. Could have backed up a little bit and been fine, but regardless, it does mean that Sac State are down to the eco weapons. It gives Purdue some time to do 2 things. Number 1, build that eco up, as the real honcho and King Lion Leo are already doing. Second thing is that they can continue to close this gap for free against the low buying Sac State.
Last player standing.
Well, Vincent, that may be all she wrote for this round. It's just trying to get a couple more. We'll see Snake will find one. We'll actually use the Empress as well. He's able to pick up a Vandal, so we can't count them out just yet. Now stepping in through Puppy. A semi-control of the A site. No one's actually holding from the defensive side. They've made the rotation and are fully locking down this spike. It's going to be a retake of the spike, and for the player of Snick, he could technically get a kill dismiss and be able to step back if necessary, but the Empress is very short-lived. Doesn't last for much longer. Is very wary of a corner player, maybe near Winery. Maybe near that Ultorp. Will step up. Spots 2 almost instantaneously, but they'll spot just as quick. Honcho's the one who cleans up the kill. And another round win for Purdue. It's 10-7.
Just like that finisher, wrapping Sac State up and putting a bow on them. Nice little anti-eco round for Purdue. That said, here's where things get a bit more dicey. It's short. A good look here. The comeback is certainly on. Just 3 rounds to go, and you're tied back up, Purdue. But the big but in the round is the purchase. Coming in here from Sacramento is they're going to have a Cosmic Divide. They're going to have a Hunter's Fury. Granted, Purdue have some tools of their own, and it's certainly not bad ones, especially the likes of the Blaze Storm, but you got to be careful. And it looks like this V hit is going to be coming pretty darn quickly.
Dangerous position. We'll be spotted out as Snick's going to have to take and pull out that unfortunate dart, but one of the biggest factors to talk about for Purdue in their buy is they didn't opt for an operator in their initial buy. I don't think they actually picked one up at all. In fact, typically you would see Jeff on that. We had seen that previously, but we don't see it at all. They have plenty of money. One of their players having 5,800, I believe, left over for their creds. Just really wanted to stick with what they had, an Onin and a bunch of rifles in hands to really keep that side of Sac at bay. make things a little bit more difficult, but it looks to be a puppy push. They're going to step in through tree. Honcho has been rocking the shorty constantly and is looking to step out from the shadows once again to find themselves a kill. Leo was able to stop one, but it was a quick refrag back. Switch the door down. Honcho now has to break that down first before stepping out of the site, but Altered is actually waiting behind, looking still for that last second play to keep one at bay. It's going to work for just a moment. It's Prodigy who actually finds Alter. Honcho finds two more. Jeff's able to tag out one in the process. Just one player left standing. Prodigy, they'll have to not just contend with one or two, but all three, and stop the defuse from going through. We'll find one. Now kills on the Spaghetti. Has to lock down the third. And finds the kill. It's a 4K for Prodigy, who finds not just a win, but a clutch in the process, saving his team from an absolutely devastating round loss. But maybe it's not enough to save their eco in the process.
Oh my goodness. It was 0.13 seconds in Pronosis. What a small margin for error. But he pulls it off anyway. What a huge clutch from Prodigy. That might win the game for them here. It's just about whether or not they can take advantage and continue fragging. Your dad going to be pulling out the Blade Storm just in case. Doesn't have enough to buy a weapon. That's no problem. Speaking of weapons, though, the operator out here for Jeff. This is going to be a tough round no matter how you slice it. Now the lockdown comes in. No Hunter Story to deny it. Means that they're going to have to hit with the shock darts, but those don't seem to be coming in either. So the site of B wide open for the taking. That said, Spaghetti able to find success on the entry. Rick got down, but Snick through the smoke. That Nebula, oh my goodness. Nasty work. Sacramento equalizing as the Cosmic Divide is still online. But as I say that, Flacco's dispatched on the flank. This is a great retake here for Purdue.
Still waiting on your Astro to come from behind. Honcho's looking for an opportunity. Shock darts and nanoswarms everywhere, just keeping him at bay for a little bit further, but we'll eventually have to make the Cosmic Divide is down. Spaghetti steps up to find one. Jeff is there, who finds one of their own, and it'll be cleaned up in quick succession as Honcho, who steps out from the top, will find themselves one as well to kip it off, be able to keep themselves in it. They'll find themselves a defuse, a round win, and they'll start to re-continue the damage being dealt out. Sacramento State, no money and mo problems, Vincent. They're in a dire situation as this next one, if we do see Purdue manage to hold on strong. And Sacramento State's going to have a lot of problems themselves. They only need two to get the job done, but Purdue has done a very phenomenal job of winning a flurry or succession of rounds in a row to keep themselves together, coordinated in this one.
Yeah, that said, on the half, though, it's still really pretty even. 3-4. Purdue still ahead by one, but it's going to be that eco like you were talking about. Sacramento not able to really buy back in. It's off the back of what was a fantastic last round for Purdue. I love this aggression that Purdue have at A. It's a good setup, number one, and it's also really solid hold. That said, you got to hit your shots, and, well, those are a missed shot from Jeff. He's going to fall back. Good position to try again later. King Lion Leo, though, doesn't need a second try. He's got it on the first. Prodigy going down. That was the hero. A couple of rounds ago, it was Real Honcho. Going to be traded out by Snick. Through another missed shot from Jeff. This could be the opening. This is the opening that Sacramento needed. This is such a huge giveaway from Purdue. When Jeff missed the big shots, can the 1v2 come through? Altered already got the first. He's got the second. His eyes are on Rocka, oh my goodness! Fantastic stuff from Sacramento to come up big in the clutch.
Rux is the player you need in that situation, and just the way that they were able to take that one, when you're able to find yourself a kill that swiftly through Arch, being able to pick up the weapon and rely on your Reyna to step forward and find themselves kills, that's all you really need. And for Sacramento State, Rick Dad and Snick have been just footholds for him, the pillars of their side, and Honcho has been keeping Purdue in this, but Honcho doesn't really have much assistance in terms of kills. Jeff has been spectacular when it came to their attack previously and was doing a fairly good job, just so the defense has not been able to pop off enough. Maybe that's because they're not really opting to bring an operator as much as they previously did, and when they did, like we saw last round, missing a bit too many of their shots. Not going to bode well for you. A rush does go through. Alters is able to take out Snick, the top fragger for the opposition when it came to that last round. Not giving them the space this time around, though. It's going to be a dangerous spot as the Hunter's Fury is popped, and the swift rush out of the site will go through.
Fantastic find. Oh, that's maybe a little bit questionable from the real Honcho. Finding off a bit more than he can really chew. A nice attempt from Altered. Finding good timing, but it's not going to work out. Missing the shot. 4 on 4. That Cosmic Divide going to stall things for now. That being said, he goes down. It's going to be a rush in. There's a Hunter's Fury for Purdue, and they're going to utilize that. Nice find. You can find 2. Good dodging work here from Prodigy. This is fantastic, but Altered, he's disrupted everything. Found all the openings necessary. 2 versus 4. Really tough look. No one's sticking on that defuse, though. Not just yet. Nice from Rick Dad to stop that defuse from going through. But now he's got to do it all alone. Got to try and do it one more time, but it's not going to happen because Spaghetti has a shot with the up close and personal Bucky. 12-9, Purdue survive.
They scraped that one out, didn't they there, Vincent? Sacramento State looked like they were just going to swing through that A ramp, that A archway, and be able to just take control of the objective. And they did a fairly good job of that, but they got snuffed fairly early with that first kill, and then Purdue kind of gave them one in return, but it just didn't really pan out the way Sacramento necessarily wanted to. A quick clutch, they got forced back through A, and you are planting that to hold through A main, but so much smoke utility, so much sightline lockdown from the opposition is going to make it a little bit harder, especially when you're at one point in time stuck in a 2v4 with someone defusing. It's not where you want to be, not the situation that's anticipated, and this next round may just be a giveaway for them. They're going to do their best to hold on, but Jeff's able to take out your own jet on jet violence, and Spaghetti's just going to continue to cascade forward as he'll find the kill into Snick. That's only 3 players left for Sac State, all of them trapped inside B main.
And all of them with a sheriff or worse, really. We're going to have a lot to work with. The nature of a round like this one. Trying to kind of play around with that owl drone. Ultimately actually gets away without getting tagged, which, in all honesty, probably pretty much best case scenario for him. What Sac State would have loved to do is pull out that lockdown that Purdue have on Q. That could be very deadly in a round like the next one where guns are going to be online, and there's no Hunter's Fury for them to dislodge that with. All that being said, this is going to be a one-sided affair, as you would expect. Purdue has done a really fantastic job on their anti-egos, and they aren't stopping now.
Purdue's had to play a very spectacular half to bring themselves this much closer, and they're starting to spread a little bit. Only really needing 2 more rounds to bring us into that overtime, which is basically required at this point. Sacramento just needs to scrape one by, and they have the money to do so this time. Full buy for him. Flacco waiting to do it up. He'll full buy. No creds left, 3 of their side. So if they lose this one, then Vincent, probably a fairly good chance they won't be able to fully buy out, maybe with full abilities next time around. Maybe that loss bonus will assist, but Purdue are in very good territory, and Jeff has not been missing. Now there's Honcho when it comes to their shots. And that operator they were able to hold on to was fairly pivotal in that last round to stop that eco from going through, and Sac has been fairly strong about the eco round. Same as Purdue. They've been sneaking a couple of these rounds at least close, even when you don't think they're going to. And that's just been how close this game has gone, and how you can't really anticipate how it's going to go going forward.
All that to say, this is really must win for Sacramento. Considering the information you were just talking about with regard to the money and the economy and all of those things. This is their final opportunity to get in winning straights. 1 round will give it to them. Kind of feels like we are going to be in for a lockdown play on Purdue's retake, especially considering that what is actually at the B site, other than King Lion Leo, who's already found that opening duel, falls back, looking for more. That is a fantastic way to stall out a push.
Have their own lockdown though. Sac's been able to push forward, and Leo's looking like they're not really going to care for it just yet. In fact, they're not going to take a step away. They're just going to go with the first kill. It doesn't work out though. Rux will find it, and Flacco's not far behind to find one of their own. Defensive lockdown is available for Altered, and they may be opting to do so. Basically required at this point in time. It's a post plant. Sac have the player advantage. They have the spike planted, and they can hold strong. 2 players at B main, basically completely out of range of this lockdown. Hunter's looking for the option, finds Flacco, now in a good spot, going to be able to overheal up. as they devour the soul of their opposition. Launch is going to step up, sees one shoulder as he jumps around through Boathouse, but a second one not far behind, and Rickdath sprays down all of his teammates, making everyone as he cleans up for a 3K right there at the end. 26 kills to his name, with only 14 deaths tied for least deaths in that entire map. A spectacular performance from them. They'll hold on, stay true, and win themselves map 1.
Yeah, Rick Dad, I mean, had a phenomenal half. Number 1, slowed down a little bit there in the second, but comes up big when it matters most. Their final round that they had for Sac State really to take things on. But let me go back to that Prodigy 1v3. Man, that was the round that everything turned on its head, wasn't it? I don't think that if that doesn't happen, that game probably go into overtime, in my opinion. Or honestly, it might not even have gone to overtime. It might have just been a Purdue win outright if we really want to get down to the nitty gritty. But nonetheless, some fantastic plays left, right, and center. But the big news, Infernosis, that's a Sac State win on a Purdue Guild map.
Man, I hate to bring up the curse though, but maybe it's one of those situations. Maybe if you're a Purdue fan, you sure hope it is, where you lose your map pick, but then you win on your opposition's map pick. Maybe that's the case. I've seen that a lot this weekend. Saw that this Saturday, actually, in both games, full BO3s that I casted, going all the way to both map 3s. Very long time period to have to go through every single one of them winning on their opposition's map pick. Fairly interesting to see it go that way recently, and one of them also on Ascent. So I'm not too, shocked to see that. It's a very fun map, and both teams are definitely going to have strats for it. So I think from what we saw there from Sac State, their attack is extremely strong, but Purdue played better on the defense. And that's none too shocking. Like you mentioned, it does tend to be a bit more of a defensive favored map. Not a huge margin like we saw in the first half, but that margin, that slight gap between, was just enough to give them that edge. Same with those clutches to step up where necessary to give them that win in map 1, and that's what was necessary. But we'll step to a quick little break in between map 1 and map 2. I'm Infernosis, a little bit of new face, taking this seat in between, joined here by the wonderful Vincent. He'll stay tried and true. Thank you guys very much for watching. Catch you guys in a few short moments.
It is a fantastic evening here at the NECC. It's Valorant time. Once again, we were looking at a pretty darn close map one here with Sac State Hornets Green going up against Purdue Gold. It did go the way of Sac State. That said, we are headed into a map two, now joined by the one, the only fellow instead of Infernosis. I get both parts of the duo. I love it. I'm getting the best of both worlds here.
Yeah, you get a little bit of an insight about the bromance, I suppose. But as we go into Ascent, there is plenty to talk about, even with, or pardon, not Ascent, Haven. We just got from Ascent. I even wrote it down on my paper, but that's all right. Mistakes, get them all out in the intro scene, and then there are no mistakes during the actual cast itself. Purdue in the second half, they really came back. Their retakes most of the time were spot on. They really forced a lot of ecos on the side of Sacramento, and honestly, for a moment there, I thought they could have brought it back. It was a really close call, and I'm hoping that Haven could possibly allow for a third map.
All right, for that one, as we look to get towards agent selection, is that last is Sacramento's. That means that, at least on paper, Sacramento thought they had the edge here, and well, they ended up with the edge over on Ascent as well. Definitely going to be an uphill battle. I'm right there with you, though. Maybe we could get a fracture. That would be exciting. That being said, I want your thoughts, fellow. These picks, as they've come in, what do you think?
In love with the Sky pick. She is super strong in the current meta. All of her abilities are just phenomenal for gaining site control, flushing out players from power positions. Honestly, one of my favorite agents in the game currently, other than probably Viper, but sadly, she isn't incredibly strong on Haven, so that explains why we're not seeing her on either side. And another pick I'm always in love with is the Astra, as she can counteract sight lines. We saw a ton of that on Ascent. The gravity wells can put you in really awkward positions, so honestly, both the lineups, they aren't exactly mirror match, but they are still great in their own manner.
Yeah, well, something to mention as well here, Sacramento, they're pretty much playing the old classic meta drag. That's what I call this. This is what all the pro teams are playing right now. Semi-pro teams at the highest level, at least in North America, are going to be playing a similar competition to this one. The other side of things, though, is very, very different. We are seeing the Astra, right? Love to see that. But in addition to that, we also have a Cypher. I think Cypher on this map is really strong. I actually think I prefer Cypher a little bit more than the Killjoy, but clearly a lot of very smart people have elected that Killjoy is better. I want your opinion. Killjoy Killjoy or Cypher on this map. What do you prefer?
I mean, Jet is always a really reliable agent, but having that little bit of an insurance plan for a possible flank, Cypher is really good at watching that. A big fan of both, and it is nice to see a little bit of Riot in a mix. I feel like Jet is almost an insta-lock on a lot, if not every single map, because she is so strong. I think having a right-click nerfed kind of opened up some people's third eye, and we're like, hey, maybe we should try something else out a little bit, regardless of her still being super strong. So, seeing the Cypher, big fan of, and on Haven, honestly, I think put in the right hands, Cypher can be played a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Cypher definitely can be. With that being said, we are in a little bit of a pause here, having a technical hiccup. Do apologize for the delay, but nonetheless, we'll hopefully be getting back underway very shortly. For me, this is very much, at least agent selection wise, about the old tried and true with regard to Sacramento, where there's some experimentation being done on the other side. The Reyna, obviously not necessarily going to always be picked. The Jet is pretty much a must pick, like you said. But we saw what the real Honcho did on Reyna last map, and gotta say, I don't mind it, especially if he's going to play as darn good as he did last time out.
Yeah, Reyna is honestly, I hate to say the word, it can be a bit of a crutch pick, especially in Collegiate. I swear, I see a Reyna at least on one map out of a best of 3, no matter what. She is really good in terms of just picking gunfights and winning them, her Lyra to blind out, Devour to be able to heal yourself back up. Her Empress ultimate is super strong as you have way less recoil. Everything's highlighted for you, nice and easy. She is a bit of a crutch pick. That doesn't mean she's horrible though, and I think that can be said for most agents on the board currently, except maybe Yoru. That one is a bit of a touchy subject. Almost every single agent is honestly viable in their own extent, and in terms of collegiate, sometimes comfort can be king.
I like that you put that out there because that's 100% the case. Even high up, I mean, we're sitting here in the Champions Cyan division, so these are very, very good teams, very, very quality players, high up on the ranked ladder, very, very much better than average. But you know that doesn't mean that you have to be a meta slave necessarily. You can definitely experiment a little bit. Definitely have you know. If you put them to good use, then you're absolutely going to find success.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping that Rick Dad plays the Sky as well as he did on the Jet on the last matchup, because she can really tip the tide in your favor, especially when you get that Seeker ability as well, just to gather a ton of information. Even if they don't completely disorientate out anyone, it's still really powerful, like I said, just to gather that intel. But speaking of power, we're already seeing an instant rush in towards B with the first frag favoring the side of Sacramento, as Snick will end up getting that first pick on towards the Cypher, not able to utilize his cams or really anything anymore, but it turns out to be just a full-fledged rotation from that Link now in towards A, and the Spike is already down 5-on-2.
That it is. Sacramento with a very nice start and a lot of low HP, but you know, I'll have to see if that's going to matter. One player already down. That's not one of the low HP players. So 2 versus 4. Lion, Leo, and Co coming in. Utilize some of those nebulas, but and it's all about timing. God Arrow going to be procced and ready. Oh, as well. Guiding Light. Procs gets the information. That is pretty much going to create the opportunity for an easy victory. Sacramento. Not enough time for Purdue to even defuse as is. But nice round. I would have preferred maybe Sacramento keeping a couple more alive, but hey, it happened.
Yeah, can't always keep everyone on the board most of the time, but honestly, huge fan of the fact that we didn't just see a full commit into B. I think Sacramento, they were worried about a little bit of presence in towards C, so they're like, you know what, let's just opt to go all the way into A, then go for that spike plant, and in the end, it came down to a little bit closer of a call, but it worked out just because they didn't want to fully commit to that middle bomb site.
Spike down.
Yeah.
C.
I'm fully with you. I'm glad they didn't just commit B. That's been such a common strategy the last like month or so that it's become so readable and not fun to watch again and again. But what is fun to watch here is Sacramento trying to play against Purdue's pistol buy, and right now they're losing out by a humongous margin. Only 2 players left alive here for Sac State, and Jeff's going to get all the information he needs. Snick able to delete him, though, on the repush, but the information's been gained. The real honcho, oh, he's got a Bucky, and he's up close.
Oh, and they have no idea where he's playing at. He's just playing for time currently. He hears the audio cue. The spike is now on the ground. It's been fully confirmed. Might have waited a little bit too long, but finally he'll be able to get up close and personal. Picks up one, then dismisses away. This could be an easy, another set of frags here. It's just Snick alive, and luckily Purdue's got backup from the rest of their team. Plenty of time left to get that defuse down, just deciding who would be better to have in their hands so you get closer to their ultimate ability, and just perfect positioning overall for Purdue University. And I'm quite shocked that Sacramento weren't able to win that, as they did get that consecutive first round win on number 1. But hey, what a great recovery by Purdue to actually make things a little bit unorthodox, I suppose, in terms of round count.
100%. Yeah, you got to give credit where it's due. That was, I mean, and the reality is that really wasn't a particularly forced buy at all. They had, you know, sure, a couple of upgraded pistols, 1 or 2 sheriffs, but a lot of classics. So credit where credit's due. Sac State need to pull things back, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that, considering they've pretty much just given up this round. Just have these classics, maybe 1 or 2 upgraded weapons. They're all pistols, and well, Ruck's one of these upgraded weapons. Actually going to dispatch one player, but it's the entire rest of Purdue winning out every gunfight. Means Sacramento on the back foot now, down by 1, but they have guns now.
Yeah, last round being a bit of a gun diff, but now that you can kind of separate yourself a little bit and just end up buying out those Vandals and Phantoms, it should make your life a little bit easier, and you are teetering towards some ultimates being possibly used in this round. The Hunter's Fury is the one that really catches my eye, which is either great for initiating with some sort of frag/gathering intel, or just using it to stall for a possible post-plant, and Sacramento State and Purdue have gotten themselves into several different post-plant situations to actually make that viable option.
Well, speaking of post-plants, you got to get on the site first, and that's an entry. Real Honcho going down, one of those big fraggers that we've been talking about. Players falling back there for Purdue, going to allow for entry into the site. Stick the one to push forward, but nobody's home. Prodigy, wow, what a find there. King Lion Leo, down and out. Spaghetti going to trade Prodigy back out on the flank. Still a man advantage for Sac State as Purdue look to push forward through the Nebula.
Cage triggered.
And these retakes are going to be a lot more difficult with those smokes in front of their eyes. Cypher Cage to possibly, return the favor a little bit, as the Recon will do a ton of intel here. But now in the 4-on-2, things have taken a turn for the worse. You've got that Odin possibly, and Spaghetti still trying to step up huge, but he's only good for 1. But Alter finding 2, just needs to find the last one on the round. This could be winnable here, but he only has the Sheriff at hand, and it's just simply not enough to shut down Snick. 2-2 round count as things equalize once again, and the spike not detonating in time to blow up Snick sky high. That'll keep him alive and make that eco just a little bit sweeter at the very end.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I think even if we were to see Altered win that last gunfight, I don't know if there was time. I mean, that was a really close, it would have been a really close defuse. Regardless, 2-2. Purdue, enough cash to buy back in, and they've got an operator. Jeff's got that thing already in rear, and it's up there at B. Going to be playing around it, but it's actually going to be A, where the majority of these Sac State players are headed.
And looking to be, once again, just a straight-out A push. That first initial pick going to favor the side of Purdue, though, but once again, those Asher smokes, which caused so much chaos the last time they were brought out, is going to be a bit of a nuisance once again. But, oh, there's the trap wire. Perfect timing by Alter to shut down Snick. Once again, Purdue on top of things in terms of the frag potential, and now that those smokes have dissipated, Alter, he's got a clear sight line, but there goes the divide coming in through to basically just impair his vision once again. He might have to reposition because of that, but the spike not being brought down just yet, as they don't have full control of A just yet. They still have to push out a little bit further, trying to now go for that plant. Flacco will attempt it, but he's not entirely sure if he wants to go for it just yet, or maybe try to test out his luck against Ultra with that menacing Odin. But, oh no, there's the flank by Honcho. It's not going to be enough though, luckily, and it'll just turn out to an absolute bloodbath in the middle of sight, with Alter picking up 3 on the round.
Big round for Purdue to win, considering obviously that if they don't pick that up, Sacramento, they are able to continue buying, but not to be Nick, the only one with money. Kind of toying with the idea maybe of going with the hero buy, but I don't think that's really the play. Maybe he goes for it, maybe he doesn't. But regardless, the rest of the team is poor as you like. And with that, Purdue going to be able to take advantage. Operator now towards C, as again, nobody going that direction for now, but maybe later.
They always got that possibility in the back of their minds. The Cypher Cam might be able to gather a lot of vital intel, perhaps. Garage is being teased currently, but it might just end up turning around and towards a mostly B main push. It does spot out Prodigy, and the wallbang will be attempted by Alter. They're not going to be fully successful. Neither will this B rush, as Spaghetti is there, and Honcho with a quick trade, doubling down, and Alter joins in all the fun as well to get the last 2 of the round. Once again, a complete massacre in the middle of the bomb site, but this time it'll be B, and it will still be successful for Purdue.
Man, Alter's had a fantastic start to this game. 9-3 with 4 assists at the time, and already has the neural theft online. Speaking of ultimates, though, Sacramento, they've got 5 ultimates on the ready. 3 for Purdue, but again, that's a whole lot to work with if you are Sacramento, especially now that they have weapons back out. So Snick did end up buying in last round, and you can see that he's forced down to just the frenzy. But the good news is they have the Blaze Storm to follow that up, and that's what he's going to utilize and utilize well to take out the Jeff.
Spike
and
down A.
that's pretty darn fast, eh?
Yeah, losing out on that operator and now following up with the Seekers to gather that vital intel on the last 3 players alive. Guiding Light, blinding King won't be marked off of just yet. There's a cross peek afoot, and Prodigy will shut down King. An advantage back in the favor of Sacramento State, and they have all the time in the world to decide where they want to actually go for a full-fledged execution. They were thinking about A, but now they're going for a full rotation, which might be the better call here, just to try to catch Purdue off guard, but they honestly seem the wiser of it, as they're actually stacking up inside of C to try to directly counter that one out. Altered possibly going in a bit of a flank here. Garage to maybe pick up one. He won't be successful. Spaghetti is there with the trade, and finally Alter will try to have a name for himself on this 7th round. Now turning into a 1v1 confrontation. Snick could try to go for the plant here, but Alter does have a really strong weapon just to hold down M1 and simply punish out Snick for not having anyone to cover him on this plant. It more or less might just turn down to a possible gunfight, more or less, and not so much a plant. But now that Snick is trying to maybe rotate around, he could maybe change his mind on that. Not entirely sure if he wants to go for this push. It appeared to be a bait, but Altered is not going to fully extend out his body to actually give away Snick that easy pick. Plant now being confirmed as the spike is on the ground, and Altered just kind of working his way around the bomb site, but he has no idea where Snick is playing at. It's an easy 1v1 clutch for Snick, and Sacramento, they're trying to regain that round count.
Man, Snick reading Altered like a book. He's checked him out and he's giving him back, saying, nah, it's too easy for me. Don't worry about it. Sacramento taking a nice round to put themselves in towards one away from tying the game back up. Buys back in for both sides, but considering the 1v1 and the low economy, it's going to be a bit of a forced purchase here for Sacramento. They do have full weapons, but it is going to be at the cost of some of that utility like you were talking about, and some of the armor. With that, lots of pressure here towards A early on. They push 2 players back, and then they themselves, Sacramento, fall back as well.
Yeah, not wanting to sacrifice all that much from the get-go, as it just looked to be a little bit too hot for their liking. So can't take the heat out of the kitchen. Well, it appears that Sacramento will take that advice to heart and just go across the entire map and put all of their commitment in towards C, and so far it's working out perfectly. There's no one here to deny except for a possible Hunter's Fury. It rips on out. Flacco now just repositioning himself. He'll get spotted up by the Hunter's Fury once again and actually get eliminated off of it. Things are actually looking on the brighter side of things here for Purdue. They just need to find one more frag, and Honcho will open that up. Down goes Prodigy. Spike being confirmed here, but it's nothing but blue currently until Rux and Rickdag manage to open things up a little bit more. Moving on to post position here. Things are looking fantastic for Purdue as they only need to find one more player, but it's Rux, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. Down goes his doppelganger of Spaghetti on that Sova, and now he just has to bait for time. He hears the spike go off. It's attempting to be diffused. He'll try to spray on down with a Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to find all that much success, and Jeff can just pick it now. You may have found that frag on the Altar, but it will not be enough to win out the round. Purdue will take it in the very end off of a, once again, seamless retake.
Yeah, a valiant effort, I will say, from Rux in particular. That a big clutch in the prior game does not pick it up here. All that being said, look at the economy. It isn't perfect by any means for Purdue. They have to buy an Ares here for Honcho, a Judge for Honcho, and Ares for Spaghetti, along with the Odin for Altered, and that operator that Jeff saves. So, again, a nice attempt. Sacramento, they also are on the lower purchase. There goes the Judge. Best gun in the game, as I like to say. 2-for-1 deal. I like that, and I love those odds.
Oh my god, the element of surprise that the judge can have, it sometimes is just hilarious how much
Spike
work you can
planted.
do with that shotgun. It won't deter Sacramento entirely though, as they'll still get the spike down inside of A, but it is a 3 on 4. Astra's HUD is just really blurry. I thought she was dead, matter of fact, but no, it'll still be a man count favoring the side of Sacramento. Nice shot to finish off Nick, and once again, it's just a constant trade game. With the fact that Purdue had that man count, it will end up being a victory for them, and they'll even seal the deal with an operator pickup too, so they are honestly reaping countless benefits just by, again, having a phenomenal retake game against Sacramento's post plant.
Starting to see a pattern emerge here. I don't know if you are as well, fellow, but
I think I am
seeing,
too.
one round that Sac State can pick up, followed by 2 Purdue rounds. And that's just not really conducive to a winning strategy, is it? Yeah, Sacramento, they are struggling just a bit at really putting rounds together. They win one here, one there, but Purdue are definitely still in the driver's seat for this one. They get the buys back out. Minnow, you really need to start to answer the call here. Otherwise, it's starting to get a little bit more dicey, and this is Sac State's pick.
Yeah, Sacramento, they need to remember how strong Purdue's retake game is, because it's honestly a force to be reckoned with. So is that operator, but it's not going to find any immediate picks, as that first shot will ring on out but not actually hit anybody. So it'll still remain that 5-on-5 and might give Sacramento the idea that, hey, maybe we should reposition, as we don't want to go up against the rifle that can literally one-shot you no matter where it lands, except underneath the belt line, I suppose. So it appears that B will be the new point of contention, but Purdue, they've got eyes watching it carefully from every which way, and so long as the Asher smoke / guiding lights aren't going to be enough to actually deter them, this could once again just be another easy retake or another great shutout, as the plant will be attempted. But once again, Purdue, they're just waiting patiently.
Indeed they are, and well, let's see if it comes to fruition. 4-on-4 here for the retake. And a storm goes out, shock darts, lots of utility, but there is the cosmic divide. Flash comes in. Okay, I don't know how that happened. Prodigy gonna take down Rick Dad and Flacco to come in from the backside. Rux is there for help. 2 for Prodigy, 3 for Rux. It's a full house of frags. As Sacramento somehow, some way contend with the cosmic divide, even despite that team kill.
That was just a chaotic round. So much being spended in, countless ultimate abilities. It was just a mess inside of B, with Sacramento just scraping the remains to get that victory. But it did put a very heavy toll on Purdue's eco, apparently, as they're just rocking with Sheriffs, a Spectre, and then a Marshal to tip things off. They do have a couple of players who have a lot of money in their back pocket, but obviously they're not going to want to just buy out a rifle when everyone else is saving, so just going to keep it in for later, just kind of have it invest over time, I suppose. And yeah, not having that well of weaponry is going to make things much more difficult from you, especially from the rip of the round, as Sacramento will just start punishing because of that.
Well, that punishment becoming a little bit more and more rough as things go down. Jeff tagged, or rather, he's not the one tagged. It's his teammate who's tagged. My apologies. Alters, good timing. He does. Jeff does the same, and might be winnable. 3 versus 3. Not going to work against Rux, who's going on the run and gun mission. Forgetting coming around the backside. Altered low HP. Not going to happen. But it got a little bit dicey as Purdue around this. Certainly Sac State could be very expensive here, depending on how many he finds.
Yeah, this could still be a massive victory here, possibly, for Purdue. Even if they don't get that spike actually defused, just worsening the man count again for Sacramento would honestly be something nice to go home to. But no, it'd only be 3 at the end. Still a lot of bloodshed, though, which is honestly not going to make Sacramento all that happy, especially going in the last round before we move into the second half. This round is honestly a bit of a coin toss, to say the least, Vincent.
Certainly feels that way, though I will give Sacramento credit. the first time they've been able to string 2 rounds together. Maybe they can pull out a third. It'll be the first time that anyone this game, by the way, has pulled out the 3-round win streak, which, you know, kind of just goes to show you how close this game really has been. It's been back and forth, though Purdue has certainly been in the driver's seat the entire way. The Blaze Storm coming out here for Sacramento early on. It is actually them, the Sacramento side, with the big ult advantage. There's Hunter's Fury for Purdue as well, but it's not going to be quite the same scenario with 3 ults coming in for Sac State.
Yeah, it might just come down to the ultimate differential here, and you don't have any more rounds to want to save them. Might as well just try to burn through all of them decisively on this last first half round. And there goes the Seekers trying to initiate, but Snick is not quick enough to get inside of the objective room, and Ultra will punish him for it. 5 versus 2. Cosmic Divide comes in through by Sacramento, and now that's going to force Alter in a really rough predicament as he has to try to figure out what he needs to do. Maybe burn through time or just reposition here. Hunter's Fury coming in down as well, only tagging up Flacco and not giving up enough information to really have it be that beneficial. In this post-plant position, we may have Sacramento down on the man count, but they can just play here patiently, bleed out the seconds. They don't need to save any more rounds, and it's just a constant trade game in the middle of the bomb site. 3v2 with Purdue slightly in the lead once again, but they are running on fumes in terms of seconds, and we've got a Hunter's Fury tagged up at Prodigy. Down goes Honcho. You have no one here on the spike, and Prodigy is just making ends meet. Now a one-on-one, and Jeff, he's got no time left to actually go on that defuse. It will be another round win in a row for Sacramento as they will even things out completely. 6-6 going in the second half.
Man, Prodigy sitting in that corner, so patient. Jeff goes by, just holds the trigger finger, right? Plays the long con, right? Waits even for the Hunter's Fury to be committed. Then he guarantees the round. By that time, they are, I mean, Purdue just aren't expecting someone to be close on the spike. They're expecting to be playing far, and that's why they had one player only committed to the spike. Really, really intelligent play from Prodigy. Another big round that really is his doing. And man, if we go back and by the end of this game, talk about how Prodigy able to clutch up there in the last round of the half is a turning point. Oh man, talk about a key player.
Good night, Honcho. Unlucky positioning there. Snick will manage to get that first pick. Not able to find another one, though, so things will turn out in that 4-on-4. And for the most part, Sacramento State, they've been playing a lot better on the pistol rounds. So this might already be a dead giveaway as to how they will maybe reign victorious on this one, as well as they haven't lost a single pistol round yet, but maybe I could be proven wrong. So far, not so much, as it just appears that Sacramento is really taking the helm of things. Rick Dad with 2 on the round, utilizing that guiding light, like I mentioned all the way at the very beginning, as to how annoying it can be to play up against. Things now turned 2-4, with Purdue very limited on options here. They'll still attempt to go inside of A. King with a very vital frag onto Rux, but the question is he good enough to find another one? That's the bigger thing. He gets into that first initial pick, but it looks like he's actually backing off instead. We might see a possible rotation, Vincent.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing that rotation come through. You have the spike, you have the time, why not go for it, I guess?
30
Especially
seconds
considering
left.
that Purdue were walking into a pretty significant stack. The real question mark here is going to be the spot. Is it online? Yes, it is. And that's going to give everything away here to Prodigy. Just got a classic. I'll be honest with you, not a fan of just a classic here in round number 2.
10
It's
seconds
definitely
left.
giving away advantages,
Spike
but
planted.
nonetheless, he's going to go down.
Enemy
Eli
remaining.
Leo with the frag. Rick Dad coming around the corner. And I didn't even notice, but man, Purdue, they were playing with fire right there with regard to their purchase.
Don't even start
I
that
don't-
shit,
I-
mate.
I don't think it's a good idea not to buy guns in the second round. I think it really puts you in a tough spot.
Yeah, especially if you just don't need to buy a lot of utility that can benefit you on round number 1. You know, a really good example is if you're like a Sova player like I am, you can just buy a Ghost and then 2 Shock Bolts on round number 1. That's a really good one. If not, then Classic and Armor, you know, kind of pick your poison. if you don't really have to worry about a ton of utility in your back pocket, it is better to just buy that better weaponry, if not then armor, just to make yourself a little bit more challenging to go up against. But hey, maybe we'll see another 1-to-1 upset, perhaps with Purdue reigning supreme and once again equalizing out the round count. Looks to be like they're going for a little bit of a different situation here, pushing towards Garage, but it's being completely denied by Prodigy with the first 2 on the round as Rick Dad follows suit. This round is really over before it began.
Yeah, very smart play there, sitting inside that smoke, knows that the possibility of like the jump up is certainly there. And Prodigy going to confirm the third. Jeff attempting some shots, but those are missed wide to every direction, left, right, and center, to be honest. This Prodigy going to get the quad kill on the round. Nicely done. And that gives Sacramento not only their, I mean, they just took their first lead, but now they've taken the second round in a row. And that's actually 5 if you count the rounds from the prior half. So Sacramento really taking charge here as we continue on.
On a bit of a heater currently, and Snick, I think you mentioned this, not number 1, if not you, then Scott. We're actually seeing an operator on the 3rd round here for the second half, which could be a bit of a shocker, and if played properly, this could be massive of just worsening the economy, and there it is. The proof is in the pudding as Snick starts out with the aggression. Down goes King, such a vital agent, losing that Astra off the rip, and a full rifle. If we see a lot of bloodshed, and if more than that, just an entire loss by Purdue, they might not have a lot of breathing room to recover.
No doubt. I mean, that's, like you said, losing your controller there at the very beginning of a round, just not ideal. There we go. Nice read there from Spaghetti. Rux with the trade. Good setup in general, but Altered has his back to Rux Falls. Operator. Nice shot there by Snick. Not only finding the frag, but also giving the advantage back over. But it's the real honcho over towards B on the lurk. Gonna find success. Oh man, Flacco nearly got spotted out, but it's going to be the C hit. Ultimately was over at A, but the quick rotation means that things have escalated quickly.
30 seconds left.
And now soon to be in the post-plant situation, it's going to come down to that retake game. Something that Purdue was really good at, but obviously now in the attacking half, they're not the ones going in on the retake. Flacco getting shut down. It's just Snick. And the question is, will he try to clutch this one out or just simply save out the operator? It's definitely a very winnable situation here, especially if he manages to isolate each pick here and just try to win out those 1v1s with that operator in hand. But he has no clue that Reyna is so close to him. It's an easy wide swing for Honcho, and it was a great attempt by Snick, and he found a lot of success in the round, but in the end, he will meet his maker and will gladly, or ungladly, I should say, give Jeff that up. He'll be happy about it, but not so much Snick.
Yeah, not so much. That's sort of the danger of buying an operator early in towards the half. Number one, it's a huge financial investment. You can see what it's done to the economy of Sacramento. They're a little bit on the poorer side, particularly sticking itself, who's on the Marshall. But on top of that, you lose it, you give it over to the other team, and obviously that's a dangerous thing in and of itself. Nick, well, he was playing sort of the same position.
Watch it, find it.
The Marshall this time, though. Bush comes out here towards C. Gotham Provide going to be utilized. Dash and updraft, both being fourth. Flacco in the site. Great patience there by Flacco. He's got 3 frags by that. That's magical. Through 2 versus 2 here now on the retake because it's King Lion Leo and Spaghetti to do the deed.
Really swift push by Purdue, but not enough to remove Flacco until it was far too late. Things once again could become winnable here for Sacramento as it is a 2-on-2. The Hound not able to disorientate Spaghetti. At least it gathered that vital information. And Rick Dad, he's now got the option to throw out the guiding lights, perfectly blinding out King. But Rick Dad still loses the fight. That's huge as we're now back in a 1v1 and Spaghetti doesn't lose those. Purdue, a massive victory in their fingertips. And I'm shocked that Sacramento lost that, but just the spray down was not enough apparently, and Rick Down just got annihilated.
Yeah, blind as a bat. Somehow King Lion Leo still picks up a frag. You know, that's the big moments that if you're able to find those key frags that can turn a game. Speaking of turning the game, Purdue about to turn this game on its head as they are going to take 3 in a row themselves unless they get hit by the anti-eco curse. Sacramento down to sheriffs and just pistols.
And not a pleasant sight to see, as that is going to put you at a very huge gun differential. And once again, Purdue just trying to rush in towards C. Flacco trying to go for a cheeky right click will immediately get vaporized. And the rest of his team just kind of falling to the wayside as well as it turns into a 5-on-2. There isn't really much left that Sacramento can do except find some possible exit frags. And Rick, that his position well known because he gave away his intentions trying to shoot up that wire. He'll get immediately eviscerated by Spaghetti, and he's good for 3 on the round. 9 and 8 now favoring Purdue, as they had a bit of a hiccup at the very beginning of the second half, but now have completely turned it around 180.
Yeah, quick 180 indeed. As Sacramento, well, I mean, I feel like I'm sort of feeling maybe a third map oncoming. I don't know for sure, obviously, but it's going to be in a very important round. The reason I say that is, I should say a very important round for Sacramento, because Purdue's got some cash. But with 4 ultimates aside, so 8 ultimates total in the round, this essentially could be the round that Sac State could win, or Purdue taking in dominant fashion, that could be the first nail in the coffin.
Well, for once, C not being immediately approached upon, I think Purdue they're being a little bit more decisive about how they want to take out this next round. It probably is the wiser call, but it's not going to be enough to be careful of that operator. Snick getting rid of Honcho from the very beginning of the round is a nice and flavorful start for Sacramento, but we've seen Purdue come back from rounds they've already been down on the man count just by having better post-plant positions, whether it is on a retake on their defense or on their offensive when they are just in critical locations to deny a retake from actually going in down. A lockdown will be confirmed here on the defensive side for Sacramento. Will it be enough, though, to actually hinder Purdue's intentions? It will be from the B bomb site, but now they just rotate in on A. Spaghetti now down off the board as he is not able to stop a late-sided push. Will re-give Sacramento that man advantage, but now we're in the post plant, Vincent.
Now we are. Still, like you said, the man advantage is strong. Blaze Storm potentially? I don't know if you want to use that. The Cosmic Divide as well online. Gotta get a move on, though. Things are, taken away. There's that Blaze Storm defensively. Gonna dash out. Good right click, but it's only good for 1. Flacco with the frag, altered with the trade, but Rux has it better. And those are indeed the player advantage moments that you love to see. Sacramento, a little bit close on the defuse. Just 3 seconds left to play with, but ultimately, the victory is a victory. And that is exactly what Sac State do.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu, as I think we saw a very similar storyline in the first half where it was a 4-on-3 retake for Purdue and they barely managed to scrape away 2-0 just because they had that man advantage. Not so much even though they had to worry about that post plant. The right click as well by Snick, really powerful as well, just to confirm a single kill. It doesn't matter if you end up dying with only 1 kill, as it's just a constant trade game. If your team has that man advantage, then you can just simply play for refrags, and that's all you got to do. You don't need to overcomplicate it, even if you are in that post-play position. Just make sure it's in a timely manner, and sadly, Snick is going to miss out on that vital kill off the bat, which is in kind of a coin flip for him, but at some point in the round, I'm sure he can redeem himself for it, as there's still a minute 20 or so on the board.
I'm sure indeed. Here's the thing, right? Purdue, man, they got lots to work with, and okay, Rick Dad, what a great little position to be in, and the blind as well to allow him to get that out of dodge is fantastic. Sac State taking advantage and taking the lead here in the round and potentially in the game. Push is coming through. There comes that one. Rock goes through, and it's fantastic for Purdue.
Oh, it's just a constant bloodbath inside of C. Hunter's Fury comes in through just to try to slow things down for a little while. It's good for 1, but it's just Rux now trying to find the 4K with very limited time. It really is only a matter of seconds before that spike gets confirmed, and it will finally be put all the way down. Recon, or pardon, Owl Drone will give away Rux's position. It's basically unwinnable at this point, but I think Rux will still give it his all, as those shock bolts will only keep them at bay for a matter of moments. Goes out for the swing, checks logs, but no one is there, and it's just a tag team for Purdue to secure their 10th round and halt things for a little while longer on the side of Sacramento.
Oh man, I'm getting that tingle, that third map tingle out of my toes, and Purdue, it might be sending us there, especially because look at this, man. They keep winning rounds, but they aren't using the 5 ultimates that they have online. I don't really know why, but that just means that when they pull off those ultimates, surely they're just going to be more impactful. I think what Sac State really need to do here, they need to pull as many of these ults out as they can. Because as soon as we get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't want Purdue to have these.
You want to fight it?
Sacramento, they do not have a lot of room for error anymore, especially since this is a save round. They'll get a nice pick on a Honcho, but Spaghetti is there with a quick 2K to his name, and now the spike being planted as well. Once again, inside of C, there is not much that Sacramento State can really do in this position. I've said it beforehand, their best option is just to simply find exits, but I'm not even too sure if Purdue will allow them to actually get away with that kind of tomfoolery. It might just turn out to nothing but net for Purdue once again, essentially giving them that 11th round win. And I'll reiterate myself once again, as sometimes I do spit straight facts. It's going to allow Sacramento with very little breathing room and not too much room for error either, since, yeah, they can buy fully in this upcoming round, but that's pretty much the only round they'll have to be their saving grace. And if they lose on that one, it is going to be probably a third map storyline coming to fruition like you've been hoping for.
100%, yeah. And you can see Sac State want to make sure that they get the money the most that they can, so they collect some bereavement bills there. Death equals cash. As a cashback program coming to fruition for Sacramento. With that being said, they're going to be buying in here. Operator in the hand of Snick. Can this be the turning point here for Sacramento? Or, and Purdue, sitting at 1-1 on the season, by the way. Really, struggling a little bit. Going up against the Sac State side, who are currently undefeated and tied for the top of the leaderboard in the division. What a big win this would be if Purdue could send us even to map 3, even if they don't pick it up.
Especially since we're in the middle of the season now, these are where the wins really start to garner value. Yeah, it's great to have a really nice start from week number 1 and 2, but once you get into that middle area, it kind of turns into make or break, and then it honestly decides if the later weeks are really going to actually be enough to put you inside of the playoffs. So this would just be a great win regardless of the rest of the previous statements too, just to at least pad your stats up a little bit nicer and hopefully have some brighter paths for you moving into the end game weeks, I suppose. But a very slow start for Purdue, especially since they're well aware that Sacramento, they've got the guns now to actually shut them down and deny a post-plant situation. They want to make sure they are 100% confident as to how they want to approach this, and here comes the instantaneous aggression coming inside of B. So far, it will be denied for a little while, but not enough, as Jeff and Honcho find respective kills of their own. 3 versus 2. Empress now popped as well. Things are still looking fantastic for Purdue. They secure another one as King shuts down Rux, leaving Snick, the operator, and a Dream in the 1v3. Can he do it, or will his team be relegated to match point and basically just fighting tooth and nail to make sure they don't go to map number 3? We might be looking down to a possible ladder effect here. A great double dink by Snick. He needs to find another 2 though, and time is still ticking. He's got to go for the rush or stick it, and Jeff with the blind fire. It works out perfectly. A 3K to himself, and there we have it. Match point in the bag for Purdue, at least securing overtime, but I think they can bring it out another round win.
Yeah, I think so. I think Purdue are sending us here to Fracture. Oh boy, what a series. Sacramento, they are floundering here on their map pick. This second half, I mean, I say second half as if the first half really wasn't produced for the most part. It really was. It was only there at the very last 3 rounds that Sacramento fought back and tied this game 6-6. But they haven't been able to do much of anything here on the back end of the second.
Deploying drone.
Purdue
Enemy mark.
looking good. Sacramento on the aggression. They've got to do something. And, well, it pushed all the way through mid. Maybe this can be successful, but it's a big risk, isn't it?
Indeed. And that Guardian actually finding the first frag on towards Walter. Very successful. Guiding Light blinding out everybody. And Purdue will actually market off it more than Sacramento did. A 4-on-3 now as Prodigy gets into a last attempt to try to even that out, but it's unsuccessful. Snick inside a B up on the top ropes will manage to get rid of Honcho. And now the rotation has come in through towards C. They're waiting for a few more seconds, though, to get that spike in, as Asher is quite a distance away, allowing Snick to go nuclear. He's only good for 3, though, and now 1v1 confrontation between Jeff and Rux, but he's looking the wrong way! 13-9 for Purdue. We're going to map 3, Vincent.
There we go. Locked and loaded. Here, Purdue answer back on their opponent's map pick. Thought for a second it would all be over in 2, but no. Purdue able to do the impossible. Fantastic work as they really do pull things back. Look at the scoreboard now as Spaghetti topping things out, followed closely by King Lion Leo. But man, it really was 2 things for me. Number 1, Prodigy was a dominant force in that last map. Or rather in Ascent, really didn't have the same sort of impact. And the same thing can be said for Rick Dad on the Sky. It was okay. It wasn't bad by any means, but it just wasn't the same sort of carry potential that we saw over on Ascent with the Jet. So with that being said, it just didn't quite help pull them over the edge. And got to give credit where credit's due there to Purdue. Everyone firing on all cylinders, everyone coming up with some big moments, and ultimately sending us to a 3rd.
Yeah, that was just super strong by Purdue to really lock out that second map to guarantee a 3rd to try to test their luck once again. It might come down to a little bit more skill and not so much luck, as a lot of those post plants, no matter what side they were on, they just seemed a lot better in and a lot more comfortable. And that could even be said on Ascent, but it was definitely amplified a lot more on Haven. But maybe it won't be that exact same storyline on map number 3, as Fracture is still super unknown by a lot of people, but that's been it for me. I'm pretty sure I think Scott and I are just tag teaming ourselves back in. Pleasure. First time casting with you on my debut with you, Vincent. And we'll go into that short little break, get map number 3 set up. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in a handful of minutes.
We are headed to a map number 3, and I am absolutely pumped. My name is Vincent, now joined by Infernosis once again. And, well, listen, we're headed to Fracture. I want to know what you initially just think when I say the word Fracture.
Prepared. Prepared. That's the word I can do. I have casted this map so many times in my head. I don't think often, so that's really and truly not that many times. But wholly unprepared, I'll be honest. Wholly unprepared. Fracture's a map that's very new to the pool. I've not gotten to have much experience with it, but I played it quite a few times. I've been really enjoying it as well. It is a difficult map. It is a very difficult map to contend with, whether on the attack or defense. You could say attack has a big favoritism for it because they can split from both sides and attack from both directions, but defense, you also have the ability to kind of make that center rotation from your defensive spawns. You do have the ability to come in quickly, and you have a lot of really good sight lines as well when trying to retake a lot of those sites. It really is a game of retakes when it comes down to it, just because it's hard to really deny the attack the ability to step towards the site.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of fantastic information. I, too, have a confession to make that I've casted this map a whole one time. And every time I had the chance to get to play it in ranked, everyone just dodged, and I was very sad. But yeah, so welcome to Valorant.
They just saw your name and they knew, the
yeah,
Vincent. I'm out.
They were terrified. Is that the Vincent Katz? I can't play that guy. Him and his gold elo are terrifying. But no, I'm just out of myself there, haven't I? Nonetheless,
we didn't know. We could have just thought you were immortal, but you ousted yourself.
I know. I did. Oh well, it's fine. There's no secrets here. But regardless, I am excited. I've gotten to cast this one time, and it was very interesting that one time. I think that this map's evolving at a rate of knots. It's very quickly changing. And so that means that every time you see it, something new has happened.
I think one of the big, the most fun factor for Fracture is obviously that a lot of people didn't initially like it, and still I kind of guess don't like it because it's different, right? We had the same problem initially when Haven came out, right? And you're talking about having to do with another objective, right? I mean, there's a fear factor. Breeze had the same problem, but it was just because it's a different map. People don't like different, right? And Fracture is extremely different to a huge degree. So a lot of people still don't have what you would anticipate to be whole strat books. They don't really have a set in stone idea of really what they want to do. And I think that's going to play into a lot for how this game is going to pan out. I think the attackers are going to give themselves a bit of a lead. But I think if the defense can just hold them at bay and really play for those retakes like I talked about, then we could see an entirely different game than we've seen this entire time. Because map 2 was obviously extremely close. Map 1 ended close as well. I think this game's going to be very interesting because I think we're going to have a huge flurry of round wins. But it's just going to immediately kind of return and kind of get a little bit closer like map 1 was towards the end of the game.
Okay, well, interesting ideas. Interesting ideas agent selection wise as well. I love seeing Breach in general. I think Breach is really strong, has been strong since the release of the game. You just don't see it a lot here in NA. That being said, I love that Spaghetti has pulled that out. A Viper for either side is going to be the sole controller. Yes, sole controller. I guess technically Sage, you call it controller of sorts, but whatever. The only smokes there is going to be the Viper. Is that kind of what you've gotten used to seeing?
I guess, yeah. I mean, okay, so I kind of don't like the fact that I don't see a Skye here. I think Skye is extremely strong with her guiding light on this map, especially for retake. I can see on the defense replaying with well-implemented Viper smoke throws, right? If you've got lineups for it set up, if you've got situations, Sage Walls can be fairly good at cutting off sightlines as well. I do like the lineup that I'm seeing, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of weaknesses. But it does seem to be that both sides are looking to go for something. But that Breach play, like you mentioned, is going to be really interesting to see how they kind of float about without having Arena anymore. And also with the fact that you're in a bit of a struggling position because you're down that secondary duelist assistance, but you have the ability to toss out those flashes, those concussive blasts. There's so much more utility to back up. It's pretty interesting to see which side's going to take the edge and whether or not that agent selection is going to be the biggest factor for it.
Indeed, we'll have to see. Dad, nice little secondary frag. Make it 8 seconds for him. 3 on the round here for Purdue. Down 2. Oh my goodness, Rick Dad.
Wow.
Making it look easy there with the Sheriff. quad kill on the pistol. And yeah, that's I see this often here in Prognosis, but every time I see sheriffs on the first round, I'm like, you know, is that really the right decision? And then, you know, I see something like that. I'm like, okay, you know what? Fair enough. I'll just stop.
I think we saw that map 1 too, Vincent, where Sac State took round 1 on map 1, and then they took round 2 as well. And Rickdad and Snick, it may have just been Rickdad still stuck with their sheriffs. They didn't actually switch up to a Spectre, which then allowed them to buy that operator round 3, which was the huge deciding factor for why they started to swing a bunch of rounds in their favor. But this time around, when you lose, you know, Rickdad that early from a very nice shot from a sheriff counterpart, not only would be a man disadvantage on a disadvantageous side, but you're also going to be in a bad spot, a bit of a fickle pickle, as some would say, because you've lost that player, and now they're not going to have as much money when it comes down to it because they're not able to pick up that extra frag for some extra credits.
Well, no extra credits here. B site going to be the one that the attackers from Purdue going to push forward at. Prodigy getting caught out just a little bit. Trying to dispatch Jeff. Eventually going to go his way, but it's not going to be quick enough. The Spaghetti comes back around the backside to help count. Gonna throw down the fracture there, and Rux, the one you're on towards the site. Good defense thus far, but still 3-on-3. You gotta admit, Purdue doing a lot of damage with these pistols, especially considering that Flacco's still chasing with that decay.
30 seconds left.
Trying to find his last kills, trying to chase, and it won't be him. Instead, it'll be Snick who finds Honcho. He's a player in the last few matches, or maps, I should say. And Snick will find one more on top of it. A dangerous position to go through as Leo, who popped off early last map, is going to be finished off late in this round. And it's going to lead to a Sacramento State hold once again. They were Spectre by, nothing too shocking to see. But Snick, obviously, when Prodigy died, you have to pick back up that Spectre, work with it a little bit further. And now you're going to have to see whether or not we do actually see that operator buy this time around, I think. I think that's going to be a big question of sorts. But from the looks of things so far, we're struggling first and foremost with a couple technical difficulties. We'll work those out real fast and then go from there.
Yeah, we will indeed. Apologies for the delay, but nonetheless, you know, we've had an interesting start here. That B hit. Let's talk about it for a moment. It seemed like it could have used some pace. What do you think? Pick up a little bit. You know, they were very slow, very methodical, and in fairness, they did get some kills off the back of it. But I kind of feel like a quick and fast hit would have been a better idea.
When you push through Link like we saw, which is then where we saw them turn and find the kill, you know, where you initially lose that advantage you have from the Swift Rush. They were wary, they pinged out, they turned and still got killed off. When you have that pacing, you can kind of dictate the pacing for the opposition. They lost that pacing. They spent a little bit too much time. They got scared when they pushed out from Generator through into the B site, and that's where they kind of got scared. They lost the confidence. So they turn around and then they get killed. And then you have a bit of a problem still because you've got yourself in a funnel where they're able to step back into the sides and they now know where you're coming from. They now know where you have to go. While there's a huge advantage for the attackers because they can come from both sides and really start to pincer, eventually the defense can kind of play that rotations and really cut off any chance for you to kind of make that return. And for this round, a flawless round that we unfortunately missed most of and caught the end there, it probably was something along the sorts. But for Purdue, swiftness was key. Take control, and you don't really give Sacramento State any chance to kind of go in the return.
Yeah, but that wasn't a bonus round. You know, let's keep that in mind.
True.
You gotta think about it, right? That was Sacramento on the less than ideal weapons. Now they're on the ideal weapons. Rick Dad. We saw him on the jet over on Ascent. We saw him play on the sky on towards Haven. It wasn't as good, but now he's got an operator, and that's where he shined before, and he shined again.
Bad spot to be in right now. Purdue's kind of teasing towards both sides, mostly towards B as of the current moment, but they don't really have anyone coming from the northern side. They are mostly sticking to this southern edge and trying to come from there and that side. But in my head, from what I'm worrying about for this rotation through is the fact that your A defense that's set up for Sacramento, they can swiftly make that rotation through defender spawn like we talked about, and that B side's difficult to hold on to for both sides. So you can go quickly for a return, and this lockdown utility that's being dropped down below it's going to completely swing off the entirety of that B site and force everyone to take a step away. And it even gets 2 players detained off of it because of how swiftly and how hard it is to step away from it.
Yeah, fantastic find there with both players getting detained, but no follow-up just yet. Lion Leo is going to place down that spike there at the B site. Take advantage, but it's Rick Dad who actually finds the frag. So there's no taking advantage of those locked players. Prodigy coming in. Lion Leo on the site. He's got the win against Prodigy. Up to utility trying to dislodge Snick, but he's not going to be able to get pushed out just yet. Snick with a frag, 2 versus 2. Rick Dad still in possession of the operator. Empress, should it be necessary for Snick. Both players coming from the same angles. Utility coming out there from the breach. Lots of frags and flashes rather coming left and right, but with Rick Dad only having the operator being out in the open, he's only able to get 1 trade, not a the trade there for Spaghetti, continuing to take Purdue round by round here as they move away from the pistol.
Was that a hip fire with the operator, Vincent?
It was a quick scope. You know,
was it a quick scope? Still,
not
nice shot.
quite a
I mean,
fire.
it was a nice shot. Unfortunately, not able to find the second. A little bit too close, stepping out of tower. They were ready to wide swing and double swing at a moment's notice, but it looks to be that they're kind of setting themselves up. They're doing a 2-2 and then 1 split attack. It's going to work out early towards the side of B as they'll find 1, but they're quick to find 2 in return for Sac State, and Jeff will cap 1 off further with an operator, but they're going to have to rotate back over towards this southern side. You can see them crossing over right here for Fanshawe. Dish just didn't really work out for them in this way that they wanted to push it. They did find a kill, but it doesn't seem to be that they were feeling very safe pushing in from the lower edge towards A Hall, and we see that exactly with the fact that they lost 1 player. And so they're going to start teasing towards B, where they did find a kill. They may have lost 1 as well, but they did find themselves that kill and can push through B main. The really only point of contention is going to be from Canteen and Generator. And there are 2 players there that may lie, but 2 versus the 3 that are there will allow them to kind of force the replant and the post-plant situation for their side.
Enemy down.
That's a nice shot. Honcho. Not on the Reyna, but on the Sage. Good work. And finding that frag. That's the Vandal going down. That might be recovered. But for now, it looks like it. Flacco. Oh no. Mark's going to grab that one.
Player standing.
Mark's misses the shot as well. It's real. Honcho took advantage. And he's got another frag on the round. Now it's really Flacco just to find, 1 or 2 maybe on the best case scenario. The missed shot allows for real Honcho to continue his amazing round here at 3 to found, and that is Purdue who take the lead.
Purdue taking the lead, but Sac State's able to pick back up that operator. We saw the damage that Rick Dad has been able to deal with that operator so many times before, and I'm kind of glad to be able to see that damage continue to dish out, but when you still have Jeff and Honcho being able to step up as strong as they have been throughout and continuing to do so, Lane was a bit of a sleeping giant, so to say, in Map 1, has really stepped out of their shell since Map 2 and now stepping into 3. It's no longer just a worry about one-man army kind of engagements. Both sides are having players all across their board pick up where they need to, and for a map like Fracture, which probably doesn't have as set in stone of strategies and as much regulation when it comes to how you want to attack and defend, it's probably a pretty big call here to make sure that your players feel comfortable as best as they can. And that might be why we see some variation in the agent pick. They're just kind of picking their comfort pick for what they think is going to work. But first pick dropping, Sac State's going to have a player be removed quite swiftly, and Purdue have the man advantage. They now get to nitpick and decide where they want to push first.
Swarm grenade
And they do. And Purdue looking good thus far. Of a lockdown coming out. Is this going to be as successful as before? I somehow doubt it, considering that there isn't any players over there on that side of the map. With the exception of Rick Dad, who is going to get detained. This time, he should be able to take advantage. King Lion Leo, King Lion Leo can't even get there in time. It's actually Jeff who's out. No more operator, no more problem. In fact, that gets traded up by a Purdue player. 3 versus 5, now 3 versus 4. Yes, by the Prodigy with the frag, and the pick goes out, but it's actually not helping scratch that. Rez and the frags come in. King Lion Leo goes down, so Prodigy now has an opportunity 30 HP, and it's not looking ideal. And with that, Honcho coming around the corner, making life hard. This B hit has been ultra consistent, where Purdue love to go, and they've been doing it very well.
Talk about how strong the lockdown util has been on Fracture as a whole. It locks down a little bit too much the site, right? It kind of makes Killjoy a bit of a necessity to have on both attack and defense. And there's some maps where Killjoy just isn't that viable on the attack, especially in terms of total utility. But our ultimate has always been something that's consistent for use, and it has been nothing but consistent here. And she's even more viable with the fact that you got to be wary for that defensive roam. We saw Sac State bring that out the first couple of rounds in this game, and that's something that I'm sure Purdue's been very wary of. But they're putting quick work through, as Sac State's already going to lose 3 early. The last 3 remaining for Purdue, as they have managed to bleed 2 out, but still sitting quite strong. They've got control of the A site. They'll get Plant down, and now Sac State is forced to roam back through A Hall. Maybe see an option for them to head through doors and come up through rope to maybe push instead through center side of A side, but both of them looking to step through A main instead so far. It's a bit of a one-way smoke. High ground being gathered, looking for Prodigy to hold on strong, but Leo just sprays early, finds the kill, and now a flank game is being set up for the opposition's breach. Rux may find one, sitting very low on HP, has to heal back up, slowed now for the opposition of Honcho's Sage. Flank is just waiting at a moment's notice. They just need to buy time for him to get around the rear. There's Spaghetti to find the kill. Can be implemented by both attack and defense, Vincent. This flanking game is nothing but unparalleled on this map.
Yeah, so many opportunities to get behind players, and you know what I also love from Purdue? They turned up the pace there really quickly. They've been hitting B. They've been playing, I mean, not slow, but relatively slow. You know, waiting until about maybe a minute before they're really doing too much of anything, or it's a fake. There, they take up the pace. They push aggressively in towards A. Also, the position they've really not been going very often, and they take advantage of a Sac State who are reeling.
XP Ultra will be gathered towards this A main side. Position to push through there. They left Spike back in attacker spawn, and they're still doing a 2-pronged assault. Pincer over towards the B site. Tower's a dangerous spot for your Viper to actually peek, and they seem to be getting away with it mostly unscathed. They'll be able to actually gain control of that initial area of Arcade and allow them to step onto the site, but the Sage extremely close. It's going to be a bad firefight if that one goes in the wrong direction, but the looks of things, the lockdown utility that's going through from Alter. They'll lock down the site. Vincent, we've seen this time and time again. We know it's going to occur. Maybe Sac State can get away from it, but Snick's not going to get away for long as Leo finds that kill. They will not all make... Oh, they will all make it out. Rux barely at the last moment. That B-side control handily in Purdue's favor.
We talk how that's the 3rd lockdown in 7 rounds? Like, that's outrageous. From the attacker side, the defense has one of their own, and their dad can open things up. Rux for the second. This push here towards B is now 3 versus 4. Prodigy playing outrageously well. Prodigy with the 3rd does the deed. It's going to be a defuse here for Sacramento. It's a much needed round for them. Those retakes have been, I want to say, pretty terrible. In fact, it's needed to have the lockdown in order for Sacramento to get back onto a site. That's craziness.
Because I don't know if you've ever played CSGO or casted CSGO or know what the game CSGO is. But there's a mode where it's just you retake, right? There's a bunch of servers for it. I think they actually added an official mode. I love that, and this map is just the epitome of it in my mind. A lot of it feels like you give up control. You give an inch to take 2 inches back, right? It does feel like that, right? You may have to sometimes take a step back, especially when the lockdown is available for the 10th time in this half. You kind of have to give up a lot of the site to be able to retake it, and retakes are just the most important thing you can imagine here. And fortunately for Sac State, or maybe unfortunately, they'll get the job done at the cost of an ultimate that was required, like you mentioned. But 1 kill already dropped. Sacramento State's going to start off strong, but a Viper's pick will go through. Flacco looking for an option. They're going to completely lock down that side of A, not allowing for anyone from Purdue to step up. There's only 3 of them remaining, so bad position to come from, but it's a dish play from Alter to try and grab that pincer and maybe catch one off guard.
Let's see if it can come to fruition. Flacco playing very much around this. Players pushing in and Altered You get flanked depending on the timing and whether Altered wants to drop down in there. It's a dangerous play, sure, but the timing is really what it comes down to. Gonna come in at any moment. Well, here it comes. Log in. Is he ready? Yes. Flacco with the frag. Spaghetti going down. Now Jeff has to think, okay, what's going on? He's met with Snick, and oh my goodness.
30 seconds left.
Down with the Viper. Frick dad. Gonna complete the triple in order to pull another round towards Sacramento. That Viper's Pit doing wonders.
You see preemptive Viper's Pit placed in a couple maps. Icebox is a big one for B site, Vincent. It seems almost like that site's made for it. I mean, you have the high ground coming from Dish. They've got to drop into it. There's really no other outlet to go from. If they come from A main or from door through ropes, it's just completely cut off, and it's just a dangerous position to come from. They pre-placed that perfectly. Purdue kind of forced a funnel into it, and it didn't take a full rifle really to contend. Just do a judge and get the job done. That's exactly what we saw, but you can hear that blade storm pop off. It'll be your Purdue side. Jeff's looking for an option to find themselves an early kill, but the rolling will come through. Jeff's going to sprint onto the site straight through the toxic screen, looking for an option, tailwinding up to the high ground, forced to use both. And Leo instead, who finds the kill. And Viper's Pit pop for Purdue instead this time. Rick Dad is not able to find an option instead of the stick to take out Jeff.
Oh, but Snick, that is fantastic. They're using the Empress. You have to dismiss, but it's not over yet. Real honcho with a double, and it's all into Rick Dad, who's got a 1v3 to win it all. There's a no-scope, not going to hit. Blade Storm comes out. It's a nice flashpoint to stall things a little bit more. Double swing, not going to happen. He's getting flanked, and he doesn't know. Altered with the frag. Altered, man, talk about a guy who really has improved as the series has gone on. Your Infernosis, Altered is your guy.
I mean, what else can you say when Altered has gotten so many lockdowns, has been able to charge their ultimate so effectively? That right there, even if you're not able to pick up kills and be like that super impactful player on the scoreboard, there's no denying probably the most pivotal player right now has been Altered. That huge spree of round wins we saw there, the 5 in a row between round 3 and that round 8 and 9, is everything, right? And unfortunately for Sacramento State, unfortunately for Purdue, Sacramento State started to kind of make that return and figure out what was working, but Purdue's now managed to find one in return, and now it's just a matter of continuing to dish out that damage and just make it so Sacramento State don't know what they need to do and to really make it difficult for them to make those decisions going forward.
Indeed. There's Rick Dad. He's been doing, got to give credit to Rick Dad as well, by the way, who's been finding consistent, fast opening hits. But it sometimes just hasn't been enough, and this is a situation where he does just that. 4-on-4, but the lockdown is in. Both, in fact, a little bit confusing, but you take a look at the overall macro map, and B's just not going to be on the cards for now.
Spike planted.
Or hold. He's gonna have to take a step away. It's not a huge deal for him so far. When he planted over on the A side, gonna move all the way around, try to figure out which angles are going to work. And for Snick right now, he's in a bad spot from defender spawn. Drop down through rope, gain control towards door, but he knows a lot of the opposition sitting in A main, 2 of them to be exact. But it looks to be that Sacramento are gonna have a good job of being able to step onto the site itself. One player down below, sitting underneath. He doesn't really have a great option right now, but he's getting a lot of these flashes out, keeping the opposition blinded and not allowing them any bit of a safety net, and it's going to work out for him. He not just gets them blind, but kills them off as well. A 4K to Spaghetti's name. Capping off another round for Purdue. It's 7-4 for them. Last round before the half, and Purdue handily have this one. The attack has been quite dominating so far.
So I have a question, Infernosis. Obviously, I said I've watched this map a little bit less than you, and by a little bit I mean a lot less, though I'm aware you're not the biggest fracture watcher yet yourself. In your experience though, what's been the sidedness here? Is it more attacker sided or more defender sided? What do you think?
I view it as more attacker-sided in a lot of the games that I watch. It's mostly been collegiate that I've been able to key into for Fracture.
Gotcha.
But it tends to be attacker-sided because of the versatility for forcing retakes, right? Attackers have that huge advantage of swinging into sites, getting early picks. If they lose a first engagement, then they're in a bad spot. They're in what you would call that fickle pickle I talked about earlier, and you don't really know where to do, and it's a bit worse than other maps because when you have taken control of site, you really expect them to only come from one angle, maybe two. The retake can come from 3 different sides, and that's one of the biggest factors for a defensive team is to actually utilize those ropes in center, take control of these attacker spawns, and use them against them on the retake. And teams that can utilize that can totally swing it back in favor of the defenders. It's just the problem of time constraints taking away on your side.
Great point. Fantastic. Hear your insight. As well, Purdue, they certainly look strong here on the attack side. And they maybe complete an 8-4. That would be fantastic. Rolling Thunder. Gonna come out there. You're an out 8. But really home for the moment. But they are in the periphery. Swing and a miss. Royal Honcho, though, certainly not missing. Lion King, Lion Leo on the follow-up. Fault line comes out. Going to throw that poison orb down in the middle to deny some area of effect. Compact with the Reds. This is looking better and better. Spaghetti, Real Honcho, everyone coming to play as Rux goes down. This is a fantastic look here. Half number 1 for Purdue, 8-4.
Purdue handily took control of that half, and now it's going to be up to them to figure out how they defend. The biggest question is going to be whether or not we do see it kind of pan out to be that attacker-favorited Fracture like I anticipate it kind of to be, or whether or not it's just Purdue tactically taking control of the situation and maybe using something that Sacramento State weren't necessarily aware of. And I think with the way that Sacramento State played, I think they played that one fairly strong, and their retakes were fairly spectacular when it came down to it, and the ones that they were able to succeed within. But a lot of them felt a little lackluster, like that last round where we saw them, they didn't take advantage of multiple angles. They only tried to push in through defender spawn, and they were unfortunately forced to funnel into their opposition where they're just forced to just kind of lie in wait till they're killed off one by one.
Indeed, yeah. Sacramento, it's a bit of a struggle there on the defense, no lie. But they've been good. Have Sacramento been on the pistols, and Rick Dad continuing that trend here as we go. Have that Sheriff opener. Nick, with another frag. There we go. Overheal couldn't be tagged right back in there. King Lion Leo, though, trades one back. It's 3 versus 4. And Purdue, you talked about it, coming in from multiple angles. They're coming in from at least 2. And Altered with an opener means that things have been even on up. 1v1's not going to work. That's Nick with the frag. It's King Lion Leo down and out.
Time out.
Players left alive, but man, this retake is so tough because of how split up these players have been. With that, Rux and Snick win out their duels as well. No need for a defuse because Sacramento, they've got the round.
I think I would have liked to see, like we talked about, you said they're really coming from only 2 angles. I mean, that was B main, and then you obviously had a player coming from defender spawn through canteen. You had a player that stepped from link, which is still defender spawn, coming out, attempting to come out from generator. Both of the players that were coming from despawn, you should have sent the one that was coming out through link, through gen, and sent them around through arcade to actually flank the backside of the opposition's Snick. Sorry, not Snick, of the opposition's my brain for a second there. You need to flank. Yes, it was Snick. That I am correct here. You need to flank Snake in that process. If you don't do that, then you're not going to be able to find that kill because the Reyna can just get your first kill and then dismiss away, and you still have to worry about the other 2 players in sight, and that's what they fell into. They fell victim to the initial anticipation of it not being a problem, and it ended up being that problem. So they had the multiple varieties of attack. They didn't implement it strong enough, but from the looks of it, it looks to be that Purdue's just going to give up sight. They're going to completely play for the retake, hoping Sheriffs can get the job done. They're going to have one person go all the way across towards the southern edge to come in through B main instead. From the looks of things, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. Honcho starts things off, but Rick Dat sprays down 3. There's only 2 remaining. 1 on your northern side, 1 on your southern. They're going to have to come from Arcade and Tree, and it does not seem to bode well for them as Flacco takes out Jeff, and Altered is now just left alone to walk into the loving arms of Rick Dat for another kill.
2 things there. Number 1, I really like that dish play. The all 5 players stacked up right behind Dish early on, and used the flashpoint to go through in an entry looking for openings. Obviously, no one was there. But what I would have liked to see is more than just one person coming towards that southern end of the map. And on top of that, why are we seeing? Like, I don't know quite why you would have everybody push in so aggressively when you have the player coming back later on.
From the way that I see that, it's kind of hard to picture that one, Vincent, because it's a bit of a situation where it's a game of what ifs, right? If they played that one towards Dash, where they did get the flashpoint out and they're able to sweep out, they had frenzies, they had really strong weapons in terms of secondary pistols, but at close range those can deal a lot of damage. And when someone's blinded, then they can't really fight back. It could have been a good situation for them. And from the way that we saw them attack, they did attack from one single side. They just rushed site because they knew they had better weapons. They knew they had the advantage rushing in with those specters, and they implemented it and utilized that very well. And it could have gone in favor of our defensive side, but they just went to the wrong direction. They just held the wrong way. But Dish is about the only direction I can think of that you can do that. There's not a great spot near Arcade towards the opposing side to step towards B. Maybe you could say if they sit close bench, you could say so, but most teams are going to clear that. There's not a great angle for Flashpoint. You probably won't get the entire team. That was their one trying to... It's not a huge deal for them, but it was a very interesting strategy, and I like the way they had tried to bring that forward in that round.
Yeah, this is where a telestrator would be awesome. We'd love to be able to draw on that map. That would be cool to have, but nonetheless, we are underway here. A little bit of a tech issue in between, but now we are back in business. It's going to be a bonus here for what is the attacker side, I believe. And, well, can Sac State equalize? If they win this round, they get a chance to tie things 8-8.
I have the spike.
But if they can't pick it up, then honestly, Purdue could run away with this thing pretty darn easily, couldn't they?
I think that's a big option. I think that's something we definitely need to be very wary about when it comes down to it. And I guess one of the biggest factors is going to be how this attack's going to start to unfold. And the looks of things, it looks to be a push coming in quite swiftly towards B. Unfortunately for the opposition, Rickdad and Rux taken out very swiftly. Now, there's only 3 players left standing, and they're in a very bad spot when it comes to this attack. They've split themselves and spread themselves thin. One holding towards Generator. That was Prodigy, taken out quite swiftly in return. I think their Viper is just going to make that rotation all the way back through A, maybe hoping for a sneak plant, and the opposition's Killjoy is kind of stepping away, maybe stepping towards defender spawn from Link. Maybe just sitting there and lying in wait for it. And defense, this is where you see that retake, that swiftness I spoke about before the game started, how quickly they can make the rotations. They're over there quick as a jiffy. Within 2 seconds, they made it to the other site. It ends almost as quick as it started. Altered finish isn't off strong. 4 players left standing for the Purdue. Find themselves a round win on that, I think you call it the bonus round.
Yeah, Sac State, they had their weapons that they brought in from the anti-eco. They were just going to bonus those up. Didn't buy fully in, which means that they can fully purchase this gun round and give themselves an opportunity to continue their success. That said, good news for Purdue. They do deny the Sacramento comeback, at least for now. We'll have to see how things go. Fault line early on, going to find success on the Prodigy. But it's only temporary. The wall moves up. That's, again, just a temporary thing that falling down as well. You can see the orb control there for Sacramento. They're trying to do the similar strategy, I think, with regard to getting Prodigy as many lockdowns as possible.
2 kills, dropping quite quickly as Honcho and Jeff finish off 2 of the opposition, attempting to step up from Arcade. The toxic screen was kind of fruitful for them, but it also kind of made it a little bit more difficult when they popped it off and cut off sightlines towards Arcade. And Honcho was a absolute menace, not just in the beginning of that round, but the end as well, finishing off the last 3 quite quickly. A 4K to his name. It's hard to even react to just how quick that one went down there, Vincent. You can hear your okay in the background. Yeah, that's really what it feels like. And Purdue are are very much so keeping and domineering control right now so far, and this next round shouldn't be that different considering Sacramento are forced into a bad predicament in terms of their eco. They do have the Blade Storm that Rick Dad will be able to full armor and pop off, and Snick can duelist his way through with the rifle as well, but
Get out of
it
my
may just be
way.
a situation of die, let your teammate pick up the rifle and attempt to work in one by one.
This seems like a heavy investment for an eco round, but if Sack can pull it off, then obviously it's worth its weight in gold. But yeah, no, Real Honcho, he's been pulling his weight, but maybe Rick Dad can turn the tides. King Lion Leo down and out, but another frag there by Altered with the Nano Swarm. That's just nasty, and this looks like it's all but over. That aftershock gonna force one player out. Getty gonna take that. Flacco. Nice shots there with the Classic, but I mean, Classic versus 4 players. Come on, that's just not a real scenario that you're gonna win. What I was mentioning there before things kind of went crazy is Real Honcho has been having a really good game playing on the Sage, right? Was playing with the Reyna both games before this. Turns out Sage, Reyna, no problem. He's still fragging out.
Yeah, I'm almost a little sad though, Vincent, right? I mean, Honcho has just
Imagine
been so
the Reyna.
good on the Reyna. Yeah, I mean, I'm really sad to see it now be played through, but I don't think it's a bad decision. I don't think the Breach was a bad play. It's worked out for them. They're able to cut sightlines. They're able to play very well. I don't think it's a bad decision whatsoever. And when you're able to play a player confidently and play a player that, or an agent that you're comfortable with, it doesn't always matter the lineups that you have in terms of what's the most meta, what's going to work the most efficiently. As long as those players are comfortable and those players can utilize everything to their advantage, it's going to work out just fine for them. I mean, Purdue is epitomizing that right now. Unfortunately, they'll epitomize a loss early in this round. They'll lose one. Safe ball will go through, and Snick does not miss the opportunity. Rushing past it, does find one. Leo able to take off the head of Rux, but still in a bad spot. Get some damage off towards Prodigy, but it was Getty who finished off the kill. The defensive lockdown will keep them off the site for a little bit to stop the plant, but ultimately it's only a matter of time till it goes. Rolling Thunder pops. Purdue have a chance to step through. It'll be Leo. He finds one. Rick Dad quick on the refrag with the operator. One player in tower. He's going to be taken out by Spaghetti, and it's a 1v1. Rick Dad's pushing forward. He's got the light out, but he can't get it done. Rick Dad with a quick click finds Spaghetti, and it will be Sacramento State finding themselves a round win. 3 losses in a row, but finally back into it.
Perfect timing too, because man, that would have been Purdue on series point. Oh man, that would have been scary. Purdue, they are on the cusp of an upset here. We talked about it at the outset, and I've reminded us a couple of times, but let me go back if you were just joining us. This Purdue Gold side, they're 1-1 currently on the season against the Sac State Green. That, well, they're undefeated up till this point, and they also haven't dropped the map up until this point, if I'm not mistaken, as well. They dropped their first map today, and they look like they might just drop their first series. That said, lots of Valorant left to play. This is a 1-for-1 trade here. Again, B site, the place initially that the push is coming towards, but there is a little bit of a wait going on here as Sacramento just kind of pause things out.
I really like what Sac State has attempted to bring forward. Oh no, no Spaghetti! He stepped forward straight through after the flash goes through, and he does find one, but Flacco's quick to turn. Could have been something a little bit more fruitful, but just gets unfortunately tagged out a little bit too soon. Altered with a spray down to Flacco. Leo's ready to step up. He's sitting behind double boxes. Sage Wall separates him from the opposition, and Rick Dad's not going to miss the opportunity. It's a tower player. Pings go through. Altered has the information. Doesn't necessarily know where they lie. Sees the Sage, lines up the shot. Rux taken out. It's just Rick Dad left standing. The operator in their hands. Altered can peek and hope, and it's unfortunately not going to last much longer. Rick Dad does not miss those opportunities. A 4K to his name, and you will see Sacramento State bring it a little bit closer. Rick Dad with the team on his back, 25-13, and he's definitely trying to keep Sacramento State alive in this one.
Yeah, 25-13. No one even in the server anywhere close, much less on his team. I mean, Spaghetti's closest at 20-10, full 5 frags behind. So really, really impressive stuff going through. As we're on board with some push-ups there by Brimmy Boy. Nicely done. Hey, I mean, listen, I could definitely do some of those. Smile.
Yeah, you and me both.
yeah. Fine.
You will not kill my
Nonetheless,
allies.
it's a interesting decision here. Don't normally see this push come through. The Blade Storm was out and missing its mark. Rick Dad's somehow still alive. I don't know how, but he misses the shot. Gonna lead for the right click and okay, Jeff shutting him down. And this is just an eco, sure, for Purdue, but man, that was quick and fast as the push came in.
These beware still. It's a dangerous site to push through. Prodigy is going to clean up for a 3K though, and Spaghetti, that top fragger for their side, does not last much longer. Rux with a quick flick did take a little bit of attack damage to the head as one shot did connect, but quick clean kill, I should say, sorry, onto Jeff. And it's a 9-11 scoreline. Sacramento State are bringing things a little bit closer. They found 3 rounds back-to-back, and they're starting to get, it feels like, a hang of things. But the last few rounds have been a bit of a downturn for Purdue. Even when they've had the eco, even when they haven't, they've lost a lot of control, and they've been forced to take retakes with a man disadvantage. And you can do so. It's possible, and it's very difficult to do so, and that may be why Sacramento is, taking a lot and they're refusing to give up anything. That's the most important part about these attacks.
Here we go again. Prodigy. There it goes. Confirmed. Oh, the aftershock coming down. This might be big. Gonna deny the lockdown. Really heads up play there from Purdue. Fortunately, Spaghetti not gonna survive Rick Dad. Neither is Jeff. Fantastic look here from Sacramento. Real Honcho. Will do one on the return. Rick Dad is continuing to frag. King Lion Leo. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, and 3 on the retake. Does magical work to create the 1 versus 1.
Sneaks in a bad spot, Vincent. Teammates have been felled. Leo has the pacing behind him as he's already found a quick decision 3, just back-to-back the same spray. Lines him up first! Finds the last, and Snick's gonna have to go night-night, sleep tight at this end of the round. It's match point now for Purdue. That was a make-it-or-break-it round for Sacramento State. The flurry of rounds they found just no longer available for them. From the looks of things, they don't necessarily have that credit pocket lining to keep things going. Rick Dad's going to hand the rifle over to Snick instead. He does also have the Blade Storm to work with, so maybe they'll use that instead in a lot of these outlooks, but it's kind of the same, I guess, tricky business with the opposition of Purdue. They don't really have the ability to full-buy rifles. Spectres, a Phantom and a Vandal, and then a Judge. Maybe the Judge will be that Judge Julian Executioner, but like you spoke about, that play for the lockdown is what set things in stone for them and really gave Purdue the start, but do not take that away from Leo. He absolutely swung that round decisively in their favor.
Well,
Welcome to my world.
it happened again. Sacramento with what feels like the opening pick every round. The Viper's Pit on the site. That's actually 2 Viper's Pit, 1 today, 1 at B. Sacramento's over at B. It's the important one. Prodigy with that frag. Prodigy with that second frag, in fact, pretty much denying the retake. Purdue down bad. King Lion Leo, can you become King Lion clutch up once again? I doubt it. He's just looking for exits, and well, next that he will get as he falls back.
Save those rifles, Vincent. Save the rifles. Get that eco back a little bit further. You know that you were hurting at the end of this one. And the looks of things, an exit is definitely possible. Snake's actually hunting for it. Looking through, the attacker spawn. Stepping out through arcade, he spots the head, but doesn't take the shot, and Altered will capitalize instead. Now finding a second, pushing towards Rick Dad, and Sacramento State saying, okay, I'll sit over here by bench. I'm not pushing that. This player has a little bit too much behind him. We've seen what Leo can do. We're not going to actually test Altered as well. Smart decision. They'll take that step back. Still, a decisive round there for Sacramento State. They left 4 rifles, only 2 rifles in the hands for Purdue. The rest of it's kind of lackluster across the board, but they've got 3 ultimates, and Sacramento State has none. They can do that lockdown utility, force them off the site. It needs to be played not preemptively, but after in a post plant. That's something that we saw just last round. They Viper's Pit preemptively on that A site. We're nowhere near. No audio cues to, I guess, back up that ultimate that was placed out.
No information. Lots of ults here for Purdue. That might be the nail in the coffin, but not if Snick can find openings like that. That's the Empress if he wants it. Doesn't need it. Just has frags and shots. He's a machine. As Sacramento, they take names and numbers here. Altered Shore with one that saved rifle, but not going to be enough. Right clicking. Okay, Jeff. Nice find. But this surely is this very short. That right click nearly finds another frag. So I guess Ultra technically could win this 1 versus 3, but surely not. They can't end it like this. Not really.
Spike planted.
Not the way that Sacramento State has been attempting to bring themselves back into this one. I mean, Alter has a chance. They'll swing towards one. Player Prodigy sitting close arcade. Steps out a little bit too far in the open.
Oh,
Alter,
boy.
go ahead and drop the lockdown. This is absolutely monumental for their side. It's going to force Sacramento State to actually push back. And unfortunately for him, Altered decides to still peek aggressively towards Rux, anticipating that second player. And they're going to peek that. They're going to fight that one. Full confidence on his side. His KDA may be negative, but he's still trying to push that one to a positive. One single pip away from the resurrection as well. This round is the most important, and you can't even full buy if you're Purdue. They've got to bring a judge, and they can't even bring everyone with full armor.
Yeah, not full. I mean, but sure. You say not full buy. This is pretty darn close. A Bulldog is the only weapon that's not, that's less than ideal, and it is sure less armor than you would have liked, but it's certainly enough. But oh my goodness, man, Sac State, they've been finding openings left, right, and center, but look at where they're headed. It's not going to be B, but A, their choice of destination this time. Is this a mistake or a big brain play? Who knows? But right now, Purdue, they've got a read. They know what's going on. And the push, it's going to be with the lockdown, though, which means that Purdue's read's sort of irrelevant. The site should be open.
Bad spot, though. Toxic screen, and obviously poison being placed will make it difficult. Leo steps too far into it, though, and will actually be detained in the process. When you have control of the A site, you can severely lock out the defensive team when it comes to pushing out of despawn through open link. We saw that for Purdue on their attempted attacks, and Sacramento State weren't able to step on quickly enough. We saw this problem early on. They will get the spike down. It's a 5v5, the last bits of the engagement. Snick sitting bull out. Sitting down in sight. Seems to be wary about the flank, though. You have your Killjoy looking in that direction. Going through, though. Rick Dab does find one. Snick follows through with another, but it's going in both directions. Green and red in the feed. They'll continue it down. Snick does get the damage off. It's a 1v1. Spaghetti finds the kill. Is there time? He's going to walk it up. Knows there's plenty to get the job done. Purdue University will squeak out with a win, a narrow return as well, as the round started to pile up for Sac State, but Purdue win it all and actually upset, like you mentioned, Vincent, the side of Sac State.
Smallest of margins, but those margins are not relevant to the big dub that Purdue have just added to their win column here on the season. They have had a little bit of a slow start. They had that bye week, and it was only 1-1 that they've gone. But, man, what a fantastic series this was. So close. 3 maps. All of them were very much a barn burner. I mean, it was right down to the wire pretty much every single time. And that last map in particular, I thought we were headed to overtime. But that final Rolling Thunder to come in last moment and clutch up like that Infernosis, you gotta give them so much props because they were able to pull it off.
I guess the biggest question there is, was Breach the pivotal agent switch? Was that the difference that made that game? It was neck and neck the entire time. It was a difference, right? It was such a minute
I definitely
difference,
think the breach was effective. I think the breach was effective. I don't know if it was the difference because you really got. I mean, listen, Rick Dad was playing outrageously. I mean, he had 30 frags and they lost. I mean, that's like my ranked games.
Except you're the guy that has 3 kills and being carried by the 30, right?
No. Whoa. That's allegedly. Okay.
I'll take it back. Slander is not allowed here. I won't slander your name.
That's right.
You gold legend. Yeah, I mean, Breach was definitely a very strong agent, but I also don't think he was really decisive actor. If he was, I think it would have been an even larger round differential between the two teams, right? But it was so neck and neck. Honestly, Purdue probably shouldn't have won that last engagement, but that Rolling Thunder was just timed perfectly. That's not a breach being picked to make the difference. That's the player playing the breach, who played that entire map to just such a level that you can't say it's the breach that did it. It's just his ability to play the breach that did it. He played 1v3s and were winning those engagements. Leo clutched up quite a few times as well in situations that it honestly shouldn't have been. There were so many clutch ups for Purdue and Sac State both, though. And we saw that in map 1 as well, Vincent. We mentioned it previously in map 1. It's too close because of these miracle 3v1s and 4v1s. It's nuts.
Yeah, well, and something to add, I think actually that maybe you could say turn the tide. Those 5 rounds that stretch at the beginning that Purdue were able to pull out, because of like the 3 lockdowns that happened in a tiny span, I gotta give that some of the credit, because that without that, I mean, think about it. That lead, it ended 13-11. That would have been, the difference. Those couple of rounds that the lockdowns came up, don't know how they managed to do it, but it was fantastic.
I think at that point, you're just sending your Killjoy. Let's go over towards A Hall, get the ult orb over there, go back through the attacker spawn, go all the way across towards the opposing side near bench, get the one in arcade. You're sending them to every location of the map to pick up every ult orb. And so when you're getting a quick plant with the lockdown utility, you only need a round of cooldown essentially to pick up every orb on the map and then work in that direction. Because it wasn't the kills that was doing it. He didn't have that many kills on Killjoy, right?
Like
It was second to bottom frag at that time. You're just farming those orbs. It literally is a game of Farmville. Stop spamming with Facebook notifications. I'm trying to watch Valorant. This is a problem, right? Like, this is literally what it came down to. It's ridiculous. And it was just such a high level of play, such a high level of competency to do that. And I think Purdue had the better strats throughout the entire game, but Sacramento State adapted, and they adapted better than Purdue did. But it just came down to the problem Purdue strats carried them through to the end.
They did. Yeah, and that's another good point with regard to the strategery. They definitely did show that they were a better Fracture team, in my honest opinion. But with that being said, it is going to be it for me at the very least. And for Narcissus and Fellow, I think, coming back for a late night showdown. It's going to be a good one. Make sure that you tune in for that final game. With that, we are going to take a short break here and get that next game prepped ready. We'll see you on the flip side. Don't go too far.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the spectacular, the wonderful, the beautiful Velo. You got to see his face once last game. You'll get to see my face twice last game. And for the rest of this game, we have some pretty interesting Valorant ready and raring to go. John, why don't you tell us a little bit about these two teams coming in and fighting in this last time slot?
So it's University of Victoria. Probably just going to say Victoria just to keep the sentence structure not as sloppy, I suppose. And then we get to see Sacramento State yet again, but a different variation. It's their Cyan version, so maybe in the matchup won't be as close of a call, perhaps. I'm not really too sure, but hey, we've got both teams rated up, so we're not going to waste that much more of you guys' time to get into the matchup, as we are a little bit behind on schedule, but that's not that big of a deal. So Icebox, map numero uno, one of my personal favorites just because of how strong Viper is on that map. I'm hoping to see some really good Viper action in there, and yeah, that's pretty much all I can say. I'm just a huge Viper stan, not going to lie to you.
We stand Viper here. So
she's really good in the meta. I'm a big fan.
Actually. Well, to be fair, we come from a time period where we picked up Valorant, and Viper was doo-doo garbage, right? She was never playing.
And then they buffed her, and then she became
not good. They buffed her, but even before they buffed her, she was still actually viable on Icebox. It's just nobody picked Icebox because Icebox was a new map, and nobody really knew anything about it. Right? I wish they do the same thing for Fracture, but they unfortunately don't. So teams really still want to play that, despite it being new. But we are seeing our first map up. John, I believe the first map we're seeing is Icebox we talked about, then Ascent, then Fracture. So you will see all those maps coming forward. We're really excited for those. At the very least, we're guaranteed Icebox and Ascent. Those are two extremely strong maps. I love Icebox as well. I think on Ascent, we've seen a lot of Ascent today. And I think that we're doomed to repeat that and see even more of it just because of how Ascent is. And for two sides like this that have a strong record and one that I believe they've had to actually move down a division and they haven't had such a strong record, still having to move down a division, he spelled disaster for their opposition because they're kind of an untested, unknown variable in the scene right now. Nobody really knows how they're going to do when they were seeded higher and are forced to drop. Are they going to start tearing through this scene? Are they just going to do about mid-range? Who really knows? But time will have to tell.
Looking just mostly at the agents that are being hovered over, there's only been 2 hard locks. It's been the Viper and Sova picks, each on everyone's respective team. A Reyna pick coming out by Schmeltic, and also a Jet, so a relatively decently duelist side for, I believe that is Victoria, then Sacramento is on the left for defending on the first half, and yeah, that coveted Viper pick, and also Sage, which is really strong on this map as well. She's good on other maps such as Split, but similar to Viper, this is kind of like her home map where she is strongest at the most. Really good at putting yourself in a post-plant position just to get a sliver of that spike line in, especially on B, or if you want to bring a Sage on the defensive half as well, you can just flat out deny that from happening with a Sage wall of your own. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a Sage on the defense.
It's a big question, kind of up in the air. For Icebox, it really comes down to Jets with operators, like everyone knows, tried and true. But Sages are extremely strong. She can lock down a lot of good sites towards A. She has a great viability for getting a quick plant on towards B. And if you're starting off on the defense, I guess she's not as viable. She doesn't really have as much of a dominating performance. You can kind of play her towards elbow on the A site, I will say that, because she can wall it off and buy time towards that ult orb. But at the same time, it kind of leads to going early on. It's a bit of a question, right? How viable is Sage really going to be? It's the same thought process when you play Killjoy, though. Killjoy can be viable on the attack if you're ready for a flank, but really and truly, you're just playing her for the lockdown utility, which we saw plenty of on Fracture last game, but you really are just playing her for that lockdown. She doesn't have as much viability in a lot of regards, otherwise on the attack. Sage kind of can fill that same role, but this time around, Sage is way more viable on the attack than defense. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare without that. But in the return, Viper's up, super strong. You've got Reyna as well to help and assist. And I think John and I remember very well for the Sac State side, Schmeltic is ready to melt the opposition with some great fire. He plays spectacular. We're looking to see what he's capable of.
Yeah, a little bit of cracked on the keys, I suppose. That's a pretty good way to call it. We like to say a god on the sticks, too. That's a funny controller reference, but not many people play on controller nowadays, so can't really utilize it all that much. Recon Bolt being utilized, though, off the rip just to gather a little bit of pocket information, and it appears to be that although Sacramento, they've got a lot of bodies stacked up inside of A, they're just kind of glancing to see if it's actually a good idea to go there or if they need to go on a possible rotation, as the Sage is still kind of chilling near the attacker spawn with Spike in their back pocket, so it might just turn into a B take, which might not be all that difficult, or even mid, as everyone's stacked up in the current location there, even allowing a Viper wall to help them with ease of access.
Now the Jet just gonna be able to step out. We'll get some tag damage onto the opposition's Jet, not the Jet, and we'll assist to go for and finish the kill. We'll do so, and Racco was able to step away for a little bit, but not actually able to completely get themselves away from the situation. Makalele will find one. That's Mitchell out for the count. UVic are doing a fairly good job, but ultimately, Sacramento State still have a couple still alive. Tata will be the last one to fall for their side, and only one player left standing. Godlike, they're looking for an option, trying to make their way forward. They've got this Sage wall, like we talked about previously, that can really assist as their teammates are going to ping out and pip. But that spike is planted to offer them that extra assistance to push forward. He'll tease it, looking for an opportunity. No one's heading up towards Snowman. They'll double peek him, and Kevin's the one to find the kill. And that will be a successful round there, win there for UVic. Apologies, but our top borders, I believe, are actually flipped and incorrect. We'll get those fixed and oriented correctly, but that is, in fact, Sacramento State losing round one. UVic taking the dub.
Oh, that's going to be a really big headache, I'm not going to lie. But we'll get it fixed. We've got a good producer in our hands. It's just going to, it's getting fixed. So only like 80 billion mistakes. Yeah, hey, that honestly will probably make things better until it gets fixed. So now I'm not going to try to...
I mean, they got Sack in their name. How do we mess that up, right?
My ability to not read well. That's probably it.
You are illiterate, yeah.
But hey, the rotation was really seamless by the side of UVic, and it actually played to their part really well, being able to actually glance in early on and realize, hey, we should probably just avoid A and just go into the lesser objective room of B. And so far, it worked out beautifully for them. But this time around, they will, it appears to be trying to maybe fully commit in towards A, as they are aggressing early on. They don't have Spike inside of the objective room, but they've got those first two entries. And already, Scott, it's a 5-on-3. I don't think there's really much that Sacramento State can really do here. They're kind of just getting gun diffs, but that was expected, as the first round was a victory for UVic, and so will the second round.
UVic taking control very early on. Not too shocking. Vincent likes to call this next one the bonus round, as you'll see rifles drop into Sacramento State's hands, and Victoria are going to have to figure out what exactly to do from here. Can UVic hold on? Can they push forward with these Spectres and take control? I guess the question is truly about to be answered, but for Sacramento State, they can hold strong. Get some long-range utility, get some great advantage for their side. We noticed last game with Sac that in game one, or map one, I should say, they were able to buy their operator in round 3 because they won the first 2 and then took round 3 and were able to continue to win because of the operator. It looks like Victoria not looking to opt for that. Instead, UVic are going to go still with the Spectres, not too worrisome in any regard. I think that's the smarter decision here. They don't necessarily know how Sacramento State is going to fare out. They're just still testing the water, so to say. But they'll talk about a contact screen to the B site, giving them the ability to step up and around this yellow box and actually get towards the plant to maybe plant this B site.
Yeah, what's next is that Sage wall, and I think we heard it out in the background. We've got Note going into the plant, fully confirmed. Apathy will find a frag as that spike gets put down on the ground, but now in the post plant, things are looking quite well for Victoria, regardless of the fact that they are on that man deficit. They just need to play for the time, but here comes Nav with the Odin at hand. He picks up one. He's got the backup from Aratata as well, and it's just nothing but blue currently. This full buy working wonders, and they'll manage to secure it in the post plan just by mowing down the remains of Victoria. A pretty standard 2-to-1 split, and now the pace will get picked up a lot moving into these next couple of rounds.
Artata is starting off very strong for them, and while Mitchell may not have been able to find a kill just yet, Mitchell is a player that, especially when you're playing a Sova, John, as you do, I know that you're used to having 0 kills as a Sova main. You don't necessarily need to get kills to be very pivotal. You don't need... I'll call out your rank. I called out Vincent. He was like, whoa, low blow. You know?
I don't have a rank.
Yeah, we don't play ranked.
No.
We're casual.
It's not good for my mental.
No, I watch the pros play and pretend I'm there, living vicariously through them, as they would say. In this game, I'm going to pretend I'm Milky Lele, right? That's my plan. But you know that the way a Sova can play, they're really just there to gather the information and work off of it and give his team that intel, and he's been doing a fairly good job of that. It's just really individually coming down to those first 2 rounds being the difference maker for them, but already, UVic's going to find that first kill on their attack. Now looking to gain more of a sightline. A toxic screen will go down. Mitchell in a bad spot. He's going to have to snap through it from the backside of screens to get towards below and hell underneath that rafter side and sit on the wrong side, so to say. Maybe towards the, say, defender side of that small reinforcement.
Oh, the timing just wasn't right there. He'll get a second chance, but Nav gets taken down by Schmeltic. That's such an unlucky time to look away. Nav could have secured such an early on entry for his team, but UVic currently, they're just reigning against Sacramento. 5-on-2 already with just about 40 seconds left on the clock. This is bound to be just an easy post-plant situation. Apathy will try to make some noise, though, eliminating Schmeltic before he can find any more into the round, but you are still at a massive deficit, and even a Viper's Pit being burned through as well, but it might be needed as it was a 2-on-3, but now turned 1 versus 3 as Mitchell on 30 HP and a Dream will try to clutch this one out.
The intel, Mitchell's able to grab information, the location of one, not able to use the Odin to its full potential there. I think a Sage Wall actually, being the deciding factor for their life to be able to escape away unscathed, but Viper's Pit maybe a little bit too much to deal with, right? When you place that down, you're almost guaranteeing a really high level of success, and they can just sit outside of it, continuously pop inside, not allowing it to fully dissipate. But, everything has to come to an end, unfortunately. They'll all step back away through Snowman, guarantee themselves that round win, and Mitchell's just going to stay alive with the Odin. Doesn't necessarily want to lose it, not a bad decision. The rest of his squad's going to probably be hurting for a little bit of cash. See right here, they've got some pocket money, and you're going to have 1 or 2 players that can't full buy armor. No, 3 players that can't full buy armor with those rifles. You almost feel like at the same time, if Mitchell had died with that, he probably could have opted to just go for an eco round and then play that one a little bit slower and maybe soft Virus Sheriffs instead to guarantee a couple more rounds of advancement. Because if they lose this one, it is going to be a couple bad dredges of rounds for the side of Sac State.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like that Viper's Pit was really necessary into the round. If University of Victoria saved it for this 5th one, it would have been a lot more effective, especially now going up against the Viper's Pit of the opposition, as Apathy will rip his almost instantaneously to try to slow down this A-sided push, but there is also a lockdown coming in as well, basically forcing Victoria to go all the way around and try their best inside of mid, and currently they're just getting traded on out.
That spot to go. Lockdown will go through. It'll be finished off, though. No one being detained, but a quick flick does find one. Kevin's going to refrag back his teammate, though. Make sure that resurrection is fruitful. A flank from behind, though, from Sac State. Arcana does manage to find Kevin's head, not allowing the Sage to live for much longer. Tailwind and enough drop from Greco, but it's not going to matter for much longer. Artada on top of it, finding another. A 3K to his name, might I add. And he'll just take a step back. Now rushing towards B. It's a 2v1. They've got control of mid. Looking to maybe watch in from bottom of pipe. Up through 2. Could be an opportunity for Schmeltic to do just that. He's not actually opting to go for it. Instead, he's towards that middle side, and Apathy is there, waiting on the other side of the toxic screen. Schmeltic anticipated the corner play, but no, Apathy knows exactly where to stand and finishes that one off spectacularly.
Well-needed round win for Sacramento State as they will try to climb their way a little bit closer to an equalized round count, utilizing both the Viper's Pit and the lockdown to force a rotation for Victoria, which they were able to catch them off really, really well. And it made it worth it, even forcing Kevin to utilize his resurrection as well. There are still plenty of ultimates to play around with, both of the Bladestorms and both the Empresses, so this round in particular, Scott, since there are still plenty of rifles on the board, this might just turn out to an absolute frag fest, especially since both the duelists on each team have their ultimates as well, and Franco is already going out for the Bladestorm.
He's from both sides being popped and raring to go. Franco's looking to step up. He's going to put some ground bursts on sight. Drop up near 2. He'll find 1. Kevin's able to find a second. This one's going to Mitchell. Godlike has been taken out. No chance of any Empress for him to find impact. Kevin will take out one more. Viper off the table for the side of Sac State. Lele, though, will get the plant down. It's a 5v2 here, John. Sac State in a very poor position. Artada will be able to find 1 into Kevin. Quick left hook to the head,
Player
finishing the job,
standing.
but Schmeltic does not allow his teammate to stay for long in this world. But Artada is completely uncontested with the Blade Storm. Let's get the refrag back. Bit of a revenge. And this is wearing corner player of Elbow. Toto does not care about your feelings. Artada will be taken out. Next round on the board, Uvik up 4-2.
Yeah, really unfortunate round there for Sacramento. They weren't able to pull that one back, unfortunately. So it'll be a little bit more fruitful for Victoria. They've got up 4-2, and the eco isn't looking all that bright for Sacramento. They're probably going to have to just buy sheriffs and try to hit some nice one-taps. They've really got nothing going for them on this round, except, like I said, just finding some picks, trying to worsen that eco just ever so slightly to make the next couple of rounds a little bit more flavorful, as this one is already considered to be in the books, especially since no one is contesting B, and Victoria, they've got all 5 players stacked up in that one direction.
Gotta be wary. He's hadn't been through all the way over. Gotta be worried about A site. He's coming up from Belt. Zach Stater actually on the prowl. They'll notice the rain on the opposing side. They're sitting in garage. They're gonna rotate back over. Heading from under green. They'll be able to get the plant down. It's their Sage,
planted.
the Sage wall, and the toxic screen to assist. All of that being utilized together to completely allow them to get a quick plant and now to be able to cop and cap off the round in quick succession. Mokulele finds 2. Second one into Mitchell. First one making things a little bit harder for him, but Apathy's there with the Marshall does find 1. A second 6 foot to Krako in a bad spot now as it's a 1v2. Apathy. One player trying to survive against the world. It's a post-plant situation. Toxic Screen is dividing so much, but they'll get a Vandal in their hand. And it's straight towards 1. One's up on top, looking for an opportunity. Mokulele's going to peek. He's waiting for his teammate to help assist. Shoulder peek at time. They're jiggling to keep it up. Mokulele does not care whatsoever. Waits and baits. Finds the kill. And it'll be Uvik with another round win, 5-2.
A really valiant effort there by Apathy to try to secure that victory, and what a perfect snake bite as well by the opposing Viper to actually force out Apathy to go for that defuse instead of running up for the kill, because Apathy could have honestly won that, as he did end up racking up a rifle in his back pocket, but then he was forced to just either stick it and hope someone overswings, or he just dies in that process. And in that situation, although, like I said, valiant effort, he ended up dying in the process and managing to give Victoria their 5th round, as they're looking to go for just, again, trying to catch off their opposition. Artada gets a really nice entry, but will immediately be traded off by Toto. Still has the option to utilize the operator a little bit later, someone picks it up, but that is the big if. They need to pick it up to utilize it.
Bad spot to be in. Schmeltic is stepping up near pipes. He's looking for an option. They managed to take the operator out of the opposition's hands, but they lost a player in the process. But a quick resurrection is going to make it not a big loss whatsoever. In fact, now 5-4. This is why you do bring that Sage, John. You have the ability to play the long con. Every single round goes in your favor the longer it goes on, because you continuously allow yourself to get that heal up. And the longer these rounds go on, the more players you can have with that resurrection. It's nothing but passive income, as some would say, and you always accept the passive income. But unfortunately for Uvik, not much long-lived. Mitchell finds Mokulele, another player in 2. Kevin is completely unaware, but he does have the assistance from behind. It's Krako to find Godlike. Schmeltic's pushed onto the A site now, looking for an opportunity, but it's the ult in the hand of Nav who finds it. Kevin's quick on the
30 seconds
refrag,
left.
but not there in time as he pushes up through mid. Players in the backside towards Rafters, sitting on stairs. Wall will go through. Kevin's going to lock down that mid rotation. They still have to be very wary about that outside steps.
And 3-on-2 post plant, visions being impaired by
Last
your own
player
Cloudburst
standing.
here. The flag being attended by Apathy. It'll be denied quickly though by Kevin, all up to Mitchell now, and they're well aware he's just on the heaven stairs. Not much you can use here. You've got the Hunter's Fury, but is it worth it to try to spend it on down in a very unwinnable situation? It's not going to be, and luckily he will not end up doing that. Toto is able to find the headshot before he even thinks about utilizing that ultimate, and Victoria, they'll gain a 4th round lead here, 3 in a row to be exact. They are looking on top of things on their attacking half.
Now, John, I don't know if you still agree with me. A lot of people still consider Icebox to be a really attacker-favored map. I'm of the opinion that, yes, it can be, but I think it's more like a 2-round differential. Maybe a 3-round differential, right? I don't think it's a huge deal, right? It's not that favored. However, it does depend on the team. And from the looks of things, Sac State on their defense just haven't found an answer. in the slightest, right? I mean, UVic have been dominating these rounds. Their duelists have been spectacular, and with the way that Ogulele has played, it really feels like they have a third duelist on the board. Their Viper has phenomenal utility placement. They know exactly where to aim, and they're finishing off each of these rounds as being one of the last players standing, and have been just dictating the pace for UVic. And Sacramento State are forced to fall victim to their pacing. Wow, not gonna last much longer at that rate. Now with the nastiest shot ever, takes out Toto. Franco does find Godlike, and not gonna live for much longer for Nav as Franco trying to get another.
Yeah, looking to be just another easy cleanup here for Victoria. Apathy will try to knock some sense into his Doppelganger, but it's actually the snake fight to get him down, and Kevin finishes it off onto Mitchell. Another great round win, and a well-needed one once again for Victoria. Those are some nasty shots and little tidbits of that round, but yeah, just not enough to secure it as Sheriffs against Rifles. It tends to not be so good for the pistol-wielding agents, and I want to go back to what you said earlier, Scott. It's not incredibly attacker-favorited on Icebox. I can kind of agree with you, and you made another point after that. It's more or less based upon the teams that are actually playing on these maps. I think that's the part that people really need to go home and think about, is it's just all based on team play style and coordination, etc., etc. And I think Victoria, they are just on top of things through a majority of the rounds. They just seem to be in a better position through most of these rounds. But hey, at least Sacramento State, they'll start off with a well-needed entry on the 10th round.
Artana finding the opening pick with the operator, nothing too shocking for their side, and unfortunately every time they've had that operator, they've kind of lost it just as quickly as they bought it, and that's kind of been one of the struggling factors for them. UVic have just gotten round after round. They're padding their stats. They've got this confidence, this domineering attitude when it comes to this match so far, and Sacramento State are forced to look at this and say, what do we do to put a pause in this, put a damper on their confidence and their ego, and there's not really giving many options to do so. And an operator kill at the beginning, it can kind of dampen the confidence, but it's kind of expected. If you lose to an operator, it's like, hey, it's a one-shot kill, haha, he's got to rely on it, right? Like, it's not really, someone can explain it away, but you can't explain away the 5-round difference, and that's kind of been the deciding factor. Now it's going to drop down a lockdown. Fellow, a Hunter's Fury will go out, but from the looks of things, the second one we popped, and they're going to get the kill with it. It's dead. Sac State domineering in this round. Only 2 players left standing. They might not be standing for much longer.
The ultimate game is just looking a whole lot better on the side of Sacramento. Quick shot by Apathy. He'll land it directly onto Kevin's head. Now all up to Mokulele. He finds one, but is he good for another one before that diffuser gets confirmed? Nope, he will not be. Too much to worry about inside of B, and it will be a relatively seamless round win for Sacramento State. I thought that Victoria could have possibly have brought that one back, but the ultimate usage was just a little bit better on the side of Sacramento, and that really carried them to actually confirm that victory.
UVic taking a loss here, is it going to be the biggest damper for them? They still had a lot of money to kind of pad their stats when you have round wins, that such a succession of round wins. You're going to have a very thick wallets for a very long time, especially with how dominating those round wins were. They weren't just like a round win where you only have like a 1v1 at the end and it's close. They were round wins where they had 3 or 4 players left standing. They had plenty of money across the board. They could probably lose another one, maybe, possibly. I'm not too sure where their ego may exactly lie, but losing that one, not a bad deal for them. Sacramento State got that loser's bonus after a long spree of round losses. They were bound to find one again, but if they don't continue to find them, and they don't find them in a succession like we've seen UVic do, then that loser's bonus was lost for basically no reason, right? You don't gain that back. It's going to be another round until that starts to add up for you, and that's going to be the, I guess, scariest factor for it. For UVic, for their attack and the way they've been playing, they're looking to end this one, and there's only a couple rounds left here in this half, John. And Sacramento State are bleeding around the edges. They need to figure out what's going to work and how they really need to shut this one down.
You know, that passive income, like you mentioned, losing on that, you lose your Sigma hood, essentially, at that point. That's really rough for Sacramento State. Maybe they'll get lucky and possibly get a 9-3 curse favoring them and then reverse sweeping Victoria in the process, because most of their attacking rounds are looking really good when they're in the post plant. They don't have to worry about several different ultimates. They do tend to make sure that that plant actually does not get fully confirmed with the spike, and apparently we lost a player entirely. Apparently someone ended up disconnecting, so that's why we are having such a long pause. Our observer chipped us in on that, so I appreciate the hindsight. So now we get a good reason as to why we're waiting so long and are able to ramble for a fair amount of your guys' time. We do apologize, but hey, we'll get back into the action in just a little while. Like I was saying, though, most of the post-plant situations Victoria has been in, they are just they're just looking on top of things, really. And oh, we're back apparently. Okay.
Yeah, sweet. We're back into it. I want to bring out Viper. You know, you maybe worry about the Viper's pit. You can see a Viper for the side of Sac State. It's going to be duo holding that B site. We see a lot of preemptive Viper's pits get popped in that direction. The Viper's pit obviously not ready yet, but a lot of teams are very wary of it would be. And you're kind of like counting cards. You Vic are probably counting ult orbs, trying to be wary about who has ultimates, when it's coming up, how close they may be. And that could be a deciding factor for why they don't push that site. But I'll tell you what's a deciding factor. Artana missing the shots necessary to get the kill. Kevin's going to act instead. Now finding Godlike. One player behind screens, one player sitting up on the rafters, but an owl drone tossed out. Schmelting will have to take a step back as his position completely given away. Shock darts are soon to get tossed, going at Mukulele.
Artata missing out on a possible third onto the round. 2 is still great, though, and you are forcing Victoria a whole lot in this round, and it will finally be a triple kill for the Jet with the op in hand. So much damage being done, forcing out a rotation in towards mid. This might be a little bit too late, perhaps, and you also have Nav not that far away either. That alarm bot giving away some vital information. The jig is now up that you are inside of kitchen. This might be the end of Victoria's supremacy here on the attacking side, as they are really spreading themselves thin. Apathy, a great shot on towards Kodo, and it's just Schmeltic who is just trapped near the B area. Gets riddled with bullets with that Odin, and Sacramento State, they are just juicing with that operator, and it is just being so bountiful for them.
They're juicing?
I don't know what would have been a better word, Scott. It could have said something like milking, and it would have been weird. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 1 in the morning, Scott. I'm trying not to be super loud so I don't wake up the people in my house. I don't want to get beaten at 1 in the morning. It's not what I'm looking forward to. I am sorry, okay? My brain is running on fumes. I apologize.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. That was just a really funny term that you used. I don't think it's inherently incorrect. It was just really sprayed out coming in from green. That's going to be Nav, who tries to find so much. I think only tags one person and loses their life to that person. I don't think they tag 2 in the process, but it'll be 2 quick succession of kills. Cranko finds the second. This one onto Apathy. Evan's coming in from Hall. They've got full control of this B site. The only 3 players left and remaining for Sac State. One's coming in from Garage. They have the Bladestone ready. It's Artata. Another one's going to come from green, and the opposition's going to come from probably Snowman. I don't think they'll step up towards Kitchen. It's just that one player left, because Toto and Schmeltic do not allow anything to go further. Godlike will be taken out with a Bladestorm. Greco pops it just to pop it to get the kill. Is going to take out their opponent very quickly. Uvik take that lead in that half, 8-4.
Yeah, although a relatively good half for Victoria, there was a bit of a resurgence by Sacramento State, especially when they were actually able to have Artata utilize the operator really well. I saw a bit of a pattern there. No op equals win for Victoria, and luckily there was a majority of the rounds where there was no operator. So I think I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind to worry about, as the Jet on the side of Sacramento State did a ton for their team and really did help backpack a majority of those round victories. But now in the second half, clean slate, pistols across the board for everybody. No matter what you end up buying, you're stuck with one, even if that is a classic and some armor, and we'll just have to see how this next half unravels with, I believe, Sacramento State going in for an A-sided push with really not committing much else outside of this objective room except for the Killjoy just kind of chilling near mid, waiting for a rotation.
Sac State gathers the information and then just rushes into act operator. Unfortunately, Schmeltic does not care about your feelings. Knocks down one. Kevin's there to immediately frag one back, and Mitchell finds 2 of their own. Kevin and Schmeltic holding that corner side towards elbow will be able to find themselves some bit of leeway, but unfortunately for them, they've lost a lot of people. 3 to be exact. And now Sac State going to have to make that rotation over towards B. The side of Uvik, they're probably going to leave one over on a site. That's going to be Kranko. They're going to have 2 rotate over instead. One's going to hold mid, and they're going to bring their Viper to maybe contest in the other way. Mogulele is looking for an option. Recon Bolt will be shot out of the site. He'll go for default plant. Mogulele's looking to step up. He knows one's probably going to be close, but there's no sight line just yet, and he's not given the space as a toxic cloud will go down, keeping off the sight lines, allowing them to step back towards green.
Very poisonous and deadly. You have to work worry about that decaying effect. Luckily, it will dissipate, but now another one pops in through, but it's a defensive one, impairing the vision of Mitchell, now forcing him to play on out a little bit further and trying to get a little more up close and personal. Here comes the wraparound by both Krakow and Toto, and that will ensure that Victoria, having that man advantage, they can play for trades, and they didn't even need to trade in the post plane, as all three of their agents will remain alive and even give them a team ace just to add a little more pizzazz on the round. They'll win that first pistol very successfully.
And you know what that means, John. Unfortunately, it means
Back
the
to
second round
Penguins.
probably going to go.
Oh.
No, not back to Penguins. Sorry, John.
Oh, dude.
Probably going back
That was
to
very
another
nice.
round win for them, right? 2 in a row, then the bonus, which will probably go towards Sac State.
I would
But that's still going to
assume-
bring it to, at the end, when the bonuses are over, it's probably going to lead us to a 10-5, right? You're still a 5-round differential. Not to read the future. I hate jumping ahead of things too much, but just trying true. They're going to be able to keep things straight, keep things 100, as you would like to say, kids in biz today. Sac State only bring the classic. They're probably just going to feed towards this A
Spike
side.
down A.
Wow, and a beautiful shot and entry by Schmelzig, looking for another. He gets it, and oh no,
One
Artada
enemy remaining.
just rushes him and gets punished immediately. Nav finally finding the trade. The damage already being done though, and Toto just finds an instant refrag. It's just apathy. I mean, you were expecting to lose this round, but this much? Man, that's gotta sting, even for a fair amount. Finding some kills here and there would have been nice, but you only got one to your side, as Krakow with a quick headshot with the Sheriff is going to make it an almost team flawless round. Another victory for Victoria. They are having a huge differential in terms of rounds against their opposition.
I'm going to be honest with you. It is fairly late. I read that intruder alert as imposter alert, and I was like, when did this happen? Ignoring that, bypassing that. It was also red, so it reminded me of the button.
Thank you.
We're going to ignore that. Sus. For a round like that, obviously
yo?
you're expecting it to go to UVic, but they only lost one weapon in the process. Sac State really only got one, so UVic probably still have a pretty good chance to hold on to this. Their best bet is go to B, but they do get some tag damage off. Your jet player is extremely low now, but unfortunately for you, Schmelzig will find the first kill. They had a Vandal in their hand. Apathy's quick on the refrag, but ultimately you took a lot of damage in the process. You still have low players for Sac State. Maybe not as low as Krakow is, but still very low players, and it's kind of be a little bit more dangerous for you to comfortably push this A site, not knowing where the enemy will lie.
Not a horrible position here for Victoria. They can still defend the objective room quite well, but once again, it's just nothing but Trade City. Kevin will bring that man advantage back to Victoria with a decisive headshot onto Artada. So now things are looking a little bit better. Sacramento essentially fully committing here for the A take, but they are on such little HP. Toto wraps it up on Apathy, forcing Nav with no spike in his back pocket, an Odin and a Dream on such little HP. This round might not be winnable. The best option could possibly be to save that Odin, but no, he'll fully commit. It is a great gun to find frags, and he will get that first one secured onto Toto, but still has to find another two with just about 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Talk about trust, though. Mokulele literally just now made it over to assist. Has been there for maybe 3 seconds, right? He stayed on the B side the entire time, wearing. It's not something you usually anticipate. Kevin was sitting there also, holding towards screens, watching towards mid, was aware that the flank could come through, and he just completely trusted Toto to get the job done. And they did. Toto was quickly refragged back, but not before he had done the job necessary, which was to just dig Sacramento State a bigger grave, and they fell into it. And at this point in time, it's a hard grave to get out of. They've got no money. It's going to be a 12-4 if things continue to go like this, and UVic have pocket change. Krakow may not. He's bought an operator, deciding to commit to the bit, so to say, with the jet not, but Sacramento State, they may need to start thinking about the second map, because it may be coming closer than they think it will.
Yeah, UVic is doing so well on Icebox, even getting around the full buy round, which should have been a theoretical win for Sacramento. So much momentum being gained in this second half. We might just end up at the point of no return, as this round should theoretically be a victory for Victoria. That would put themselves in a match point, and yep, finding those first two entries, that might just solidify that they are going to win this one out. But Artada, he still wants to prove himself into this next round, but will be shut down by Schmelzig before he can find a third. Spike now being put on the ground. The 3-on-2, this could be a very seamless retake, but the power position by Sacramento are definitely strong.
Blocking sight.
long shot being held. Krenko has an operator. He can just hold that angle. Maybe they're not aware Mitchell's behind yellow. I think they have a clue about where he may lie, but Apathy's holding the long range. That's a Viper. She's got the lineup set up for, you know, your snake bite to toss onto the ground, maybe even their cloud that's available for him. Mitchell just lines up Toto. Toto gets a little bit too greedy for it, and Schmeltic finds not just Apathy, but Mitchell as well. As Krenko hops over, steps onto the defuse, and we will see UVic step up to a 12-4 scoreline. But they did lose a lot in the process. However, they kept the operator. Schmeltic stayed alive as well, and they are a very consistent team. Take a look at their scoreboard here, John. 15, 14, 13, 13, and 10. Meanwhile, for the opposition, 15, 11, 10, 8, and 1. Godlike has not been able to do what they were expected to do. I think it's just because UVic have his number. Godlike has not been able to perform because UVic have counteracted him so well, and Godlike may just not be comfortable on this map at this point.
They're just not believers, man. That must be the case. They are just overpowering Godlike with just non-believers, I suppose. That must be the real case here. University of Victoria, I think they believe in themselves enough to secure just one more round. They get that 13-4 and just bring us to a second map. They get that first entry, but Sacramento, they'll just shout louder, even having a lockdown to make sure they can get this site just captured into their palms. Looking to be a pretty good post-ban situation, but it is only a one-player differential. This could turn into a really good retake by Victoria. Now that lockdown is no longer a point of contention. The only thing they have to worry about is the spike.
Talk about how well-timed that was. The spike goes down the second the lockdown is finished. That one's well-timed, well-rehearsed. Mokulele finds one, though. Now it's going to tie it up 3-3. Godlike's position now given away. Didn't fire fast enough, and Mokulele knows the only route they can do to escape Kevin. They line themselves up for it, finding the kill. Now it's a 2v3. Now sitting up towards pipes. He's looking for any sort of variable to give himself the edge. Kevin is rotating from down below. They're going to barely miss each other. Now it's looking for an option. It's Raptors player who sprays for one. Mokulele finds the kill, though. It's a 1v1. He's going to tap the diffuser. Hunter's 3 will go out. He's just going to rush Mitchell. He doesn't have to worry about it too much. Rush in between the second and third. Third doesn't even need to pop, but Mitchell will still find the kill. This time with a Vandal in hand. It's 5-12. Unfortunately for Sacramento State, UVic still have the cash to buy and still are going to be able to contend against you.
Everyone but Toto, apparently. He might have to just stick it with the classic, maybe buy a ghost, unless one of his teammates end up
they'll
buying
switch
him.
off, I think. Yeah, they'll switch off the operator.
That's what it was. Okay, I was going to say, this doesn't add up, though, Chief. Yeah, all right.
Schmeltic
Thank you for pointing that out.
Schmeltic literally stated he's the only person in his team to give an interesting fact. He likes to op, and they're not allowing him to do it because Toto is greedy and wants a gun. How dare he?
Yeah, that's kind of cringe, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. And oh no, missing out on the spray down. That's even more cringe. Keeping the Jet alive on very low HP, but hey, the Sage will be useful once again, not just with reses, but with healing on out. And that Blade Storm being quite useful, getting rid of Schmeltic. And here comes the Viper's Pit as well. Everything just playing out perfectly for Sacramento State as they already have site control essentially. As that Viper's Pit, it's just going to be a gigantic wall that will cascade into most likely another loss for University of Victoria unless they can come back with 2 amazing frags, but they need to make it another 3 as it's just Toto in the 1-on-3.
Toto is just panicking. Sheer unadulterated panic. Man is not sure what to do. Does see the head, completely lines up Godlike and finds the kill. Recon Bolt will be sent out. Nav is extremely low though. Has already been tagged to the floor multiple times. A player sitting below rafters could be something to be wary about. Post-plant situation not boding well for Toto. He's going to commit to drop. Even if he does so, Nav doesn't have to be within the actual Viper's Pit to get the job done. He just needs to listen to the audio cue and spray down, and that's exactly what Nav will do. Taking out Toto. A very valiant effort from him, but not enough to secure the dub. And that's going to be an eco round from them. Probably Sheriffs, maybe Marshall as well. You can see Schmeltic pick that up. We know what Schmeltic is capable of with this, but I think the biggest factor is going to be Sacramento State will be able to almost guarantee themselves yet another round if they can continue this level of play.
I'm not going to say we're going to see a comeback, but I mean, hey. Sacramento
knock on
State,
wood, John. That's just rude at that point.
I did knock on wood. I'm not like out to get Sacramento State. I was very happy when Purdue kind of got the reverse sweep on their other team, but I mean, I do really like Sacramento State. It's just unfortunate that Victoria is just they're no funny business. They're just they're all about no personal stuff, I suppose. Everything has to be serious for them. Even the flanks through the smoke with only a sheriff, but sadly Mitchell will deny that from being deadly at all. It's only going to be deadly for the Sage. As Sacramento State, once again, they get that early on pick and are looking to just dive right on into B to get that post plant down sooner than later.
I like Zach State. Unfortunately, this map has not really gone in their favor. UVEC are falling apart in this one, though. There's still 2 ultimates left for them. They could theoretically pop them. It's the Empress and Bladestorm, but quite frankly, in a 2v4, it's not a necessity to pop. Nav's going to have to look over towards the Lear. Schmeltic finds the kill. Krako's got a Marshal to maybe try to find a little bit of success with it, but nothing's really been given. Instead of Schmeltic, who finds it. He's going to go ahead and dismiss. Stepping a little bit closer. Bladestorm will be popped. They're committing to this, John. They want to end this one right here, and this may be their best chance to do so. Tailwind up onto double boxes. Looking towards green. Not seeing an outlook, but it'll be the Owl drone instead. They've got to push behind yellow. They spot one, get the kill. Krako does manage to find it. Schmeltic just needs to commit to go for the defuse, but Mitchell has tossed a pre-throw for a shock dart, taking out Schmeltic. Krako has the bait. It's not given the space to do so. He'll miss the opportunity with a shot, and it's a clutch round win for both. Sorry, not for both. For Sacramento State, as both are felled by the bomb.
What a shock bolt to keep your team alive. I thought once Victoria popped at the Bladestorm, I was going to say, hold on a minute. They actually might be able to win this as it's a 2-on-1. But Mitchell with the clutch and the 1-on-2, impressive stuff indeed. The only problem is University of Victoria, they could kind of pull an Overwatch and just throw out all of their ultimates, and Sacramento State, they've got nothing to counteract it except just their own mechanical skill, which I will give them devil's advocate. They have been hitting some nasty shots.
You've been playing too much Overwatch recently. You've played too much.
I have not, Scott. Do not.
You've been watching too much Overwatch. How about that?
That's the one.
They could just play Overwatch.
You
and
got
throw
it.
their ultimates in there. To be fair, I gotta cast Overwatch this Wednesday, so I mean, you need to remind me of some of the strats and metas.
You're welcome.
Apathy finds themselves the first kill. It's going to go into the opposing Sage, and that's a very impactful one. No longer allowing a resurrection, which could have brought UVIC back into this one. At Sacramento State will be able to keep themselves alive. Alarm bot toss. Going to go ahead and throw down a swarm nade as well on the default plan. And that's going to say, hey, Killjoy, just run away. Play smart. Schmeltic with a phenomenal spray through the toxic screen. Just pre-fires Godlike and finds it. Krako does take out Apathy, and that's going to disallow for that snake bite to be tossed on instead. They still have shock darts to work with. They still have the nano swarm there as well. Really not much they can do, but that swarm's going to be popped too early. Not really getting anything in the process. Now no longer available. Player back behind yellow. Toto finds him. Now a second on the nav. It's just Mitchell. We know what he's capable of, but Schmeltic denies it at all lines. And UVIC find themselves a win in this round. It took them 3 more rounds than they necessarily wanted, but they get the job done 13-7.
And not a single ultimate being used on that retake either, just asserting their dominance against Sacramento State. Honestly, just a bold statement by them to secure their first map victory. And the question really that is kind of ensuing in my mind is, will map number 2 be any similar? Will we see that small resurgence turn to be bigger on the side of Sacramento, or will it just be an even smoother victory to make it a 2-0? Because, God, I'm really tired, and I don't know if I want to see a third map. I'm going to be honest.
I'm going to be honest with you, John. I want to see a third map. Not because I hate you, but because I enjoy seeing a third map. But we're heading to a short little break in between map 1 and map 2. Stay tuned for even more action. See if UVIC can finish this one out, or Stack State can make the comeback. We'll see you guys real soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Really excited to have everyone come back and showcase some more talent. It's Map 2, ready and raring to go. My name's Infernosis, joined here by fellow John. Why don't you tell us a little bit what happened in Map 1 and what you're expecting to see here in Map 2? Most importantly, what map we're heading to.
Well, we are supposed to be going to Ascent. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Sometimes we like to do a little bit of trolling around these parts, but I'm almost 99.99999% sure that we are going to Ascent for map number 2. And then maybe if things want to get a little spicy up in here, a little bit ice cold as over here, sheesh, maybe we'll go to Fracture for the third map 2. If we get there, Sacramento State, they didn't have that good of a run on Icebox, and I'm hoping with Ascent map in terms of how you play it, that might change things, but I don't think there's going to be as big of a differential to actually prove that point. So maybe we will once again see Victoria reign supreme, but hey, at least maybe the agents will change up a little bit in the mix to make things a bit more interesting for us to view and commentate over.
Well, I sure hope there's something interesting to commentate over. Otherwise, I don't know why we're here, John. Because that would be a little
That's a
awkward
good point.
in the process. But if you can't remember, it's Sacramento State versus the UVic side. That's University of Victoria. And the sides have been fairly dominated by UVic, taking full control over Icebox and really been setting the pace, dictating how the tempo really lies. But now they're starting off on the defense. They can completely lock down that B site with that Sova. Toto has been spectacular so far. He has rocked the Odin multiple times. We saw the same thing previously from Nav on the attack on Icebox from the opposing side of Sac State.
Choose your agent.
But ultimately, I think it's going to come down to how strong can these Astros play. Mokulele was playing that Viper previously. I think the same thing. No, Mitchell was on the Sova last time around, I believe. But it was kind of important for these Viper players that we had seen previously to really step out of their shell and get the job done. This time around, it's going to be Astra. She's the most important. Those constellations, her ability to place down these smokes, the dissipation, the vortex, her concuss, everything about Astra, as well as the Cosmic Divide, not to disclose her most important utility, I guess, so to say. It's super important on this map. It completely takes control of sites, completely controls sight lines, and yes, everything else is important, but I think Astra is the most important when it comes to Ascent.
Really interested about the KO. He's been played a lot inside of Ascent, especially on that defensive half, as you can get some really nice lineups from the get-go. Sadly, we are going to be having KO on the attacking half. That does not mean he's going to be horrible at all. Him being able to suppress multiple targets at once is super impactful, both with his blade and his null ultimate as well. It makes it super annoying. If you don't have your abilities, you've got your gun, and that's about it. Basically rendering your agent pick essentially useless, as you can frag out on literally on your own mechanical skill. So he is a really vital and just perfect agent put into the right hands. That's the big thing, put in the right hands.
Yeah, we talked about that previously, where you can say Icebox was attacker favored, but it just really depends on the teams, right? It really comes down to individualistic and as well as team play. Push does come through. It's going to cross catwalk through center. It'll be Artada who finds the first. Mokulele's trapped in through Puppy, not able to make their great escape. And it's going to be a swift sprint onto this A site. They've gained full control. Only one player back behind Generator, the Schmeltic. They're holding on as best as they can. They won't be able to find any, though. Mitchell is there in the refract, but Toto and Krako are not to be outdone just yet. They'll find one each. It's a 3-on-3. Now the Jet's going to go in for a long con kind of play. Artada finds No Heart with a quick frenzy shot, and Krako tags one! And a bit of a miraculous hit onto Mitchell. Sees just a pixel to get the job done. And Toto's giving the information to his teammate. One player there. So Artada, they're going to be able to find one more into Krako. That frenzy has been very pivotal in their hands. John, it does not seem to be very well right now for Toto. He's baiting in both directions. But it's a 3v1. They all may be low. But really get the job done. Time will have to tell.
And not that much time left in the post-plant position. Turret giving away Toto's intentions and position, and it will be a quick 4K for Artada. A really great start for Sacramento State, so hopefully they can start with that very early on momentum. But with so much of the first 3 rounds being very theoretical, nothing that kind of breaks the normality for a majority of these rounds, it's going to more or less come down to how well both these teams can play after the 3rd round, not so much in these first 3 rounds.
UVic have been a team that has been dominating in terms of Icebox, right? But that pistol round was handling control of Sacramento State. I think we can both agree that Sac State completely thrashed when it came to pushing through Puppy. They got control of A-side too quickly. Schmeltic couldn't put up enough of a fight, and they just didn't really have the map control or objective control to keep them at bay long enough to really contend with it. It's going to be the same thing here. Schmeltic's going to be felled by Godlike. They'll find it with a stinger. Shot will go through to try and get that recon bolt out, but it still manages to catch off Godlike. And Mokulele will find the kill because of it. Toto jumps down. Not sure exactly why, but Mitchell's there to clean up where necessary. And that switch door finally closed out, and Krako with the Sheriff pops one's head off. It's a 2v3 for both of them, forced to push in from initially Garden. We'll see Krako head up towards Raptor side. He's looking for any options available to him. No sidelines being gained just yet. No Hearts gained entry inside, though. May be able to get a Spectre in the process as he's placed turret. Krako sees the head of one, but is not given the space to actually find as a sentry goes off. No Heart finds a shot to Nav. He's going to go and stick on the diffuser. Krako's looking for an opportunity. It'll go halfway. He hops off just for a moment. And Apathy capitalizes, jumps in, pounces on his prey. A quick, easy kill, finishing off the last two. And Sac State escape with a narrow win in round two. What should have been a freebie, UVic kept quite close.
And having no heart vulnerable in that round, it made Sacramento State's job just so much easier there. A massive clutch for Apathy to keep us in the norm, but a lot of blood being spilled on that second round will make the lives of Sacramento a little bit more difficult, especially on this round, as they got to go up against tons of rifles, and their buy is incredibly mixed. So, the 2-to-1 split, very likely for it to go down, especially with Victoria securing these first two entries as Mokulele and Krako start off on the action.
Last player standing.
Mokulele is just capping it quite quickly. Finds three. Toto will be felled though, so maybe a consolation kill, maybe something more will come out of it. Turret does give away the position. Now it's going to be able to snap onto the site. Will be swarmed out for just a moment, but it doesn't seem to matter that much. No Heart's quick to wait for the market play. Now just needs to step towards waiting on his teammates. You don't want to give too much to the opposition, and unfortunately doesn't wait long enough for the team and will lose their life to Nav. That's a rifle out of UVic's hands. Could be detrimental in the rounds to come, but Nav looks the wrong direction and Krako capitalizes. It will be UVic fighting around win, but unfortunately for it, they'll lose two in the process against that Eco.
Yeah, losing out two players on the full buy is definitely upsetting. Not entirely detrimental, though. Normally, you want three or more, and then you're really kicking in attacking half, I should say. No, I was right the first time, the defensive half. Just 2 in the morning things. Got to make the mistakes early on the first 3 rounds, and then the rest of the matchup, I'll try not to do that. So, losing a few bodies here and there, not the biggest thing in the deal. Oh my God, Scott, don't do this to me, man. Please don't. I know you're in a different time zone than me. Just for reference, Scott just busted my chops because he can get away with it because I like him a lot. Yeah, a well-needed round win for Victoria, and obviously losing out on a couple players, it will be upsetting, but it's not that big of a deal. I think what will be a big deal, though, is that lockdown coming in through to open up a lot of the site, but you still have to worry about Heaven, as that ultimate ability will just miss the edge corner of it, so it can still allow for Heaven to be played upon relatively well.
Schmelting gets detained in that Killjoy lockdown. It's going to make things a little bit slower for him, but still a 5v5. UVic has a Bladestorm if they do want to implement it. No ultimates ready for Sacramento State even after the fight goes through. Now's underneath the no looking to spray with the Odin. Is instead going to take the brunt force of the damage. Now sitting at 44 HP. No Heart, the second that smoke will dissipate. Artada is there. They're going to go ahead and spray through. They'll lose their life instead. Same as Mitchell, as Toto's the one who finds that. Schmeltic does find Godlike. Now stops the bleeding slightly, but now they're the last one standing. They just got to spray with the Odin, but it does not matter. UVic will stand through the test of time, find themselves all 5, and they will keep 4 of them alive in the process, only losing one's life. And in all honesty, that's probably the best outcome they could ask for besides a flawless, quite frankly. Sacramento State get the plant down, get a little bit of extra cash in their pockets, but they're still going to have to eke out. They're still going to have to go with Sheriffs and Southwise.
Yeah, brilliant retake by Victoria. Even with the lockdown and having an agent detained, like you mentioned, still were able to have a really good time in that post plant just because they had plenty of bodies still up and alive to actually flush out Sacramento State. So the round count will now be equalized, and although the weapon count is very tipped to the favor of Victoria, there are a couple of ultimates to play around with, so maybe with Sacramento State, they find some early success in the round. Maybe they have that option of popping something like that Blade Storm, like that Cosmic Divide, but, oh, we've got a pause again? Oh, no. We're going to be here for quite some time,
I think
Scott.
they're ready again.
Yeah, it was just a false alarm.
It's a bit hidden. It's a bit hidden.
I don't know.
By our giant NECC week 4, you know, like it's a bit hidden. But I see the Rs. We're sending shortly. Well, maybe not actually. We're gonna send.
Hey,
back
now
here.
it's us.
Hey, now you get to see my beautiful face.
Hey, guys.
And then John.
Call me
nonetheless,
beautiful the beginning of the game, so
I did.
I'll remember that.
I
so
also, it's
you
funny
can't-
when I enter for
can't make that much
MSI, and
fun.
I'm like, when I enter for MSI, I'm like, welcome to the MSI Radio Cup, blah blah blah, and then I go, I'm joined here by the lovely gompers, or I go like the beautiful gompers, or like spectacular gompers. I find a new adjective or verb, whatever that word is, every single time to do it, 'cause she makes me enter every time. But you know, it is what it is. you gotta find something to describe your co-caster. Eventually, you run out of stuff there, so you might do some repeats. But for you, every single time, I'll say the way too tall fellow who is towering over me. He is 6'13", in case you guys don't know. Next to him, I look like I am 4'2", which is not accurate. I'm 4'5". So you know, it's close though.
Not true.
He's a tall dude. 6'13".
Scott is 6 foot. I am 6'5". Look, it's just I'm 90%
I do
torso.
not lie to me. Do not lie to me.
I am
I wish I was
90%
6
torso.
foot.
That's why I look so.
I am
good.
like 5'10".
Well, the 90%
probably
torso
right now.
thing, that is actually true. Funny enough,
Yeah,
when we
it
met
is.
for the first time, before we went to a LAN, like we got to meet up a little while in advance, because me and a friend of Scott's lived very close to the area of the land. We all met, and Scott like was gonna go in for the hug, and he saw me, and he's like, "Oh my god," he was not kidding. He is gigantic. I was like, "You give me a hug, dude, or what?" And he's just like, yeah, man." It was funny, and
I was so
awkward,
ready
you
to
know.
meet you for like the first time. I was like, "Oh, sweet, I can be one of my best friends. Come in," you know. And then I'm just like, just like pure
He
shock on
really
my
is
face.
90% torso.
He really is. He is not only just tall, but he is nothing but torso, which is, you know, you say those legs go all the way up. No, dude, no, they stop about 1/4 up.
Get out of my way.
Not tall people. It's just like
Dude,
they're like
you have so much
90%
torso, it
legs.
could be a 12-pack, dude. Like,
Maybe if I worked out, but hey, a lot of things to be worked upon, I suppose, for the post-plant situation for Sacramento, as it was just not really in tip-top shape. But hey, that entry that I was kind of talking about early on actually works out for Sacramento, so that gives them the option to maybe pick up that rifle from the dead Jet player, and maybe pop some ultimate abilities as well if it tickles their fancy, but it is a lot of what-ifs, and I feel like it would need to be a 5-on-3 for that to really be committed in, and with that trade by Mokulele, that might not allow for an ultimate game.
honestly shocked by how well Sac State are able to stay in this one. Obviously, with Artada finding a
Spike
kill.
down, mid.
It doesn't last much longer as Mokulele and Layhart are there, but
standing.
they're going to be quickly refragged back. It's just Mokulele left, and they know where he lies. He's currently heading over towards Market. There's only two places he can really come from. It's going to be that defender spawn in Market. And now the RDQ is made for the shot. A shot through the wall. They're attempting to go for the wall bang, and he'll spray through wall and actually get 90% of the damage off onto the opposition of Apathy. Not able to find the kill. That's about to be in. Mokulele's going to drop a Nebula. Looking for concussive blast instead, not going for the vortex, but it's going to be a Hunter's Fury. There's no real information to go off of. He's going to step towards Catwalk, and it's nothing but damage going forward. 6 HP in a dream, he will find one. Now dropping towards Boathouse, he has to get the headshot kill. He misses the opportunity, pulls out the frenzy, and finds the kill! What? Mokulele with a 4K! He's 9-2! Will save the round and get the defuse up. UVic find themselves a clutch win, and it's 3-2.
What a brilliant clutch by Mokulele, but honestly, so much damage being done regardless of that. Oh, another disconnect. Unlucky. That was
I think they're switching
that
servers.
was
I
such
think
a
they're
good
switching
round,
servers.
man.
There's some slight package loss, packet losses, whatever it is. Package losses happen to me all the time. I'm not sure if someone's just stealing them off my front porch or anything, but I think this is packet loss. A slight difference. But
Only minor.
yeah, I mean, this game so far, that round, what happened, right? I mean, Mokulele snapping up are necessary. I receive 4K, you receive round loss. That's really what it turned into there. And that was a pretty impactful source for them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. although it was still a loss for Sac State, that was a lot of damage being done on an eco round too, getting the plant down, making it that 1v1 confrontation, only spending through one ultimate as well, the Hunter's Fury. That was still a really good round, although it was a bit of an upset because you were on a heater of a round, Sacramento State. Honestly, keep your head up high, and you can honestly give UVic a run for their money and maybe good with third map, but that still very beginning of this second map, and with a lot of just technical stuff going in through, maybe that'll change. It's just kind of throwing it up in the air. So yeah, don't want to say anything too early. I'll knock on wood once again, but hey, I mean, pretty exciting stuff on Ascent already in the very beginning.
Knock on wood, knock on wood. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We're taking the pause because they're getting packet losses. Everything's fine, right? It's not a huge deal. UVic have been playing fairly well, but so has Sacramento State. I think you're exactly right. More than likely, we probably will see Sacramento State bring this one fairly close. It's a scent. It's a scent. This map is super breakneck even. You're probably going to see it go even most of the time, right? It's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? And from the way that I look at this game and the way that I'm able to digest it, which is better than I can digest dairy, these two teams are fairly breakneck even. They're very competent together. UVic just took a really dominant first map. And I think that Sacramento State, like you said, can bring this one close. I think they have a chance. Don't count them out just yet. They may be a little lackluster after map one and could be feeling down on themselves, but they've got the confidence. They got the players. They are very competent, and I'm really looking forward to what they can do. They've got tons of subs, tons of players behind them, some great minds. Kaizenstrife being one of them. I absolutely love Kaizenstrife. He's on their sub list. They've got a lot of people behind them, so I have full confidence in their ability to step up and get the job done.
Yeah, the fact that I'll reiterate this once again because it was honestly a really good storyline on that last round. The fact that they got it so close, they were teasing a victory at that point. That almost should have been a win, to be honest. And the fact that the 6 HP Astra of Mokulele managed to bring that back, that was impressive in and of itself as well. So I think that map number 2, it's going to be a lot closer in comparison, especially since, I mean, I could be wrong. My statistics for maps aren't like completely accurate. Ascent definitely is not as attacker favorite as Icebox, and now I'm gonna get like 80 comments in Twitch chat being like, "Oh my god, this caster's wrong. Please remove him." Might not be a horrible thing, honestly, because my Valorant definitely isn't as strong as it used to be. But I mean, hey, we're human. It is the 2 a.m. vibes. I don't think Twitch chat really would even care if we make that many mistakes. I think they just want to go to bed.
We should listen. If they're not already watching in bed, I don't know what they're doing. If they're just sitting there with their phones, like it's just like
dude.
POV,
if they're in the desk
watch.
like you and I are, they're lost. They're lost.
Wait, POV, POV. You're a light mode user.
Dude, I've been wanting to turn off my big light for so long. Oh my god!
So I refix up my studio lighting.
Flashbang,
dude.
Flashbang through the door.
You know,
hit the target.
It's funny though, like when you talk about like
God.
the problems we had, like what somebody's like computer broke at the end of map 1. That's why there's a lag break between map 1 and map 2. Somebody's internet went out earlier, apparently, or something like that. It's funny because my campus's internet went out all day, literally all day. So one of my classes I was having to do like journalism and stuff or communications. I'm not in college for communications. I'm just taking it. Unfortunately, I really wish I could drop out and take communications. But I graduate in 2 months, so that's not an option. But I was not able to do any journalism. I was not able to look up anything and figure out stories to do for my TV production class. So I got to leave early, which was great because my first class was blood spatter analysis, and I was covered in fake blood. I looked like either the victim or the murderer. And it was just all at my arms. I had to take a shower. I had like wiped all of it off with a rag first. I was like, it's not enough. I was still on my legs, on my clothes, everywhere.
So unlucky, dude. We were talking about that, I think, earlier the other day or today. Time no work for me, man. Oh man, still trying to figure everything out in the background. Of course, we've got everyone just trying to kind of go through the process, the flow of things, I suppose, as we're just kind of talking in everyone's ear. I was gonna come up with something really funny to say, but I don't know. Like, it's really hard for my brain to work. I'm normally asleep by now. For once, I've been actually trying to work on my sleep schedule. Scott, what have you had to eat today?
Ooh, okay. So first and foremost, for breakfast, I had a thing of Ovaltine. And then
Nice.
between,
I've never
yeah,
had that
between,
before.
it's good. It's just milk in a powder. You like mix it in.
Yeah.
It's basically
I've got a
chocolate
fun
milk.
story for you. I'll tell
So
later.
I had that for breakfast, and then for lunch, I'm sure chat's really enjoying this. For lunch, I had Chick-fil-A. I went into my campus thing, and I was still covered in blood. I went with a classmate who was also covered in blood. So it was interesting. We just
Nice.
walked in, and everyone was just staring at us. My classmate got a text message from one of his other classmates that said, "Who did you kill?" So I was pretty entertaining, but we both got Chick-fil-A, got a bunch of side-eye looks, and then I just showed it to my class like 30 minutes late, and they're like, "We're not doing anything anyways, you can leave." And I was like, "Sweet." So that's what I did. And then that's basically
Nice.
it. Yeah.
Awesome. I
about you?
had 2 chicken sandwiches that are kind of like Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but I just make them here, and that was it because I didn't know how much time I would have before I go into casting to make more food, so I simply did not. And now I'm kind of hungry, so when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm probably gonna make myself a lot of food as I've been cooking the past couple of days, kind of been going through the groove of things. It's been kind of fun. I don't cook a lot as my mother is really good at cooking. I still live with her. I'm very young of age. Yeah.
He's 13.
Other than that, though, yeah. No, I'm 6'13".
He's
You got the numbers wrong, man.
6'13".
I'm 18. I am.
Oh my goodness.
I am technically an adult, but a young adult at that. So that is why. Anyways, yeah. Bubble tea. Not had it before ever. Although when I used to do track and field as a thrower, obviously not a runner. I'm too fat to be a runner, and running sucks competitively. When I used to go to throwing meets in the winter, there was a boba tea place not too far away, and we always wanted to go, but we never did. And I kind of regretted that because I liked my teammates.
Boba tea is
was pretty
good,
close
but I
with
didn't have
them.
boba tea for breakfast. I had Ovaltine. It's
Ugh.
milk in a powder. It makes it like chocolate milk. What do you mean, ew? What do you mean, ew? It's
I've
like
never
chocolate
heard any
milk.
good things about Ovaltine before. I've never heard any
Dude,
good things about
Ovaltine is
Ovaltine,
actually
not gonna lie.
delicious. I promise you, Ovaltine's actually delicious. I'm a
They
big
probably weren't
Ovaltine
doing it right
stan.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big Ovaltine
Yeah.
stan.
That's-
I drank Ovaltine as my only form of
Go for
breakfast
it.
throughout all of high school. That's it.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'd
no
show up,
wonder
get
you were a
Ovaltine,
mutant
and then
back
I wouldn't have
then.
lunch till 2 p.m. So, I had the last lunch period
I don't get it,
almost
man.
every single time. Listen, bro. You don't drink Ovaltine, I drink Ovaltine. We're just built different. We are not the same.
Yeah, I drank just milk. So like
I put
you
powder
had
in my
Ovaltine.
milk. I got chalky
Yeah,
milk.
so when yeah, which is actually pretty good for you if you're someone who's active and or like works out. Fun fact. If not though, probably not a good idea. That's yeah, fun fact. Yeah, that's why you and I were in our prime in high school and nowhere else. Apparently, it must
That's
have just
true,
been the
actually, yeah.
Ovaltine and over assumption or consumption, sorry, of milk. Now I drink water, so when I wake up in the morning, my throat doesn't hurt, although it still will, because apparently God hates me.
I just
Yeah.
drink sweet tea. I just brew my own sweet tea. All my Southerners out there that grow up down south and have moved away know the pain of no longer having sweet tea. So, joke's on you. Sweet tea is great. I'm gonna hide the branding on my cup and just drink a thing of sweet tea. It's not the branding that's actually in there. I brewed it, but I just put it in that cup. Sweet tea's good, very delicious. This break's taking a while, but I'm sure everything will be fine. It's all gonna work out. Everything's gonna be good. John,
Yeah,
I do
they're
have
just
a
figuring
bit of a
out like
question.
eco stuff. That takes forever. But you were saying?
I do have a bit of a question. We have our 6 coming up this upcoming week, and
Yeah.
I'm quite excited for that one. And I also got asked, is Chick-fil-A good in the chat? Yes, Chick-fil-A is super good.
Yes.
Very good. And you only ever want it on a Sunday when it's closed.
Yeah, that's just how the world works. Caleb can vouch. He's laughing hysterically in the call as well. And yeah, no, that's a mood, man. Chick-fil-A as well. It's just like for me, it's a mild drive away. So my mother and I tend to not like go and get it. It's just like it's a mild inconvenience. If you don't drive like only 10 minutes in Rhode Island, it's just a nuisance. Fun fact, that's where I live, the smallest state in the country, and almost one of the I think it's like one of the least dense one as well. Oh, no, it's the second most dense populated state in the country too. I think the only state beating it is New Jersey, and New Jersey is stinky. Fun fact. Shout out to Danny.
You're
Shout out
really
to
not
Topher
making
on
any
Twitter.
friends out here, dude. All those New Jerseyans are just like,
No. New
That's
Jersey
uncalled
actually is
for.
a really fun state. I used to drive through it a lot. I actually like New Jersey. I just don't like tofu. And he's from
That's
New
true,
Jersey,
yeah,
so
yeah.
automatically that lowers the scoring of New Jersey. Fun facts.
I
Other than
do-
that,
I
though, it's
do
a great
bring
place.
this
I
up.
don't mind going through there.
I bring this up because I need to, right? I need to bring this up.
Yeah.
We mentioned, or actually, technically, you mentioned Chick-fil-A in like busyness population wise. In my state, the city of Auburn. Some of you maybe Auburn fans out there. I don't think we actually got any of Auburn's university teams in the NECC, unfortunately. But Auburn has the most. How do I phrase this? It has the most used Chick-fil-A in the world, in the nation, or something like that. Like it was like that Chick-fil-A had to open 4 lanes. Like that's how packed it was always done. Like it was the most
hilarious.
It's insane. Like it's actually insane. We went to it like there's like 3 Chick-fil-A's in Auburn, but it's that one. It's like that everyone goes to. And it's like right off campus, which probably is a big reason why. They just need to put one on campus. Like, that'd be much better. But no, just nothing but Schlotzky's on campus and a couple other things. But
Look,
that Chick-fil-A's
that
packed.
Chick-fil-A's just the one. Yeah, it's just the one though.
It's
Like
just
they
built
just make
different.
your order perfectly. Yeah, I feel like that's the problem with like a lot of fast food places. Like you hear this a lot in EU. Like their McDonald's actually like better than NA McDonald's.
They
it's
probably
just,
don't have
it's
sweet
just
tea,
how the
though,
cookie
so.
crumbles sometimes. Probably not. Especially since a lot of
Which
the
means they're bad.
North
Yeah,
US
if you
doesn't
don't
even
have sweet tea,
and that's
you're
still
bad.
US.
I tell my girlfriend
We
all the
literally
time,
went
like,
out
we're not
to
moving in
eat.
together unless we move somewhere that has sweet tea. So
So no northeast, nowhere like that. So if I want to come around and antagonize you in person, I got to move down south as well. Oh well, it happens. Pretty fun place to be.
I got you a job
sometimes.
down here, though. Don't
But
worry, I got you a job down here.
we can
You got it,
only
I get you a
hope,
cast.
man. It's in the works. All right, cool. Awesome. I'll just make sure I don't tell them. That way you don't get in trouble. But I don't think they'd really care that much, probably. Anyway,
I mean, they openly
back to
tell. We
what-
brought in new casters for it, right? And then they openly were like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we've
Yep.
got this coming in." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, it's fine." They didn't give any detail,
cool.
but it is what it is. We actually got 2 casters from Auburn University's Rocket League staff to do it, and then we got Foof, who's actually from the NECC.
Nice.
He's great. And then we got this guy named Rome, who has like 50,000 Twitter.
Oh, I
followers.
know Rome. I know
He does
Rome.
Rogue Company.
Yeah,
He does Rogue Company. Yeah.
he's a bit of an up and coming caster.
Yeah, but he's got a ton of
not too
followers,
shabby.
bro.
Not too
Like,
shabby.
He does a ton of Rogue Company. I think it's where he's like based, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of cool.
Wait,
but,
am I
yeah,
not
no.
thinking of the same Rome as you?
You're probably thinking of a
Hold
different
on.
guy.
It's Rome Cass, and he has 168 followers. No,
Definitely not him. No,
no,
It is
I'm
here,
thinking of
I'll
a different
find
Rome.
it.
My apologies.
No, it is.
And never mind.
I
The
will
Rome I'm
find
thinking of
it.
is up and coming.
It is
Yeah,
Rome DMV.
Oh, let me look him up.
There you go. And he.
Oh yeah, never mind. This is not. Yeah,
Yeah.
nope.
He's a cool dude though. He's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks
One of our
pretty dope.
parameters for picking
Not gonna lie.
casters was college age people, or like look college age people. Good looking. I wouldn't be a caster there, caster lead, if that was the case.
I'm not gonna lie. You've made the ride a lot more enjoyable. Because if I did not have you as my main duo, I honestly don't know how much longer I'd be doing this. Because
You'd find somebody
there's some
eventually that
cast.
could cast with like.
yeah, but
Our
it's just not
production
the
just told him
same,
he's not allowed to quit.
Like, yeah, I can't quit at this point. I mean, there's other casters I love working with, or I have worked with in the past that works fine. Like Vincent, I literally worked with him like a few hours ago, and that actually turned out pretty good.
You know what I got told?
Orbital-
I got told by our production that me and Vincent don't work well together. I think me and Vincent sound great together. All right, I think
Look,
we
you are
sound
just
great
two
together.
dominating souls. Like me, I'm a
that's
lot
true.
more of a conservative play-by-play caster. I mean, this time you're not going to see me do a lot of play-by-play because it's 2 a.m. But you know what? That just works out, man. But hey, enough with the stalling. Apparently the game is ready, so we'll get that back up in the screen in like a few.
I
short
need to
moments
use the
or something.
restroom though.
Word. Oh, okay. So I'll just solo cast my. Is this
Yeah.
do ASMR casting in? I made the joke earlier where it
No,
was
it's
like,
fine.
if we get to map 3, I'm ASMR casting because how late it will be at that point. That might happen earlier than anticipated. I don't know. But hey, at least we're back in the match, round number 6, in case you needed a refresher with the overlay not up on the screen just yet. But but it is the side of
Juve.
Sacramento State on the attack, and then Victoria on the defense. And thank you, Caleb, for adding that back in. I know you went through a lot, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Caleb, for pressing the button to bring it back. Thank you very much.
Very
I know that's a
cool.
lot of work.
He pressed-
moving, but thank you very much for the process. Nanoswarm goes through, and it'll be a shock dart that actually finishes Mokulele. The Apathy who gets that kill, and Nohar's able to swing forward and keep things a little bit closer. He takes out Mitchell as well as Apathy, and Toto is there to assist, taking out Godlike. A quick and easy succession of kills. 4 players still alive for UVic. This has been something that they have been very strong with, keeping their players alive, winning these rounds, and making it very difficult for Sac State to bring themselves back into this.
Now, that null ultimate by Godlike was actually really good, and it actually brings up the point I made really early on in map number 2, was that KO is good for just making sure you cannot use abilities to win out engagements. You just have to rely on your mechanical skill. Sadly, Victoria had a lot of that on the 6th round, and were just winning their one-on-ones quite easily. That still guaranteed them their 4th win overall, and wasted through that null ultimate essentially. And speaking of waste, they waste through Arteda's full HP essentially. I probably butchered his name, but I do apologize. And Mokulele jumps in on the fun as well, getting rid of Nav. Already a really good start, but I mean, hey, it's pistols against rifles. What do you expect?
Well, I mean, they can definitely try their best. Schmeltig finds a kill into Godlike. It's just Mitchell trying their best. The rotation's coming through, and assistance may be quick to return, but Schmeltig does not care for your feelings. Apathy, maybe apathetic about how this one ends off, but he's going to try it through A main as well. Schmeltig's going to throw it a Lear just to be a jerk almost. It feels like he's probably over there. Just toss it, and he'll pay the price accordingly. Apathy steps out. One click, crisp shot finds the kill, and he steps in front of the door, and a bad timing. Mokulele takes out the ankles of Apathy, and it's a 5-2 scoreline.
Yeah, crisp shot by Apathy. Only good for one, though. There's not really going to be that much of a deterrence, but it is a nice shot just to kind of, highlight in the reel, I suppose. Everything still looking top-notch, though, for Victoria, even having all of their ultimates but one, and that's just the Hunter's Fury, and it's only 1 tick away, so an easy or pickup or frag, depending on how Toto wants to play out round number 8. It doesn't really matter all that much. And on the side of Sacramento State, yes, they can fold by, but if they lose this round like they did last time, it's going to be back to just Sheriff Gaming once again. And already off the rip, Victoria is well aware of Sacramento State's intentions, which might cause an early rotation, but that lockdown will basically confirm that it'll be a full commit inside of B.
Oh, Rush needs to come through. The Killjoy lockdown's full effect, and it's dissipating as of now, and the dangerous position to be in. No one's actually the back at Boathouse, not opting to stay in that dangerous spot, instead rotating back to a defender spawn. They've already lost one. UVic in a bad spot, but Arite doomed to come through. Kreku has dropped in with the Blade Storm, and a Cosmic Divide will make things a little bit more difficult. Mitchell will save the life of Artada. It doesn't seem to matter. Sac State split that map in half, and they split the round in half, and they'll take it. It's now 5-3. Sacramento State with a dominant performance in that last round.
Sometimes the retake game can be a lot stronger on certain sites, especially B, but that Cosmic Divide along with the lockdown really just, it kind of sealed Victoria's fate, as the very beginning was quite strong for Sacramento, and it ended just as strong as well, cutting out the bomb site directly in half. So slowly and surely, Sacramento, they're making their way back just a little bit, but it's just going to take a handful of rounds, and they'll be back to square one, essentially, especially if Krako can make that magic work. He'll get suppressed, so if he does not land the shot if someone peeks them from A main, he cannot dash away. But so far, most of the action is going on out in the background, as it won't even be Krako to find that first entry. It'll be Sacramento.
Something's holding Puppy. He'll find Artada, losing 90% of his health in the process, but a Devour will bring things back up to 100. Unfortunately, Nav does not miss those shots, gets the kill. Apathy is just really tossing that Hunter's Fury into sight. The last hit does tag Krako, but doesn't really do much beyond that. Krako is not going to be in a bad spot. He's forced to peek in from an aggressive stance. He finds one, now make it two. Looking for a third, but Mitchell does not miss this time around, saving his teammate from the unfortunate situation that was going through as he was getting slowly but systematically destroyed. Odin on Odin gameplay, and now the Jet's going to win it this time around. A 3K to his name, and it's 5-4. Sacramento State bring us one round closer to a tight situation.
A close call by Krako. If he found that third on the round, That would have still been winnable potential there for Victoria, but sadly just not enough. Make it a unwinnable position essentially for Sacramento, and also Toto not checking the proper angle either, just peeking a little bit too far to the right rather than going from left to right. You know, just the minor things had a bigger impact than anticipated, and Sacramento only 1 round away from evening things up in a 5-on-5 round count. Nav could try to find that early on entry with a bit of intel or just blind fire, trying to shut out Toto from the very beginning. Not going to be successful in that endeavor, so it'll still remain an equalized man count 5-5, and still plenty of life left in the round, as it is only about 1:15 still on the board. Still plenty of time for anyone to really make up their mind as to how they want to play it out. Krakow will start off with that gun show, finding 2 off the rip and already slowing down Sacramento a metric ton.
Krakow with a 6 shot all the way up from top mid, finding 2. Unfortunately, Artada's quick in the refrag. Does step up through market, finds the kill. Mokulele and Puppy taken out just as quick, and Odin will get the job done. We talked about now last map playing extremely strong with the Odin, really only wanting to play the Odin as if they're a one-trick pony. I don't think that's necessarily an incorrect assumption, and I don't think it's also a bad thing, so to say. He plays it extremely well. Schmeltik's position now give it away. He can have some clue about where he may lie in Apathy. It's going to make sure he lies in the dirt instead of lying much longer in tree. No Heart misses the opportunity as H pass. He gave away his shoulder. Loses that sort of, I guess, drop secrecy, but doesn't seem to matter. Instead, Shock Dart will go through. No Heart will narrowly miss being able to take the full brunt, but he's stuck in rafters, and his position is 100% given away. 3 players left for Sacramento State as a Shock Dart will drop him down to 50. He's got to remove both of them the other side of Generator. They're not giving him free space to do so. He'll lose his life to Apathy. It's tied, 5-5.
Yeah, great post-plant position there by Sacramento. At least No Heart is going to go in the next round with a lockdown, so that's not completely horrible. Honestly, I might have thought of possibly just saving on the rifle. You will not have to waste all of your money. I guess it's not that big of a deal, I suppose. But yeah, like you mentioned, the Odin. Honestly, I'm a really big fan of the Odin. I think it's honestly easier to use than rifles just because it's got a way less recoil in some instances, and the wall bang capabilities on it are just, they're just top notch, really. So if you like running the Odin, especially on that defensive half, don't be afraid to. It's a really good and sometimes underrated by some in terms of its weapon capabilities, but we're not going to have that Odin shining through just yet at the beginning of the 11th round. It'll just be the common rifles, with Victoria finally putting an end to this tomfoolery on the side of Sacramento as they already get rid of the jet.
He's got to step up. It's a bad spot to go through. A's main is a bit of a funnel for you if you try to step through that arc, but on the looks of things, Nav's going to step up the Odin through Puppy. Apathy completely removes Krakow from the situation. A bit of math. Take away 1. Gives your side the advantage, but unfortunately, they've already lost one of their own. It's a 4-on-4. 3 players for the side of Sacramento State are not actually teasing towards A. They're going to rotate over towards B. KO for your player. Their 6-man on the field is going to make their rotation a little bit slower from behind. Suppression, a bit of a necessity when it comes down to it, but Mokulele loses the fight to Nav and Garden. It's a bad spot to be in, and they're going to even throw down the lockdown on the A side. That's just going to buy them B. It's not even a useful ultimate to go through. It's just them tossing it to completely distract, and it does exactly that. Now they've got B. Time is completely on their side, and they've got a player advantage.
Finished.
And they ended up wasting the Hunter's Fury as well in that process. No Heart managing to find a lucky frag onto the KO. That's quite massive, but Nav is still having a huge impact on the round inside of mid. Tries to find a third on the round, but No Heart is going to shut him down from doing that. Now a 2-on-2 situation. They have no clue. Apathy's inside of B main. It's an easy cleanup for Apathy. And there we have it. Sacramento, they'll reclaim the round advantage. 6-5 right before going into the second half.
We'll have to see how the second half will fare, but still, 1 round before it's, can UVic tie it back up? From the looks of their economy, that's a big goal. No! Probably not going to happen, but there's a good chance they could try to bring things a little bit closer to the chest. Luckily, he's going to go in with no armor. Just bring in the full Vandal. Rest of the side's going to, oh, maybe not actually. He may go Spectre in armor. Who knows? Oh, no, he's going to buy the Vandal for Krakow, and then he's going to go in with a pistol. Why? Krakow has Blade Storm. Just hint it. Why? No. Oh my goodness. Whatever. It's fine. Ultorb going to be taken up by the opposition's KO. We already had it. Not a huge deal whatsoever. But for Sacramento State, they're going to try and push towards A. They've got a domineering control, and they've got an operator in mid in the hands of Artada, who's been fairly dominant so far.
Ult Eco? Cringe. Let me just use all of them in the last round here in the first half here. So far, not working out entirely. That Null will suppress countless bodies and allowing Nav to find some easy pickings. Godlike joins in on the action for the 2 post-plant situation now, as that single frag bearing Victoria was not enough to stop the onslaught inside of A. Got that Blade Storm to work with, but that is really it. That and your own aim with a rifle, perhaps. But because Krako is suppressed currently from that ultimate by KO, he's not going to be able to utilize it. He runs into the gun line of Artada and now forces No Heart 1vx, having to worry about everyone, including his Hunter's Fury. It will make things an easy 7th round victory for Sacramento, as they will bring the second half, beginning it with a slight advantage, which does not hurt at all.
It's a bit of a positive boon for them, but now UVic, the side that was very dominant last map when it came down to the attack, will now be able to try things out. And one of the big things we talked about for UVic on the attack last map in Icebox was their ability to step up into a site, lose a player, and then still win it. Still be able to find themselves a pick, 2 picks, 3 picks, and then win the round after having started an A and losing it, and then just heading to B and winning it, right? I mean, UVic is a team that pulls something out of nothing, I should say, and I don't think that's going to change here, but it's really going to be up to how Sacramento State adapt. And from the looks of things, they've been adapting fairly well, a huge spree of 5 rounds to bring them back into it, but the same side of UVic, just as dominant as they have been, maybe just a slight mar in their record in this half so far.
And there it is, utilizing the blade early on by KO just to suppress, and then now forcing Spike on the ground so early on. This is a really good position here for Sacramento, and they are not wasting any more time marketing off of that. It may be a constant trade game, but because Spike is still down right outside of A, it's looking quite good. And did Victoria forget to pick up the Spike, perhaps? Or no, they are on the wrong side of the map currently. My eyes are just playing tricks on me, apparently, Scott. They are on a full-fledged rotation.
Here.
UVic's on the defense now, dude. Don't worry. Yeah, they just switched over. Sacramento State's on the attack. They're just struggling to pick up the Spike. Must be a weird bug.
A second side switch, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know why they can't pick up the Spike and run with it. It seems strange. They could just rush over to A. They would have it. I mean, UVic stuck over in B main looking for an option. It's sure to work out, but it's fine. Both No Heart and your Jet player looking for an option. It goes giving the best of a look towards that link side, but nothing's really being given. From the side of Apathy, he doesn't really have a sight line until No Heart's forced to cross, and he'll just tap down one, and Artada will find the second of Krako. A 3K to Artada's name, and another dominant round performance in Sacramento State. Make that 6 in a row that they will find, possibly even the 7th, if things continue to go in this fashion.
Yeah, those KO lineups just proving to be a really big nuisance from the beginning. I said it at the very beginning of map number 2, which is really far away from now, I can assure you, but I did mention KO a lot more effective on that defensive side just because of how easy the lineups can be to start off that initial aggression, which also makes Sky really viable in here too, because you can just throw guiding lights and then blades from the KO from the very beginning, just making it a living hell for the attacking side. And there we have it, the blade again suppressing out Schmeltic, and he just gets eviscerated by Artada, finding out 2 and even 3 onto the round. Sacramento State already coming out of the gate swinging, just having the lone KJ in a 1v5, and it'll be flawlessly done by Sacramento State to get their 9th round win.
5-9, John. UVic have not been able to pick up anything. I mean, they literally have not found a round in 6 rounds. And actually, sorry, I correct myself, 7 rounds. It's been bad. Sacramento State have continued to find round win after round win, but UVic now, maybe they'll find themselves yet another 5-round spree in a row, bringing this one 10-9. Who honestly knows? It's still anyone's game up to this point. Sacramento State did find those 2 rounds in this half, but now it's a rifle buy, what you would consider, or Vincent calls that bonus round. It's definitely a possibility, but Sac State, a full lockdown this A main, looking to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer, and UVic's already taken a little bit too much damage to their liking.
They're just going to run for the hills. they realize that there is a lot stopping them from going to A, so they're just going to take that advice to heart and just rotate around, perhaps. They seem to have maybe some second thoughts, perhaps. Maybe a bit of a fake rotate. Who really knows what's going on in the mind of Victoria? A lot of pressure is on their shoulders, though, as they are at a gigantic round differential now, and they haven't really had any success in quite some time, like you pointed out earlier. So it is just a lot of second thoughts, perhaps. Not a lot of confidence on the side of Victoria, but now that they have those rifles, at least picking out the gun engagements could be a little bit easier. But of course, they've got to start the execute to actually get in those gun engagements, and it still appears like Victoria, they're just only dipping their toes in the water when they need to start going for the full dive.
This isn't Overwatch, John. Stop talking about dive comps, please. Like, this isn't the only time you've mentioned Overwatch today. Please, dude. Like, it's getting old at this point.
Look, don't remind me that my favorite hero is not meta, please.
Yes, Roadhog's
something,
right?
right?
It's fine.
He doesn't.
Push does come through.
suck,
Market
okay?
player is going to be Mitchell. He's looking for an option, but they've already taken control of both. Now stepping towards Boathouse, but Nav's actually sitting outside. Avenue does find Toto. Another option is Nav's going to go for a jump shot. He'll find it with the custom in the hand. Getting it done with that commando. Unfortunately for the side of UVic, it's just Mokulele left standing. Sacramento State will cap off this round. A timer going to be that 5th man. Sorry, that 7th man on the field for him, essentially, because it really does feel like UVic are playing against themselves. It's just not boding out well for them. That is not a good look for University of Victoria. Sacramento State are really starting to drive this one home.
I guess I should have said that Victoria should went for a cannonball, but then again, you probably would have said, "Oh, you mean Wrecking Ball from Overwatch, John?"
You mean Wrecking Ball?
Yeah, you're
You
so funny, Scott. You're lucky your good looks carry you in a cast. You're a very nice looking man. I'm not gonna lie to you, my friend. Other than that, though, yeah, Victoria, they wasted way too much time going in on that rotation, and this time around, they're gonna try just being fully aggressive in when A take, and they'll just get punished instead. Up around off the bat. Not a great start for Victoria once again, but hey, it is the very beginnings of the round, so maybe they could bring this one back. And Toto giving away the intel that there isn't a lot of presence inside of B but the turret and of course the Asher smokes, that could maybe help them out later on, but it's a bit of a far-fetched call, as it appears that Victoria, they're still trying to go for an A push, and they're still being denied from the wine play. Aratata, a 3K to his name. What's stopping him from finding 4, Scott?
Well, probably the fact that they're not pushing as aggressively as they need them to. Artada's looking for an option, but no one's actually sitting inside that A lobby. Instead, they're sitting more towards defender spawn, maybe near top mid, looking for an option. They're just sitting back. They're playing tough. Artada may get aggressive for it. Toto with a sick flick. It doesn't seem to matter. Artada finds the shot. He's actually going to tailwind in and finds the ace on top of it. He says, no, my kill, stay back, get away, my kill. I can imagine their comms at that point in time. Sac State are just feeding Artada's ego. And they're definitely feeding the scoreline. It is 11-5.
They're just feeling themselves, man. They're in the groove of things. And there's nothing that's stopping them. Victoria, they are just making so many beginner mistakes. This is a completely different Victoria from what we saw on map number 1. And maybe it is just that timing of things are getting late into the evening. They weren't anticipating to play tonight, perhaps. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's just the second map shakes. I really have zero clue, because Victoria, it's just a night and day comparison once we've moved into Ascent, and that can also be said for Sacramento State, but for the better rather than for the worst.
Honestly, it just feels like UVic lost the momentum, right? They lost that spree they had, and Sac State just kind of got the better end of the situation in regards to being able to continue a spree, right? When they found their momentum, they keep it. UVic haven't found momentum, and so that's where they kind of fell apart. That big break was maybe a bonus for them, because Sac State are really acting off a bit. They'll find more. Unfortunately for them, Krako's still alive. They'll find Apathy. He's got some extra assistance, but they're going to rotate away. Nothing to work with. Mid-player, though, it's Mitchell taking out Toto. No point of him staying alive for much longer. At least Krako thinks so. And he's going to go ahead and make the rotation A, but your KO opposition, same as your Killjoy, are there as in waiting. But they're low HP, John. They're not at 100. They're not even at 50. Heck, I don't even think KO is at 25. He is looking worse for wear. Nanoswarm will go down. Both of them dropping in, giving the information that he may be laying in wait. Krakow will begin to plant the spike. Close plant situation, doomed to incur. He's got Blade Storm. Really and truly, there's no point in popping it. I don't think there's any sort of situation where it may be needed. Godlike is the one who's initially looking first, but an Odin in the hand of Nav has been deadly to an extreme so far. And we'll go through. Suppress now. Krakow trapped underneath Hell. Need to wait for an opportunity. Not like his abilities were doing much anyways. He finds a third for the kill, though. Godlike needs to be ready at a moment's notice after his death. He tries to give the info, but Krakow is quicker, and Nap fails to find the kill. He'll be able to keep himself alive, giving UVic finally, John, a round win, but it's still 6-11.
And that was such a well-performed and calculated play by Krakow. He planted not in default to actually catch Sacramento off guard a little bit. And the fact he planted much closer to Heaven and Hell, I suppose, it made it a lot easier for him to actually move in that one area. And then he was able to isolate the 1v1s. And because there was such a huge health differential, it made everything perfectly for Krakow to secure that 4K. And finally, like you said, break the cycle of an onslaught by Sacramento. And all of a sudden, it's just been a resurgence now by Victoria as they'll start out finding that first pick. They're good for a second one as well, Scott, as they already have B control.
They'll gain control. Boathouse now completely in their favor for the side of Sacramento State. They don't have any ultimate to contend with. Instead, it's only Nav with an Odin. What would you expect? The dude literally will not buy anything but that Odin, and it's been working out. To be fair, if it's going to work, don't fix it. Schmelting finds one, and Mitchell find a second. Make it their 3K, though, to Nav. No more Odin in hand. No Heart finds the last onto God. Whew, 7-11. It's not a gas station. It's the scoreline here for this UVic versus Sacramento State side.
I may need a bit of caffeine, though, from a 7-Eleven, just picking something up from the convenience store, because it's getting quite late on the East Coast, and maybe we'll see a bit of a resurgence here by Victoria. Maybe it was just a false alarm for the past, what would you call it, 9 rounds, where it was just Sacramento supremacy. Maybe. Who really knows? We've got Aratata with the operator in hand, which could be a massive menace. The Astra Smoke will impair his injury for only a little while, though, but he's going to miss out on actually killing out Mokulele. He'll actually live to tell a tale as he just witnessed death flash before his own eyes. But hey, 20 HP, that's still a very deadly game. And one shot away from still meaning your demise is definitely not enjoyable.
Bad spot to be in. Apathy is going to toss out the L drone, trying to gather the information, but no one's actually pushing in through a lobby. Instead, they're coming in through mid, taking control of Fountain. Initially started to tease towards Catwalk, but they're a bit wary to do so as Nebula and Smoke will drop. B main push, 2 actually holding within B main. 1's in B lobby. Holding back, waiting for an opportunity. They're going to throw at the leader in mid. They're going to do a market and mid B main push. A defender and attacker lockdown will come forward. They are almost perfectly in sync with each other as well. Insane to see. The defensive lockdown will be destroyed by a Hunter's Fury. An absolute insane play here by UVic, as not only will they capitalize on the situation, but they'll dive in and find 2 in the process. Now it's Mitchell being swarmed. He'll find 1. He's praying he can find more. He will, but he runs out of ammo. Mokulele will capitalize, but they're not able to get enough off. SAC, Sacramento State, come inside and find all the kills they needed. It's 12-7, match point. Sacramento State will stop the round differential and finally reach that match point scenario.
If you do not have boats completely flushed out from a lockdown, you've got to check it. That was the biggest mistake by Victoria, as they could have had that round secured easily, but they forgot to check boats, allowing for Mitchell to have a heyday inside of that little room and actually allow for his team to come back into the bomb site, putting us in match point and maybe in a position we'll see a third map. Bladestorm gets popped a little bit early here, but I think it actually got suppressed, so Krakow is going to have to basically pull back the knives in his own pockets for a handful of seconds. But man, match point on the board here. Victoria, they've got to win 5 more rounds just to go to overtime, let alone even get the chance of winning out this next map. Can they do it, Scott? That's the biggest question here.
It's going to be a nearly flawless half from UVic, and it's going to be a dangerous position. It's going to be extremely difficult. Sacramento State will eventually get those losers bonuses. They'll have tons of money. And it's just too hard to kind of face off against that. And when the ultimates come up, it may just be even harder for them. But unfortunately, a Nano Swarm from Nav is able to take out Schmeltic. Krakow does have the Blade Storm. Suppression doesn't last forever, but he will still find one with it. He's going to push through the smoke. Mitchell's just lying in wait. They'll find him, and Artada takes Emo count. Clearly, it's probably going to go to our third map here, John. Well, No Heart will find one, but concussed now, and shock darted in return. Leah trying for a second one. This one isn't hit. Cosmic Divide will go through. Sack Stage just essentially using it to use it. Apathy will try to push out at the same time. No Heart's looking from multiple directions. He can maybe step through Cosmic Divide. He'll do so right here, looking for the kill. But Godlike's not missing the opportunity, finding it and putting an end to map 2. First map goes in favor of UVic. Second map to Sacramento State. We'll be heading to our third, John. And the third, if I remember correctly, just so happens to be Fracture.
Oh boy, you get to cast it 2 days in, or pardon, 2 times in a row on the same day. Wow, that's pretty interesting. You'll have some really fun stories to tell the rest of your Valorant buddies. It's too bad you only hang out with me. That's definitely really unfortunate. That and Nick, and I don't know if Nick's that enjoyable to talk with. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can tell that to me again every time we remind ourselves of this incredible journey, which will be for a little while longer.
The NECC. Twice in a row, not like those maps in between, but basically 2 games in a row, Fracture.
And you just like, yeah,
oh man,
yeah, Scott, that was a week ago.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, although we love to stick around and keep saying jokes, we've got plenty more jokes ready for map number 3. And since we're going to that, we'll go into the break right here, right now, and get that ready for all of you. As man, it's quite late this evening, so let's go into that quick little break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to get you some more Fracture action.
Welcome back to the NECC. My name's Inferno, joined here by my great friend Fellow, and we've got ourselves the continuation of this great series, the trilogy of maps, so to say, as this Sac State facing off against Vic, always known as the University of Victoria. We're heading back to the Try and True server. Everyone understands the rulings. Everyone understands what's going forward, and we're heading to the very unfortunate map, so to say. I don't think John's ever casted this one, Fracture, a map that not very many people know. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how he garbles his way through this one.
Yeah, you're going to have to carry me almost as much as I carry you on our Rainbow Six cast. But you know what? It's the yin to the yang, I suppose. Yeah, we're getting super serial at 3 a.m. gone wrong. I'm not going to finish out that meme sentence, but I can tell by your face. Yeah, there's the excitement. Yeah, it's been a long journey today. I'm just glad that all of us in chat are just here to experience it together. You know, a bit of a hug. I'll go pat you in, man. We're here for the long ride, and my camera is completely knocked up. But hey, hey, we're ready to go into the map, man. Fracture it will be for the decider. Quite an exciting one. And yeah, like you said, one I have literally never done, and you've only done once. So we're going to be very knowledgeable of this. Incredible.
I know so much about Fracture, don't you worry. I also know that a hot dog is not a sandwich, for those of you who... not
you cut out because VMix lol.
Yeah, that's good. I'm repeating it. Hot dog is not a sandwich.
Nice.
If a hot dog bun is split, so you accidentally break the hot dog bun, placing your hot dog wiener inside, then technically it is a sandwich. It is 2 pieces of bread with meat or other things inside the center. That is a sandwich. Technically, a base hot dog would be closer to a sub, but considering the fact that the meat within a hot dog is really nasty. I don't know if you've ever seen documentaries about how hot dogs are made. I won't classify them as subs inherently, but yes. Also, Pop-Tarts are not fancy sugary ravioli because Pop-Tarts are not put in water and boiled to soften the outer shell. So that's my take. My take now, as we head into the map, is going to be the fact that Breach was played previously. I'm sure you saw that earlier, John. And we are seeing that here as well. Nav's going to pick that up, same as Toto. And we can also just blatantly assume that Nav is going to be playing only the Odin once again. But a quick sub came in for Sac State. That's Kaizen Strife, someone we saw all last season. I love Kaizen Strife to death. Really nice guy. Really looking forward to what they're capable of here once again. Is it enough to bring them back into it? They managed to do it in Map 2. Can Map 3 be any different?
I don't know. Fracture is still incredibly new. That could help things. And obviously the team composition is incredibly new, at least with Breach being kind of an insta-lock pick, which, I mean, hey, I'm not a gigantic fan of Breach when playing against him because his stuns are really annoying and his rolling thunder is just as annoying. But hey, I'm not the one playing. I'm the one commentating. So I'm hoping to see a ton of Breach being utilized here. I just feel bad for both UVic and also Sacramento State.
Yeah, I feel bad for you for having to sit here. I feel bad for me for having to sit here. It's just late. I'm enjoying, Valorant watching these two teams face off. We don't know which team is which. We're waiting on the HUD and overlay to come back up, but I think we know.
You couldn't tell because Shaq was in your name?
Shaq is in your name, sorry. But it is late. It is tiresome. So everybody here, we're trying to have a really good time routing. We're trying to have some good fun. So let's keep it simple. Let's keep everything ready to go. And we'll see whether or not this UVic side can hold out on the attack. This map is pretty egregious when it comes down to it. And engagement's going to head up towards Dish. Looks to be that's going to come from the attacker spawn. Toto's in a bad spot. Going trying to flash out. They're going to push a little bit too soon. Nav is completely blinded, and Toto will capitalize. The push continues to go forward. They're going to have control of B site fairly soon. It's going to have to be that southern push through B main. They're going to rush through tunnel. They're going to go through Gen. Maybe try to go through up. Maybe all push through arcade at the same time. They're going to do just that. All 4. They have lost 1. Will be ready to push at a moment's notice.
Pretty one-sided affair, just in the 4-on-4. A lot of damage being traded out between that Jet, but luckily the Sage is on the board. It'll heal her up almost entirely. Toxic Screams coming out on both sides as well, and also the Alarm Bot as well, allowing a couple of players to actually be a little bit vulnerable here in the soon-to-be post-plant. Schmeltic, a vital kill on towards Apathy, now a 4-on-3, and the spike going down as well, with Kevin finding a nice compensated frag on a Mitchell, with Krako responding onto Kaizen, his doppelganger, on the KJ, leaving just Aratata in the 1v4 post plant. He'll end up dying like the rest of his team. Round 1 favoring the way of Victoria.
UVic starting off strong, but unfortunately for them, there really is just a second round almost guaranteed, but this map definitely is not an easy-going one. If you're on the defense, you have a quick rotate, be able to go through that defender spawn. Otherwise, for the attack, you may have to be worried about a quick flank. We saw them rush through Dish last time. You see them right now inside drop on that A side, looking for maybe an option to rush through Dish. Maybe they go for that blinding light, like we saw previously, to go through. Maybe an option because your breach is sitting over there. Could go for that swift rush through, but from the looks of things, it'll be another B rush, this time coming through tree, maybe through main instead of rushing through tons, but B side only has 2 players defending, and they got 3 ready to push through.
Yeah, this could turn into a frag fest much sooner rather than later. Mokulele completely disorientated now from the breach, almost gets blinded as well, but somehow wins the fight up against both Nav and Arcada. 2 massive frags has bode the way well for Victoria once again, and now in a 5-on-2. I don't think we're going to see Sacramento come back from this.
The flashpoint we've seen twice now through spawn has been pretty, I guess, standstill. I mean, for the side of UVic, they're able to hold on with that flashpoint, finding not just 1 this time around, but 2 on top of it, which has now led them to be 5 versus 2, and the 2 players left for Sac State are over on the B side. Instead of being a rush, they're going to drop down A, go through a drop, looking now to plant on site, probably sit 2 down below, and hell,
planted.
Flush 1 over towards rope and door, and then maybe 1 through A main. We can see exactly that. 1 sitting down below, just underneath that side of the rope. We keep 1 at bay. Schmeltic lines up 2. Pops both Apathy and Mitchell out for the count. Will give UVic an absolutely spectacular, flawless round.
That's the big key there, flawless, keeping all of their players alive to have a lot of cash in their back pockets moving on. Not obviously going to get rid of their SMGs and the Marshall, though. That would be a little bit counterintuitive. But at least Sacramento State, they've got those rifles to work with by their side as well. But Nav, not doing that well in terms of money management. He has to actually buy a Spectre, so he might be the weakest link here. Other than that, at least he'll still have plenty of stuns to at least utilize, maybe find some easy pickings, because he'll probably need it most, as he doesn't even have a rifle. He's got that SMG.
Lockdown will go through a very early lockdown utility, something that UVic is probably taking a bit of a page out of what we saw last match from Purdue, as they did a spectacular job of getting 3 lockdowns for your Killjoy in 7 rounds. They completely lopsided affair. They took control of B every single time. Lockdowns util is just way too much to deal with, and for the sites that are kind of small in terms of total area value, it's just something a little bit too hard to deal with. Arcada does find 1. The plant will go down. Bad position to be in nonetheless. Mugaluli is going to plant it down below, long side towards A main, giving them a sight line to defend from there. Arcada's looking towards drop, but not really giving them the info just yet. Your breach refusing to peek out. He can throw out a blind. Something that we've seen before. The flashpoint has been extremely successful for them, but they still have to get through this A-main push. Apathy steps up and finds Krakow, but Mogalele locks down 3! Sees another in the process, but it'll be Toto who finds that kill. And UVic find yet another round, despite the rifle buy being ready for Sac State. It's going to go all in favor of UVic.
Well, what an impressive showing by UVic, to say the least, especially in the hands of Mokulele. Both the toxic screen to actually allow them to get inside a B pretty easily, as it was basically a bootleg Cosmic Divide, cutting that objective room in half, and then Mokulele just deep inside a B, being an absolute rat, essentially, found so much success in terms of finding picks. A really strong round, as their eco is looking phenomenal, and I cannot say the same thing for Sacramento State, as they're forced just to kind of pick out on the scrappings, and they're getting punished for it.
Clean up for them over on the B side.
One enemy remaining.
This their spawn up top. The northern edge of the attacker's spawn. And Toto Mokulele clean up the last 3 that attempted to rush through Dish. A very swift round and a very swift win for the UVic side. I mentioned this earlier when I was casting with Vincent prior, to which our producer said, I don't do as well as he does with you, which made me sad. Caleb, meanie. But when it comes down to this, I don't need you to pad my ego. I need everyone else to pad my ego on Twitter. And I don't know if you...
Yeah, you see Twitter. Yeah. We know each other too well, man.
So
It's just the bromance.
This map tends to be fairly attacker favorite, John, right? Because you just have multiple angles to push from. It can flip, and the retakes can come through, but it requires a defensive team to be very swift on their rotations and for them to actually employ both sides of the map in equal margins. If they're not able to do that, then it's probably going to be a pretty rough situation for them. However, this round's dropping in favor of Sac State. 2 early picks will make it a little bit harder for UVic to hold on, and they're fairly spread thin. One player holding in towards Arcade, one trapped all the way in B tree. The other one's going to have to head in from that side of Arcade of attacker spawn next to bench.
Yeah, that rotation game, you're just in a constant race from time to time. And although those first 2 entries favored the side of Sacramento, we're seeing a resurgence by Victoria with 2 successful kills of their own. Apathy is there, though, to actually bring the man advantage back in the way of Sacramento, but Victoria will respond once again. But now it's just Toto in a 1 versus 3. He's got out some concussive blasts and a flashpoint, but it's not going to be enough as Apathy just swings around quickly enough to give Sacramento their first round win.
Full rival buy set up for UVic. They still have plenty of pocket change up for the quite a flushed several sets of rounds as they had a succession of 4 rounds in return for them to win out. But now Sac State are going to have 2 ultimates as well to back up. They're going to have your Viper's Pit, same thing for Mogalele on the opposing side. And while they don't have Rolling Thunder, it is fairly soon to come, but they do have a Blade Storm to help assist. Sacramento State's defense should be fairly strong, but they're full stacking with 3 to 4 players, really 3.5 over on that B side. Now finally bringing their breach to maybe assist, but that door push is going to be very dangerous for Mitchell as he's forced to step away, and this A-main push comes through.
Off your feet!
Giving away a fair amount of map control here. There goes the Rolling Thunder to make a ton of space, and there goes Toxic Screen as well to cut off sightlines, but it will dissipate quickly enough to allow Aratata to get that first frag. Blade Storm comes in through as well, and in this post-plant situation, Scott, it is going to be a massacre.
Situation to be in. Player down below looking for an option. It's 5 players left for Sac State, only 3. No 2 now for the University of Victoria. They'll be able to find a couple, but it's not going to be enough. Kaizen finds not just 1, but 2. And John, I think we remember most specifically Kaizen, the player we know from last season, was a huge Cypher main. Not shocking whatsoever to see him rotate over and playing Killjoy on this map. There's nothing I like to see more than that situation, but still, 2 rounds down. They still have an operator in hand, and the hands are Artata, who has been pivotal for them with a 7-5 KD. UVic, they'll be able to pick up an operator that smells. Schmeltic, who is one of the only players to have a actual interesting fact in their bio sheet that just says the words he likes to op. Expect good things from the operator in his hands.
We can only hope. He didn't use a lot of the op on map 1, I believe it to be. It was a little bit upsetting. I don't even know if he was able to use the operator that much on map 2 either. My memory is fading quicker than my eyesight. It is getting quite late in the day. But apparently it's not going to stop Aratata from fragging out of his mind, going absolutely insane. Or he's shutting down the Viper, and the lockdown gets destroyed just as quickly as well. Already a lot of just upsets on the side of Victoria on the 7th round, and they're going to have to worry about a whole lot more in the upcoming engagement as there is a lockdown being teased on the side of Sacramento.
Celtics looking for an opportunity once the toxic screen will fade away. They gain a sightline to some sort of semblance of advantage, but UVic are not really guaranteeing themselves anywhere. You got 1 player up by Dish. That's your breach who's going to maybe catch you off a player sitting in drop. It's Mitchell. There's a chance. Kaizen's going to strike first. He'll find not just 1, but 2. Krako and Schmeltic take it to the waysides. Mitchell finds Toto by Dish. And it's just 1 player left standing. Kevin, he'll swing to 1, find the kill, but a defensive lockdown will go through, and they're going to go for the melee. Kevin, no, the humanity, but it's not going to matter. Now the Jap with the knife in hand finds the kill, and Kevin's forced to watch as he's unfortunately gutted in the process.
Nav, no, why'd you have to do it to him, man? All for the meme culture. Why? Also,
Stop picking him.
why was... I'm not entirely sure if the Viper's Pit was really a good option there to use on the ults on that last round. I'm not entirely sure. I suppose it kept Victoria at a distance, but so did the lockdown. I feel like both of them being used in the same round just was a bit overkill, but hey, you've got the round secured, so I guess it's not the end of the world. I suppose you can always build up that ultimate a few more times before you go into the next half, but at least Kaizen won't be able to on this current round, as he'll be the one getting entried on round number 8.
Flashpoint's been very successful, but Toto is not able to pop it off in time, and Apathy will find the operator kill to clean it off in quick succession. Rolling Thunder will be shot through. Going to get a lot of damage onto the B side, but Nav is completely denied. He steps up to Arcade. 2 players down below by the rope. Kranko is the one who finds the kill. Check out Nav. And Mitchell quickly find one in return, and Artada is not far behind, taking the shot as well with a double peek and window. Kevin has to step up. Can't step up in time. Apathy with yet another operator. 2 of them, John, in the hands of Sac State. And they are looking spectacular. Another flurry, a succession, so to say, of rounds. It's 4-4. Neither team has won any rounds in succession less or more than 4 rounds so far.
We're seeing 2 operators, Scott. I don't know whether to be excited or to be worried. I'm not going to lie to you. I was going to make that talking point that Aratada and Apathy found a lot of really nice picks in the beginning and the end of the round with that operator skill, and they're going to try to keep that weapon as long as humanly possible. Blade Storm gets popped early on as well, which could be nice, but you've got to land those vital hits, and with the right click being nerfed, it could be very challenging for Victoria to find that first initial pick, especially since Sacramento State, the fact that they've got those 2 operators, they can just play range and kind of do as they please up against Victoria's aggression.
Mitchell's kind of trapped, stuck in a toxic screen. We'll have the decay going forward, and as they attempt to stamp out, it doesn't matter. Toto finds the kill. Kevin's going to go and go for the plant. He's placing it underneath and semi-default, and actually planting corner initially. He's going to plant it close corner. Schmelting with a very nice Blade Storm shot. Does take 1. Now make it a second. Kaizen Strive will have to find himself another Strive in another round. It's Mogalele to find the next. Only one player left standing. Following the go through. Artada completely stunned. Will drop a Cloud Burst, trying to sprint away as best as they can. And it looks to be that they may escape with their life and actually make it over towards the attacker spawn. Will he go down the ropes? Looks to be he will. Artada trying to make the great getaway. It's the what you would call the Houdini. He attempts to escape the magic trick to the opposing side of the map, but you can see on both sides, Uviker coming in on the prowl, hunting, so to say.
Oh, God.
Evan's close by. It's a little bit closer for Toto, who checks the corner, finds the kill, in a flawless round for Uvik. 4 rounds bled for both sides in a row. 1 in return now for Uvik.
A brilliant Blade Storm by Schmeltic is going to be a gigantic sucker punch to the guts of Sacramento State. They can still end up buying an operator, which isn't horrible now. It's still relatively good. But now you've got to worry about an operator on the side of Victoria as well, and 2 is a greater number than 1. And Eureka isn't looking all that hot either. That was a gigantic loss financially for Sacramento State. And as the good Joe Exotic would say, I don't know if I'll be able to fully recover from this.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll fully recover. I'm never going to fully recover from this. My financial burdens are my own, John, please. Well, and we'll go
Beginnings of
through
COVID had
Concussive Blast
such
to try and
fun
keep it
times.
We have so much fun here, John. So much fun.
Of
Also,
course.
who do I bill for a new pillow? Because I'm going to need one that works really well after this. And I fall asleep in 2 seconds. But Artada finds the first kill. That's next to Dish. Kranko attempts to step forward, jiggle peeking the opposition, and unfortunately will have to walk back and forth in the afterlife as he's taken out pretty quickly afterwards. It's a 5v4. Uvik get their wits in for deciding how to push. Lots of util being dumped. You see Nav's going to go ahead and go for it. He's going to throw out a very quick aftershock and keep 1 or 2 at bay, but a player of Kaizen Stripe stepping out from tower will not just find 2, but 3. Looks for more, but it's not going to matter. Nav steps up to refrag after Toto took out Kaizen. And it will be another return for Sacramento State. Neck and neck these 2 teams are. Take 1, they'll lose 1 in return.
Well, a very well-needed round for Sacramento State to keep themselves alive, at least in terms of credit score, and less talking, more doing. All right, Bulby, if you insist,
Well,
I'll let
shut
the
up,
game
Bulby.
speak
Thank
for
you.
itself. That's what you, yeah, no, just have me solo cast. God,
All right, John,
geez,
let's
no.
have
You're
a
going to hear the
round of
ASMR
silence.
casting.
Yeah, let's have a round of silence, just to mess with Bulby.
I think we've already had enough tomfoolery. We'll get a round of ASMR casting at some point in time. How about that? I think that'll be more
All right,
enjoyable.
we'll do the
We'll do the next pick pistol. No. The next pistol round, that'll be ASMR. How about that?
All right, yeah.
Sound good?
Halftime? First round of halftime?
All right. Yeah, we'll do that. As already there is a lot of action going in underway. The lockdown being performed for Victoria and Mokulele going absolutely insane, even popping out the Viper's Pit. They want to solidify this round win just to make Sacramento's life a living hell on the next round before they get their way down into the second half.
Spike planted.
Bad position. 5 players left for UVic and Zach Stater. Not looking hot right now. Bad spot to be in. It's Mitchell and 1 player left. It's Kaizen Strikers. Still trying to keep himself alive. He's in a bad spot. Currently trying to peek towards the opposing side. He's trapped in Canteen while his teammates lock.
Last player standing.
Mitchell does find 1, but Kevin's quick to refrag. It's just Kaizen. Left standing. It's bad 1v4. He'll take out 1. Tries to flick over to Mokulele, but it's not going to happen. A 3K to his name instead. A very bad situation all around. Last round of the halftime switch. The ASMR rounds coming up shortly. Sacramento State, could they tie this one up to go 6-6, or will UVic find themselves up 7-5?
It could really go either way. Sacramento, they've got 2 separate ultimates to work with. The lockdown, very vital to stop these very powerful executes, and also a resurrection, which could bring someone back from the dead at a really good time. Especially since everyone is so close to an ultimate, it could really be incredibly strong to have. Sorry for that pause. I had to sneeze. Apparently, I'm getting under the weather, apparently. Not too sure why. Maybe the huge drop in temperature, but it's so early now at 3, almost 4 a.m., and already a constant tip for tap here from both sides, as it is a 5-on-4 now, as, hey, that resurrection, it brings back Breach, but hey, there's a resurrection of their own to basically trade out the blows, and now Kevin will start out with the genuine frag, I suppose, since there were 2 resurrections.
The one that actually goes through, so to say, John, right? The one that matters, right?
Yeah.
After both the resurrections are popped, there's really only one that is really a point of contention. Unfortunately, Sac State only has 1 player defending the defensive side of B, and that's Kaizen, who does have the opportunity to put down a lockdown utility and actually go through, but kind of have to keep them alive first. Unfortunately, it may be a little bit harder if he's actually gunning for it. They'll pop it early, though. He also finds Kevin in the process. Nav and Artada are not far behind to find each their own. The 2 players left for UVic are actually going to make the rotation away, showing off their knives, spinning them in quick succession. A flurry, so to say, as they show off their prowess.
30 seconds left.
Go through. No, he's going to full send it in, rolling all the way into the sights. They'll concuss just a little bit further. Now they need to be wary in multiple directions. It's not going to matter. Artada has the Blade Storm. A 3K against Mokulele now, and it's just Krako. He's trapped. Snake bite on the ground. Nav's the one to find the kill. 6-6 halftime, John. Literally breakneck even. These teams are at each other's throats.
Switching sides.
And you know what that means? It's time. I guess I'll have to start this one, since I've been the one talking a lot quieter, as it is the time diff, and also you live alone. I don't, so I have to worry about other people. So we'll get into the nice soothing, the nice soothing second half here. Clean slate, as always.
Position to be in.
6-6. Yeah, this is not bad for either team. A lot on the line. This would be Victoria's first ever victory in a best of 3. They're 0-3, and so far, they're giving Sacramento, a team that has not lost a single best of 3, a run for their money on Fracture.
It's a bad spot to be in, John. Sacramento State.
Yeah, it really is.
Looking to start things off strong on the attack. It's 4 players actually peeking in from the southern side towards A home. They're just leading their low Viper up towards A. Bad spot to be in. They'll look to push forward. A main rush has to go through. Classics in hand. John, remember the nerf did come through for the right click. Could be something to be wary of. I think there needs to be
that classic is, yeah, especially since that classic right click is so vital. Wow, there it goes. That's a really nice roll there, and yeah, so is the spray down. Yeah, exactly. By Artada, you're thinking what I'm saying. Essentially, it's like we're synchronized in minds here as we're both doing this ASMR cast. 5v4 post plant situation here. Sacramento State, they're in a really good spot here, but they are kind of isolated. This could be a very seamless retake, but that sage wall, the barrier, is blocking them quite effectively. But Toto will not be impaired by it. He'll shut down Artada. Now in a 4-on-4, Scott. Things are looking a little bit better for Victoria, but they still have to worry about the clock, which never stopped ticking, and that currently is the spike.
Bad spot. Let's be careful from my main Schmeldix. They could rush down. Wow. That's where Sacramento State capitalizes. The last two left standing.
Nice shot.
Half the NAV. They cleaned up where necessary. Only a couple seconds away from the bomb exploding, but that's the end of our ASMR time. But
Yeah.
you know, it's funny because you were starting to like try to build up hype at the end of that round, and you're like trying to like keep yourself still quiet, but I could hear you like really wanting to give the energy it like, you know, it deserved at that moment. And I'm like, he's gonna break it, he's gonna break it, he's gonna go too loud for ASMR. If I can't hear my saliva in my mouth moving around and swirling, then it's not ASMR.
They can hear the moisture.
My radio teacher made me listen to some NPR podcast, and I complained that I hated the fact that I could hear her tongue rolling in her mouth, and she gave me an F. And I was like, I'm sorry that I know audio better than you. I'm sorry, I have sensitive ears.
Ouch. Hashtag humble flex here. Currently, Sacramento State, they are flexing on Victoria in the second half. They got that first round pretty effectively down in the books, and now they're looking to replicate that exact same success, literally doing the almost exact same thing, just with slightly better weaponry. The same wall to basically deny this push coming in through. Easy sight lines here for Sacramento State. Everyone joining in on the fun. Now leaving Mokulele with a lot of questions and not a lot to answer with, really, except a frenzy and a dream. And his dreams will be crushed by Kaizen with the Guardian. 2-0 in the second half of Sacramento State. But hey, it was kind of expected. They did win the first one after that pristine ASMR cast.
Pristine.
Yes.
2 succession kills, not too bad to have. But 2 rounds in a row is a bit of a different story.
Thank you.
But it is what it is, John. They were mentioning earlier while we were having our 15-minute break that we actually talked through. They wanted a podcast of us, which is pretty funny. Now they get to experience our ASMR, which is totally different. But you know,
I think we do a good podcast.
We just talk random crap, so yeah, I bet we would do. But quickly, it looks to be a rush for Sacramento State back toward A again, maybe hoping to catch UVic off guard, because they do have players, 2 of them, to be exact, towards Dish, and then they're holding a long shot. Remember by Tree, looking for maybe an opportunity to catch him going through A main, but it will be a advanced Sacramento State Kaizen strike, locked down to maybe be able to push onto the side, but Mokulele and his teammate are just out of the range of it. Have nothing to worry about. No spray down 1, looking to make it further. Only Apathy's been able to find a kill for them. Still 4-4, and the plan must go through.
Yeah, that's the really big thing here. That will put Sacramento in a fantastic advantage, and there it goes. Mitchell will attempt to get down the spike, and it will be confirmed to be placed fully on the ground here. 4-on-4 with Sacramento once again in these power positions. They are looking on top of things regardless of that rifle buy, but here comes Mokulele, a 3rd to their name, looking to find more into the round. He's got backup from the rest of his team as well, and now that both of Sacramento's players are isolated, this could be easy pickings. Mitchell, though, a very vital frag, but there's Mokulele with a 4th, not getting the ace, but it doesn't matter as the victory will still be just as sweet with or without the 5K.
Was that important?
A great performance right there. Mokulele is just able to clutch up where necessary. It's what you need to do. And quite frankly, from the way that we saw that round pan out, I think UVic's got a good chance to swing in another round or 2. We could see another repeat like we saw in the first half of give 2 rounds, take 2 rounds. Give 2 rounds, take 2 rounds. Except it was 4, obviously, in the first half. And I think you could continue back and forth in this one. I hate to say it, John, but there is always the possibility of OT. My observer is probably going to send me very angry letters in the mail. Thank goodness he doesn't know my address. But I'm very wary. He is very, what's the term to say? He hates stuff like that. It sets a precedent. I have it all the time last season, but it's a dangerous time to be in. First kill will drop. Mitchell finds 1 for UVic. UVic now at a bad spot. They'll be flanked from multiple directions as Artada comes in from the opposing side. That's from Bitch. Takes 1 more, and it's a 5v3.
Yeah, very rough start for Victoria, but hey, maybe Mokulele will have another very impactful round back-to-back, which we have not seen done by him, but we have seen several different rounds where he finds at the very least a 3K, if not a 4, and I think maybe a 5K at one point, perhaps. Maybe I'm misnaming someone else, perhaps. We have seen an ace at one of these junctions in the round, and there goes the first of hopefully many refrags. Now turned to 4-on-3 as A is being approached upon. Once again, it's just Sacramento State's bread and butter, and although I mentioned Mokulele being a very important player to try to clutch up in terms of finding kills, so far it's nothing but
Spike
Schmelting
planted.
to make things that 3-on-3, now leading in the post plan.
Schmelting's been such a just pivotal figure for their side, and it's going to have to continue. Naps holding down below. All 3 players for them holding down below. They're not really giving up any sight. Kevin's going to have to step through a toxic cloud. Schmelting finds their 3rd kill in the round onto
One
Mitchell. He's
enemy
going to try to
remaining.
push forward. He finds the 4th and a half. Kevin is unfortunately fragged back, but Mokulele steals the possibility of an ace, cleaning up the round. Now setting onto the defuse. It'll be UVic to find their 2nd in a row. It has literally been nothing but back and forth this entire game, John. The only separation of rounds being that 3-round flurry that came through between the last match, last round of the last half, and the first 2 of this time. But UVic are going to be facing an eco against Sacramento State. Sacramento State probably can give up a round here. They just want a soft buy, but it looks to be they're going to semi-force to try and even out their economy across the board.
I was gonna say, is Victoria actually able to fully buy still?
No.
Mokulele
No.
should probably give yeah, there you go. I'll say, Mokulele, you've got 4K. Give Kevin a rifle, please. I guarantee you will not regret that. So now we're looking really good in comparison to what Sacramento is bringing to the board, even rocking Nav on the Marshall, which, I mean, hey, if you land the headshot, that is a very nice shot and kill, but you've got to land the headshot. That is a lot to ask of, especially at such a time of day, I should say. So things are looking good right from the get-go from Victoria, simply on what they're bringing to the table. And I think the only thing stopping them from having any more success is probably just the Viper's Pit, which Apathy, very low in HP. He could die at a moment's notice, and there it goes. 5-on-2, and now you've got nothing to defend yourself.
Spike down B.
Bad spot to be in. Artada has the Bladestorm ready to step in. Now pushing through Arcade. There's 2 players in tower. Reiko is ready. He hears the turret going off. Now they're going to try to push forward, but player sitting on B site next to tunnel. It's all 3 readily peeking at the same time. Not really wary of the opposition. It's going to be a UVic side, and that officially completes the back and forth to a full perfection, so to say. But obviously, the scoreline not exactly even across the board. We'll have to see if Sacramento State are able to return the favor and come back up 1, but from the looks of things, they'll finally be able to mostly buy out. Kaizen Stripe going with the Guardian the last time around, too. Makes his eco much worse for wear, and he's only able to do a Guardian and soft armor this round, too.
Yeah, and not having a lot of ultimates to work with either is really just a gigantic detriment. Wasting the Viper's Pit and the Blade Storm on that round is, honestly, it's going to pay dividends for Victoria and not your side. So this is going to be a very rough set of rounds moving in forward, not just with weaponry, but like I said, ult eco.
They're just built in, John. It's just being built in for it.
Apparently.
Your duty is not
Schmelting will find 1, but unfortunately for him, Mitchell says, haha, joke's on you. I don't want that one to count, and we'll try again. Unfortunately, the revive doesn't seem to be the huge denominator for them. It will be able to get 1, but refrag will go through. Sacramento State will lose 1 off the top. UVic will have to make the rotation over towards the A side. So you have your Viper player. You can see him in the bottom right, stepping into A main. They've gained full control. They're looking to drop into the site with a bit of an advantage, as no one's really defending except for the side of Link. They've got a good sight line through this Link door. Just got to be wary of drop. That's where the toxic screen will come through. And we see that right now with the toxic cloud. His teammates are readily available. The Snakebite keeping him just a little bit further off, but a plant must go through at any moment in time. Apathy steps up to find Schmelting, one of the most pivotal players for their side. Artada finds one of their own as we see a rolling thunder go off. Doesn't seem to do too much in the process. Mokulele finds 1, now make it 2.
last player
In the
standing.
danger side, just 1 left. It doesn't matter. Mokulele caps off the last 2, making it a 4K. And I think that's their 35th 4K we've seen in this game here, John. We just can't keep Mokulele's name out of our mouths, no matter how difficult his name turns out to be.
Yeah, just don't fact check that that number we just gave out with how many 4Ks he's found. I'm sure Mokulele can probably agree with us on that. Yeah, no. You just take our advice. We can assure you. But hey, Sacramento going for another A take. I'm so shocked. It didn't work out as well. Also shocked. Really unfortunate by them. I'm not gonna lie, because the first couple of A takes, although I was being very mean about that, very funnily enough, They were actually really good, which is probably why they wanted to keep going A. It worked out the first couple of times. Why not keep re-attempting it? Well, the retake game that I haven't talked about in quite some time, it's just been really good by University of Victoria. It's had a bit of a resurgence, and now that's what's giving them the upper hand in the second half, and now forcing Sacramento to get uncomfortable as they try and attempt a B take.
Spike down B.
Lockdown ready. Kaiser Strife was looking for the option to do
Last
so.
player
Not actually
standing.
going to opt to do it. Ozika's team has unfortunately all been taken out. It's Krako with a double swing, finds 2 off the top. And they're in a bad spot. Sacramento State looking to be another round loss. Tyson's trying to keep him into it. He'll find one. There was a nice shot at Mokulele, but Kevin is not far behind without the lack of assistance either. He had 2 other players ready to assist at that moment's notice. Krako and Kevin have been a little lackluster here for the side of UVic, but I don't think it's because they're playing bad. It's just because Mokulele is a kill hog. I mean, when you think about it, Mokulele is just playing that secondary duelist role, is fulfilling the role essentially Arena would have, and it's just playing it to a T. But at this point in time, UVic are 1 round away from match point and 2 rounds away from match win.
Look, the eco from Sacramento State, it's just going up and down more than Dogecoin does. That's been their biggest issue. They just don't have the firepower most of these rounds to actually be great against Victoria. I mean, when it was pretty evened out ecos on the pistol round, they did really good. When they had the better eco with SMGs up against pistols, they did really good. And then after that, when it's either been even footing or they're at a disadvantage, they have been getting mopped by Victoria. They will start it with a fair amount of success, though, making it that 5-on-3 and getting the plant down as well. So maybe I'll have to hold my tongue for a little while as this post-plant situation, it's making the B bomb site look like a stronghold. But hey, we've seen Mokulele and also the Jet find a lot of success. I mean, it could turn into one of those successful retakes yet again, Scott.
Bad spot to be in. Schmeltig is kind of trapped in a corner. He has an operator. The question really on his mind should be, do I save or do I hold? He's going to say, do I stay or do I go? He's going to decide to go in, and he'll be fairly successful now with 2v2. Mokulele's able to clean up apathy. Their vital doppelganger. They're going to throw a cloudburst on. Now it's up to Mitchell to swing through. Schmeltig's just going to stick it. Pros don't fake. Mitchell has to peek this with assistance, and they're not going to peek it back. That's an absolutely devastating loss for them as Nav did not step up in good time. Schmeltig has lost their life. Mitchell cleans up the last. No operators in their hands anymore, but still a round win in a match point situation. John, pros don't fake.
I literally saw him go for that defuse, and I'm like, oh dear God, he's gonna stick it. I envisioned it in my mind. Just the stars aligned, and Victoria was like, yeah, we're down the man count. Let's just pull a rabbit out of our hat like we're some kind of magician. They are making the magic work perfectly on Fracture, and I honestly think this could be the chance. Don't jinx it. This could be the chance they get their first ever victory in NECC for their second year in Valorant, as they started with the entry, and they're there for the trade game as well. It's a 4-on-3, and now a 5-on-3 as the resurrection is there. This could be it. This could finally be what they need to not have a donut in terms of victories here, Scott. I think they can do it.
Bad spot, no matter where you see it.
One
Side of
enemy
Sacramento
remaining.
State. Tyson will stop moving ever so slightly, but it's just not enough. Mitchell steps up. He'll blind himself as Toto steps around the corner, but he still finds the kill into Mitchell. It's done and done. UVic will find themselves a match win. Not just a map win, a full-on match win. 8 as your final score. And you will see Sacramento State be dethroned in terms of their record in UVic for a team that was 0-3, having to drop divisions on top of it and able to return to themselves to a stronger position. What a spectacular performance of Mokulele as they stepped up. Absolutely massive, almost doubling the second best fragger on any of the teams to get the job done. 28 and monstrous, to say the least. What an absolute matchup between these two teams. We can probably switch at any moments to the caster screen here, producer, so we don't have to stare at his, I think, Genshin Impact background.
It's pretty good, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's got a really clean,
it's not a bad background,
actual desktop too.
Was that a Phoenix? Maybe it wasn't Genshin Impact.
No
Kizzy backstory. I don't know. My background is Among Us, so you know.
Same, yeah, same actually. Yeah. And that's on God, baby girl. That's what the cool kids say. Anyways, Victoria, Congratulations. I'm glad I was here for the ride alongside my best friend Scott to commentate over some exciting Valorant. I wish it could have been a little bit more exciting on my end, but I do not want to get beaten to a pulp at 4 in the morning. So you got to make sacrifices. And University of Victoria, you made the sacrifice of moving down a division, and it worked out. Congrats on your first ever win. I hope to see more success from you guys. And I can also gladly say the exact same thing from Sacramento, because you guys also made it just neck and neck, cutthroat competition throughout the entire best of 3. Although I'm very tired and sleep deprived, I am glad we went to a third map, because this was just such an exciting storyline, to say the least, especially to cast over, not even just watch.
Yeah, it was a great showcase of prowess and talent. Really looking forward to seeing how this one will continue down the line and for these teams to continue to play. I'll keep my eyes on them. Probably going to keep my eyes on Sac State because I just love Kai's strength from the rest of the people on his team. But definitely going to have to keep my eyes out on UVic as they've got themselves some fraggers. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they'll pan out. But this unfortunately has been us, or maybe fortunately for some of you trying to sleep, aka
everyone.
But it's time for us to say goodnight. Time for us to all go to bed and be ready for our classes at 8 a.m. in the morning. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. My name is Infernos. You can find me on Twitter at INFERNOS1S. You can find my great friend here, Fellow, at Twitter at Fellow the Caster, I believe is what it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, Fellow the Caster. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you, Bulby, for being behind the scenes. Thank you, Kayla, for being our protection with the night at a last minute notice. Thank you guys very much from everyone here at the NECC. Stay tuned for more action.